Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Seducing the Sorcerer by Welch, narrated by Joel Leslie. Chapter 1. Fen Todd woke in a patch of dry grass at the edge of a ditch, his mouth foul from last night's rock gut, his head pounded. In fact, everything hurt. He badly needed a piss. He rolled onto his back, squinting through the dusty brown leaves of an oak to the sun already high in the sky. The tree was unfamiliar. So was the ditch. Hungover and lost. Again. He had sworn not to do this to himself. He had sworn 100 times. And yet, what did it matter? Nobody would be wondering what had happened to him. Nobody would be waiting. For an hour or two last night, he'd fallen in with a group of old soldiers. One had known the Isle of Mandio from before the war, and this bloke had bought Fen drinks and a meal besides. But then, the soldiers had gone back to their barracks, and Fen had carried on drinking alone, until the evening had disintegrated. He could smell himself. Stale sweat, a trace of vomit, the stink of despair. His stomach lurched queasily, then growled. Soon he'd be hungry. He fumbled in his pockets, but there wasn't even a crust. Must have been right maggoty not to save anything from supper. No money either. Not a copper. Ah, well. This was an expensive hangover. Boots not stolen, though. That was something. A warbler sang, the liquid notes like needles in his skull, although it was oddly quiet apart from that. Maybe he was outside the city walls, perhaps in the back end of some public pleasure garden. Gods, but it felt as if a smith had his head between hammer and anvil. Why didn't these magicians do something useful for once and invent a booze a man could drink without regret? If only he could go back to sleep and never wake. If only he need not face this day, or any day ever again. But the longer he lay here, the harder it would be to get up. He should go into town, get a drink from the water cart, start the daily search for a job. He rolled on his side and stood up, grunting as his aching legs took his weight. His 46th birthday had been and gone sometime recently, but he felt at least 90. Flat brown fields and wilting wood spread to the horizon. So, where was the town of Enno? He'd never stayed long in one place, but he'd had no plans to leave it. Yesterday he'd had work helping unload emergency food supplies brought in from the capital, and he'd planned to try his luck at the square again today. He peered the other way. More fields. No town. Well, that was just grand, wasn't it? He was even more lost than usual. Dimly, like a half-remembered dream, he had a recollection of walking through the night, taking swigs from a bottle and walking some more. But why? Oh. He'd seen a horse, a beauty, a bright bay with an arch to her neck, and that joyous way of moving that made the world seem, for a moment, not such a vile place. She'd put him in mind of Carnelian, one of the horses he'd seen to on the estate in Mandio, and he'd had the stupid sentimental idea that she must be some relation. He'd longed to admire her, to stroke her glossy flanks, handle her delicate head and have her nose in his hands, and blow her sweet breath into his neck. And he'd wanted it so much and so drunkenly, he'd followed her out of town and along the Royal Highway. He'd lost her when her rider put her to a canter down a side road, but he'd carried on, doggedly. in the way of drunks who will not leave something alone. And then, had he hitched a ride in a hay cart? Surely, cut as he'd been, and filthy and ragged besides, no one would have picked him up. And yet he had a vague memory of a conversation with some red-faced farmer, and the jolting and humming of a crystal-powered cart. Well, this place was no worse than any other, except for the lack of water. He tried to moisten his lips, but his tongue was like leather. The ditch was dry, but for a small puddle of bright green ooze. Small flies skated across the surface. He wasn't that desperate. Not yet. He pissed behind the tree and set off along the road at a shamble. A haze of dust lay over the sun, and the countryside seemed to hunch as if waiting for a blow. It was the 3rd year of drought. People said it was sorcery. They said the court sorcerer, Morgram, had stolen all the rain clouds away by magic. What benefit a hungry, bone-dry country could be to a bloke like Morgram, Fenn could not imagine, unless it gave the sorcerer pleasure to see folk suffer. And the government did nothing to get rid of the bloke. Maybe they were too scared of him, or they were in on it too. Aye, that would be it. They were all rotten at the top. If Fenn could find a village, it would likely have a water cart like the one at Enno, because maybe they weren't all rotten at the top. This new Queen Aramella had been carting in water to the hardest-hit areas. Anyone could get a drink from those. She'd emptied the royal grain stores too, probably because she was young. Give her a few years, she'd soon be as bad as the rest. People said Morgram would force her into marriage, for all he was twice her age. Or was it that he wanted to depose her and take the throne for himself? Whichever, that would soon put paid to things like free water and cheap bread. Ah, there, a white farmhouse, set in a stone-walled yard and surrounded by the green rows of a vegetable garden. Next to the garden stood a pen containing 6 black cows. Water. Food. Fenn reached the farm lane, lined with a post and rail fence. A neat painted sign read, "To Rolling Hill Farm." Daft, since the whole area was as flat as a frying pan. Ah, but the question was whether he should risk it. Tempers were short because of the drought. The tempers of farmers were especially frazzled. He'd had dogs set on him at farms for just showing his face. But there were no signs of a village, and his body was screaming for water. He walked along the lane. Up near the yard some bean vines seemed to have been trampled. Happen a cow had got loose. Perhaps he could offer to fix a fence. At the yard entrance he paused, half hidden behind the stone wall. The house, solid and square with a flat roof, was set at the back of the yard. To the left stood a barn. No horses in it, naturally, just the dull sheen of a crystal-powered plough, a carriage, and a couple of velocipedes. There was an acrid whiff in the air, and to the right a group of men stood around the remains of a small bonfire. That was brave, or bloody stupid, considering the conditions. The men, all young, were examining a clump of charred sacking. One of them was poking it with a stick. A group of lads could be bad news. Fenn never courted violence, but there was something about him that made a certain kind of young buck always want to have a go. They saw an opponent, a brute, someone they could test themselves against, and right annoying it was too. Fenn nearly backed out of sight, but one of the lads glanced up, saw him and gave an exclamation. The group turned, Fen had no hat to remove. He stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Good day to you." It came out as a croak. A man from the back came forward, and Fen relaxed slightly, because the man was older, about Fen's own age, and he moved with an air of authority that said he was the farmer. He had greying hair and a shrewd-lined face. He took in Fen's ragged beard, filthy shirt, and patched coat. "What do you want?" "Looking for work." The farmer shook his head. "I've enough men. Do anything. Weeding, digging, minding cows, fixing fences." There was no point, but Fen added anyway. "I'm good with horses. Used to be a groom." Perhaps the farmer heard the note of desperation in his voice, because he paused, thinking. A good sign. A much younger man in a tooled leather jerkin came up, put his hand on the farmer's shoulder. "Uncle, I'll handle this. You get off to town." He turned to Fen. "You're a fine fella, strong as an ox, eh? I've a job for you." The lad's voice was too loud, full of false bonhomie. He was playing to an audience. There was something bad here. All the same, Fen nodded warily. "Oh, aye? What job?" the farmer asked flatly, not moving. "Don't you need a new cesspit?" said the younger. "He could get it started." "Ground's too dry," said the farmer. But he glanced at Fen and back to his nephew and seemed to relent. "Aye, all right then. Won't hurt to make a start." "Payment," said the young man. "A meal," said the farmer. "Water. If he works hard, 2 coppers. At the end of the day, mind." Fen's heart leapt, because a meal and 2 coppers. That was more than generous. "Thanks." Fen touched his forehead in salute. The farmer nodded to him and went off towards the house. Was that a pump in the corner of the yard? Yes, it was. Fen could almost smell the water. "I've a better idea," said the young man. "A meal, yes, but if you make a good job of this pit, instead of the coppers, I'll give you an horse. How about that, eh?" A horse? Fen's heart convulsed in his chest, a sweet, treacherous ache of hope and longing. But his heart was a fool. "You having a laugh?" Fen gave the lad a grim stare, hoping he'd knock the silliness out of him. Very funny." "No joke," said the young man. "Warn you, though, it's a bit clapped out." There was a smothered guffaw from the group of young men. Master Leather Jerkin glanced at them and shook his head. He said to Fen, "Butcher in the village takes anything, though. I've had pies from yon butcher very like made from a horse like this one," someone called. There were snorts of laughter and general agreement. What was their game? Even a horse at death's door would be worth 5 or 6 silvers to a butcher. Fen stared at the young man in stony silence. The young man stepped closer and lowered his voice. "I'm supposed to get rid of the old nag today, but I got business. With a lady. You take the horse, you're doing me a favour, see?" "Oh, Fen said. "Let me see it, then." "That ain't convenient just now." The young man glanced impatiently through the yard gate, as if he could see his sweetheart waiting. "It needs bringing, and I gotta be off. Take it or leave it. Quick now." Fen opened his mouth to say no deal, because expecting him to take a horse he hadn't seen was just plain balmy. But somehow no words came. Because a horse, even the chance of a horse, against 2 coppers. He couldn't keep the creature, of course, but if he sold it to a butcher, 5 silvers would get him board and lodging for a month or more if he stayed off the source. And maybe, just maybe, there was a chance the young man intended to honour the deal. The fellow was well dressed, his shirt rich with blue and red embroidery, his jerkin soft as moleskin. There was, too, a well-fed sleekness to his handsome, regular features. Perhaps 5 silvers were nothing to him. Or maybe he was kinder than he seemed. Luck did come now and again in minor ways. Look at the friendly soldier last night, with his free meal and drinks and his join us, mate. That would have been luck if Fen had not succumbed to the temptation to drink himself into oblivion at the end. And just the chance of owning a horse, even if it was only for a few hours. The very idea was making his fingers twitch with longing to handle the animal, to stroke its stringy old neck and give it a good long drink. "All right, then, a meal on the horse," Fen agreed. "And that's right generous, and I thank you for it. But these men bear witness. And if I sell it, the money's mine and all. Yes, yes, as you see. And you promise to remove it from the property. So, it's a deal." The young man spat on his hand and held it out. "And a halter," Fen said, "to lead it with." More smothered laughter. The back of Fen's neck prickled unpleasantly. Perhaps the poor beast was so far gone he'd never lead it anywhere. Perhaps it was dead. But it was too late to back out now. "I'll toss in an old rope," said the young man magnanimously, his hand still held out. Fen had no spit. He raised his hand to his mouth and made a spitting noise to cover the fact. They shook. A ripple of smothered emotion went through the group of young men. They were nudging each other with their elbows and kicking each other's ankles. If the animal was still alive, it could probably barely walk, poor thing. But the next village couldn't be that far. Fen would take it slowly. Oh, gods! But please let that creature not look at him with its dark, sorrowful eyes when he handed the rope over to the butcher. Maybe he could keep it. For a day. Just time to give it one last rub-down. Get in that drink and let it rest in a patch of shade. Maybe. He got his drink of water, which was so good it was almost worth a day's work in itself, and was led around the back of the house. He was given a spade and pickaxe, and pointed at a spot not far from the existing outhouse. He began to dig a trench, as directed. The ground was like iron, and the sun beat down, and his headache became almost blinding. Clouds of dust flew up, and soon he was dripping with muddy sweat that reeked of last night's barley wine. But, in the middle of the afternoon, a girl brought out a bowl of food, and plenty of it. Several bits of pie crust, and a heap of boiled turnips with a ladleful of bean soup slopped over. Fen thanked her, pocketed the largest pieces of pie crust for later, wolfed down the rest, and drank deep from the pump again. His headache abated, though he'd have given anything to lie in the shady barn and sleep for a few hours. But that wasn't the deal, so he dug on, trying to think of nothing but the spade and the earth. If they did give him this poor nag, it'd be the first horse he'd ever owned. Maybe it would not be quite as broken down as Master Jerkin thought. Maybe it just needed a few nice bran mashes, a rest, a bit of dosing and doctoring. Maybe Fen could find a job and watch it grow plump, see the shine return to its coat and the light to its eye. Maybe he could keep. Maybe nothing. He was mazy with heat, and coming up with bollocks. As the sun grew low, an audience began to gather. The lads from earlier and a handful of children, who perhaps had been in a schoolroom. Only one young woman, who looked to be a servant from her patched apron and work-reddened hands. Master Jerkin arrived, all full smiles and bright eyes. Fen climbed out of the hole and laid the shovel down. "Ground was that dry, but made a good start, I reckon, considering." The lad scarcely glanced at the trench. "Fine, fine. Come and get the horse. It's by the road." A few of the young men kept sniggering. The serving lass was frowning, as if she didn't approve of whatever was about to happen, though she wouldn't meet Fen's eye. She was steering well clear of Master Jerkin too, as if she couldn't abide the bloke. Fen rolled down his shirt sleeves and put his jacket back on. "How far to the next village?" "Not far. 5 miles." "That'll be to the north." "Hey? No, west by southeast." The lad's voice dripped with sarcasm. North it was, then. At least now Fen had a heading. He followed Master Jerkin around the corner of the farmhouse, the crowd trailing after them. The lane was empty. The flat brown fields were empty. The road was empty. There was no horse waiting. A pang of disappointment shot through him, so fierce he almost missed a step. And his own stupid fault it was, too. Hadn't he known all along there'd be no horse? He was about to be the victim of a cruel practical joke. He breathed out against the quivery prickles of anger and humiliation that were tightening his shoulders. How to regain a measure of control? He took another slow drink from the pump, making them all wait. He splashed his face and surreptitiously pocketed a sharp-edged stone, too. He was well outnumbered, but if things turned vicious, he'd defend himself. Master Jerkin led him to the roadway, and here, laid over the top rail of the fence, was a bunch shaped like a pile of old sacks with bits dangling down. The lad gestured at it with a flourish. "Here it is, this here, your brand new horse." Fen clenched his teeth and gripped the stone so hard it hurt his fingers. The sacking had indeed been fashioned into something vaguely horse-shaped. It was like a badly made carnival horse, except it was all of a piece, with no join for anyone to get into. It had a tail like a tube, and a raw edge of fringe stuck up for a mane. The head, perhaps stuffed with straw, rested on a post. Someone had sketched on an eye with a charred stick, and from the mouth protruded a tongue at least a foot long. It had been daubed with red paint, so it looked as if the creature had been lapping blood. It was an ugly horse-shaped scarecrow, life-sized, but not terribly lifelike. An expectant hush had fallen. The crowd was all eyes. They wanted him to protest that it wasn't a real horse, that he'd been cheated. Master Jerkin would contradict him, would perhaps point out the various merits of the horse's conformation. The crowd would roar with laughter. Some men would have played along. Give them what they want. Let them laugh at you. Then, at the end, beg for a few coins or scraps. Everyone would be in good humour, and that sometimes made folks generous. But hate was curdling in Fen's guts, made worse by the fact that he had, for one cruel minute, hoped the horse would be real. He was damned if he'd play the fool. He turned from the horse and began to walk north along the dry, dusty road. Master Jerkin stepped in front of him. "Hey, Mr. Groom, you forgot your horse." Fen glared over the young man's shoulder at a clump of brown grass. "Let me by. You can't go without it." "Aye, fucking hilarious. Mind out." Fen sidestepped, but the young man sidestepped with him. "Take the horse, mate," Master Jerkin said. "Out of my way, mate." Fen sidestepped him again. Again, the young man shifted to stand in his path. "Son, got your wits, old man? We shook on it, remember?" Fen closed his eyes. He'd been knackered when he'd woken up, and this day had been a month long, and he'd dug a trench a mile deep. A mean pulse of pain hammered at his left temple. The desire to not be here was overwhelming. He opened his eyes. The young tow-rag was still there, all full of life and fun and spite. "Don't do this," Fen said. "Don't do what? You did your work, you got your meal, now you're getting the horse. You want to make a cheat of me? Turn me into a cheating Lucian, eh?" "Don't talk to me about Lucians, boy. I'm from Mandil." He didn't know where that had come from, but there it was. "You heard of it? You remember the war? Suppose you're too young, but I ain't. The sea turned to fire, and those Lucians burned my home. And now you think this is funny?" Master Jerkin rolled his eyes. "Gods, it was a manner of speaking. I don't care where you're from. You earned that horse. Take it, then you can go." Things were about to get physical. A shove, probably. It was in the young snot's stance. It was in his eyes. He wasn't going to back down in front of his mates. Fen was taller, twice as broad, with fists like mallets. He could pound the little shit into a smear on the road, give the flies something to celebrate. Oh, and it would feel good to smash the glint from the little bastard's eyes, to feel his nose crunch in a gout of blood and pain. Fen breathed out, unclenched his fists. He didn't hold with violence. It was tempting, but it was never worth it in the end. What would it hurt to carry the horse around the first corner and dump it under a hedge? Should have done that in the first place. Should never have got into this. All that bollocks about Mandio. And it was bollocks. Fen had lost his home years before the war, and his own stupid fault it had been too. He'd been trying for sympathy he didn't deserve. Anyway, no one cared. He was bandying words with a louse. He glanced at the horse again, and saw a way to save a little dignity. "All right," he said. "Ain't what you promised, and you know it. You are a cheat, so I hope you're proud of that. But sacking's good to sleep on, so I'll take it." He nodded to the serving woman. "Thank 'em in the kitchen for the food, missus. There was right generous at least." He turned back to Master Jerkin. "And you, mate, I'll keep you in my prayers. Hope nothing bad happens to you. You know, like falling and breaking your leg next time you ride that velocipede. Those corners, eh? They want watching." The lad knew an ill wish when he heard one. His face hardened, and he took a step closer. But Fen turned away and scooped the sacking horse off the fence, rolled it into a bundle so the long legs wouldn't trip him, hoisted it to his shoulder. He took a step, then another, face burning as the crowd raised a ragged cheer. He wanted to vanish, to run, to be 1,000 miles away in a flash of magic. He forced himself to walk slow. He would not hurry. He would not show he cared. As he passed the young man, the fellow said under his breath, "I see you again. I set the dogs on you." Fen bit back a retort. Wasn't worth it. His back was crawling, as if the gazes of the crowd were trailing across him like tentacles. Time seemed to fold, and he was trudging through a hot morass of shame, reliving 100 other humiliating moments, all the way back to the day he'd walked out of prison 20 years ago and heard the whispers in the street. As he reached the first bend in the road, there was another ragged cheer. He nearly dropped the bundle right there in view, just to show them. But about a half-mile in the distance was a stand of pines. He could sleep there tonight, and the sacking might actually come in handy. To his surprise, it didn't smell bad. No mustiness or mould. There was not even a whiff of smoke about it. It carried the aroma of hay, a sweet alchemy of meadow grass and summer sun. He found a place under the pines that was hidden from the road and laid the sacking out. The body would be his bed, the head a makeshift pillow. He lay down, closed his eyes, and fell into the stupor of one who is so tired he cannot sleep. Images flickered through his head. The poisonous green water of the ditch, the parched brown fields, the dry earth of the trench, and the smug, odious face of the young man with a leather jerkin. And he remembered the cruel, bright burst of hope at the idea of being given a horse. He'd have brought it here, to this shady place. He'd have rubbed it down with a handful of dried grass, given it a good scratch on the withers. Most horses liked that. He still carried a hoof-pick, his single remaining possession. He'd have checked the creature's cracked old hooves for stones. He'd have seen it had no ticks or fly eggs stuck to its belly and legs. He'd have spoken softly, and its ears would have pricked towards him. He had no feed to give it, but he might have scrounged at something. It might have licked the salt from his hands. It might have nosed his chest. And it would have had that scent, that glorious, rich, heady scent of horses, that would have taken him, briefly, back home. Something heaved beneath him, as if the ground were shaking. Oh, gods, what now? Earthquake? Cave-in? Was he never to be allowed to sleep? With a grunt, he rolled over, forcing his stiff legs into a crouch. The sun was nearly gone, but there was enough light to see that the sacking horse was moving. Could some burrowing animal have chosen just this place to come up? He tugged one of the horse's legs to pull it clear, but it seemed to kick in his hand. The sacking humped and fell back to reveal a symbol on the horse's chest. A rune, glowing blue, shaped like an unstrung harp. He dropped the leg as if it had burned him. The sacking heaved and jerked. The horse raised its head, red-stained tongue flapping. It was getting to its feet. It was coming alive. It was. Magic. Fen's gut gave a vicious twist. Magic was dangerous, unchancy, probably evil. It was a tool of princes and politicians and men like Morgram, who meddled where they shouldn't. This was why they'd been so desperate for him to take the horse. Gods, but he had to get away. He backed a few stealthy paces, turned and fled north along the road. He ran for as long as he could, occasionally glancing over his shoulder. To his lasting relief, The dusty road remained empty in the twilight. The horse wasn't following. All the same, he maintained a shambling jog-trot. The land became wilder and less flat. No farms, no fences, just rough ground, lightly wooded here and there. After a couple of miles, he came to a trickle that had once been a river. What luck! Couldn't running water stop magic? And he could drink. He splashed across the shallow ford, gulped down a few handfuls of water and washed his sticky face. Then he hid in some bushes, sweating, surrounded by midges, catching his breath and trying to listen over the murmur of the water for what did a cursed horse scarecrow sound like anyway? Would it whinny? Would its fraying sackcloth hooves clatter on the road? Darker blue shadows gathered under the trees, and the sky glowed a pale lemon yellow. Fenn's breathing slowed. The sweat dried on his back. The horse was gone, thank the gods. He crept from the bushes, drank deep. The road was still empty. He was safe. He stood, turned, and almost walked into the horse. Its sketched-on charcoal eye stared at him, flat and expressionless as the eye of a shark. The rune on its chest gleamed blue, and its tongue was black in the twilight. It had gone ahead and circled back. It was following. And no wonder he'd not heard it coming, because the creature had no hooves, not even sacking ones. Its legs ended in frayed nothingness, and it seemed to hover an inch above the road. Fenn swore, backed away, lost his footing and sat down in the ford. He scrambled up, casting about for stones to throw when it came at him. It blinked, and suddenly its eyes seemed milder, kinder, more like the eye of a real horse. It cocked its head at him and walked in a small circle. It had jerky movements like a marionette, though even as he watched they became smoother. It stopped, tilted its head the other way. It had a wall eye, and it was angling its head to try to watch him, with an eye that gazed backwards. In spite of everything, his pounding heart was slowing, his tense shoulders relaxing, because the creature was just so silly. Its demeanour was so gormless and so startled, as if it were astonished by its own existence. It looked like a balm pot of a horse. Fenn took a step towards it, and it pranced like an excited dog and walked in another tight circle. He sidled over to the bushes and ripped off a long branch. The creature was ridiculous. He was not afraid. But it still felt good to have a weapon in his hand. Out the way! He brandished the branch at it. It waltzed sideways, jerkiness gone, legs billowing like streamers caught in the wind. It was so unhorselike and so comical that in spite of everything a wild laugh rose inside him. He swallowed it down and edged past, along the road. The horse stayed put, looking over its shoulder at him with a coquettish air. Perhaps he need only command it. It was magic, after all. Perhaps that was what it was waiting for. "Off with you," he said. "Go on, go home, to the farm." The horse stood there, wall eyes staring at nothing, tongue flapping. Fenn backed away a little further. It did not move. He backed further still, until a bend in the road hid it from view. Then he turned and jogged off again, tossing the branch away. But what was that, shining in the roadway in front of him? It wasn't. Aye, it was. The glowing rune. The horse. Fen stopped. He would not panic. He was too old and too tired for that. And for all his legs felt weak, he was not scared. His heart was pounding from all this rushing about, that was all. He was afraid of no horse, not even an uncanny magical one. It was irritating, nothing more. He walked up to it, slow but certain, as he would have approached a real horse, and put a hand on its neck. It was like touching a sack of wool, solid, dry, neither warm nor cold. The horse allowed it, shifting its legs slightly, but making no move to bite or kick or run. In fact, it nosed his shoulder and blew air out of its nostrils in a friendly way. It stood 17-2, broad-beamed and strong, a good mount for a big rider or one with a long way to go. Fen took a handful of its tattered mane and pulled, cautiously at first, but then with more confidence as it took a step with him, and then another. The horse walked with him to the trees at the edge of the road. Grand. Now he needed something to tether it with. If only he'd got that halter he'd asked for. He could rip strips from his shirt, but it was the only shirt he had. He examined the creature again in the failing light, and its drooping tail gave him an idea. But could he? Would it be cruel? But it wasn't a real horse. It was nothing but a conglomeration of sacking and straw and magic. It wouldn't be unkind. He backed it to a small tree and tied its tail tightly about the trunk. "Stay," he commanded, adding under his breath as he walked off, "Get out of that, you great lummox." But he'd barely walked 100 yards, and the horse was before him on the path, with its daft pert expression, its flapping tongue, and its shining rune. He tried clapping and waving his arms and yelling, "Shoo!" He tried pushing past it, but whatever he did, it kept circling in front of him and standing in his way. He was sweating again, and his chest felt tight. He must think. Perhaps that rune was the source of all the trouble. He smeared it with a handful of silky dust from the road, but the horse seemed not to notice. He tried doubling back. He tried darting from the road and pushing his way through thick undergrowth, but all he got was scratched hands and a new tear in his shirt. The horse was perpetually in his way. Not aggressive, not threatening, but simply there. Infuriatingly, gallingly there. It was night now, though there was a bright moon. They came to an open place where fields and fences began again. Crickets chirped, and great furry moths kept blundering into the eldritch blue glow of the rune. In the distance, the white radiance of dozens of crystal lanterns was casting the outlines of houses into relief. The scent of frying oil came on the breeze. He'd reached the village. He was stopped short by a reluctance so visceral. It made him hot all over. A village meant people. People who would see him with this sackcloth monstrosity bobbling about in front of him. People who would stare. People who would laugh. People who would ask him where he'd got it, and laugh again if he'd admitted he'd been cheated into accepting it. Because why, oh why, had he been so fucking stupid as to make a bargain for a horse he hadn't seen. Like a fool, like a green boy, like the worst kind of bumpkin imaginable. The fact it was a horse-shaped monstrosity made everything worse, because Fenn knew horses, knew how to judge them and manage them and train them, and have them do as he wanted. This great unaccountable lump made him look incompetent into the bargain. Fenn hung his head, unable even to look at the village. His day had been a nightmare. Not a terrifying one, but a ghastly one for all that. Because he didn't want to be laughed at. Not again. Not today. He was still raw from the humiliation at the farm. He'd rather bear a beating or a month in prison than more laughter. He'd not go to the village tonight. He had those pie crusts in his pocket. Wasn't thirsty. He'd hide in the woods, get some sleep and decide what to do with a fresh head in the morning. There was a wooded spur of a low hill off to the right. That would do. Wearily, he swung a leg over the fence at the side of the road. The horse hopped over the fence too, back legs kicking up like a rabbit. It positioned itself in front of him, its broad back beneath him, its side pushed hard against his left leg. There was no room to get down. Get away! He shoved at its flank with his right foot, to no avail. Stupid thing! Ain't riding you! His own words gave him pause. Perhaps that was what the creature wanted. Perhaps that would make him obey. Aye, and then it would gallop to the nearest lake and toss him in to drown. And yet, he was used to judging the characters of horses. This one was infuriating, intransigent, silly, stubborn. But it didn't seem cunning or evil. And the idea of a ride, any ride, even on a horse like this one. In the old days, Fenn had been known for being able to ride anything at all, even without saddle or bridle. What would it hurt to give this thing a go, out here in the dark with nobody to see? If it wouldn't stay put, and it wouldn't let him lead it any distance, he had to try something. It would be better than trying to ride it in the morning with an audience of hysterical farmers. If the creature bolted, he could just fling himself from its back. The ground here wasn't too stony. He knew how to fall. And if the fall killed him, did it really matter? Or if he broke a leg and couldn't work and died in agony and hunger? Well, again, wasn't that the sort of ending he expected for himself? Did it matter if it happened sooner than later? No, it did not. He wove the fingers of his left hand into the horse's mane and swung his right leg over its bulk. The horse took a dancing step, then another. He nudged it away from the fence, and they were gliding over the field at a beautiful collected trot. Its gait was smooth as silk, perhaps because it had no hooves and wasn't actually touching ground. He sat down into its stride. Whoa, whoa there! And it was walking, a good, brisk, keen walk. He urged it into a trot, slowed it to a walk again, checking that he had control. He did. Even without bit or bridle, the creature knew what he wanted, as horses always had. He squeezed with his heels, and they were cantering. Such a pace it had, easy as a rocking chair, joyous as love. Fenn found he was grinning, stomach clenching with the pleasure of riding again. Smiling. He was smiling. He'd almost forgotten what it felt like. He nudged the horse to the left, circling, then had it change leg and canter to the right. Incalcitrant on the ground, the horse responded to his aids like a well-schooled saddle horse. The oddest thing was the silence, since it had no hooves, but everything else was the same. The power of the animal beneath him, the breath of freedom, and that gut-deep sense of connection. They were aware of each other, listening to each other, doing it together. Water streamed from Fenn's eyes. Ridiculous. It was the wind of their passing, that was all. He dashed the tears away with his cuff. At the far end of the field was another fence. Hadn't the horse cleared an identical jump from a stand? Why not give it a try? Fenn put it at the fence, collecting it with seat and hands just before it leapt. The horse took the jump, ears pricked, game as a grasshopper. Fenn leant forwards too, timing it perfectly. The rough fibres of the horse's short mane twisted in his fingers. The horse jumped wide. Too wide. Fenn leaned further into it, trying to help. But they didn't come down. Time seemed to stop. The ground was getting further and further away. Something, perhaps a bat, smacked into his forehead. He gasped, wobbled, kept his seat. The movement of the sacking body beneath him now imitated a gallop. But they weren't galloping. They were flying. The wood he'd thought to sleep in was below, the treetops at least 10 yards down. There were flat roofs and the shade cloths of the village, the scent of cooking in his nose. Now they were crossing a lake, the moon reflected beneath them like a flickering lamp. Fenn clung on, too astonished to do anything else. His coat was flapping, his hair whipping back. It was cool but not cold, and the moon seemed larger and brighter than it should be. An owl flapped out of their way. The horse moved easily, graceful as a swallow. This could not be happening. Could he be dead? Had he worked too hard in the hot sun with too little food for too long? Walked with his sacking burden to that stand of trees, lain down and died quietly, unmourned, a dead vagrant? Maybe. But this was heaven. What else could it be? He checked his position, sat a little straighter. He felt like a boy again, alive with the frosty exhilaration of an adventure on horseback. Everything was beautiful and wonderful, and nothing mattered. He could ride all night and never get tired. It was like being midway through the first drink, and yet it was better than that, because it went on, and it didn't disintegrate into clumsiness and confusion and the burn of shame and anger. It kept on, shining bright. He patted the horse's shoulder. "Come on, then! Come on, you ugly grey sacking bastard! Show me what you've got!" At his encouraging tone, the horse gathered itself, tossed its head and put on speed. Now they were streaking through the air so fast the land below was a blur of silver and black. The horse wasn't galloping any more. It was simply flying, front legs thrust out before it, back legs trailing behind. They were gaining height. Fenn closed his eyes. He'd never been a religious man. They said the 9 deities lived in heaven, a pleasure garden where nobody worked or felt pain or sorrow. But nobody had ever mentioned horses, so he'd assumed, if he went there, he'd no longer be interested in them, and that sounded like hell to him. But perhaps we all get the heaven we most desire. Except, why a sacking horse? Why a goggle-eyed, loll-tongued scarecrow? Why not something a bit more sublime, a bit more beautiful? Well, but why try to understand the gods? Wasn't that the point? That they were beyond mankind's ken? They had sent him this horse, and it was the most wonderful thing he'd ever known. Or perhaps this was how one got to heaven. Maybe this wild ride was his last. He wouldn't be sorry to leave the world, but maybe he ought to take one last look at it. He opened his eyes and watched the land passing beneath him, fields and towns, dried-up rivers and roads, woods and castles, hills and bridges. But heaven did not materialize. The minutes turned to hours, and the novelty of the experience began to wear off. Being dead was only a fantasy. He was very much alive, and this whole thing was far more likely to be magic. That rune on the horse's chest could be nothing else. Not that Fenn knew much about sorcery. Crystal fixers used it. They jigged crystals to make lamps shine and velocipedes go. Mandillo had burned with a balefire sent by a sorcerer from Lucia, and Morgram had, eventually, put that balefire out with more sorcery. But that was the extent of Fenn's knowledge. A cold trickle of fear ran down his spine. He tried to urge the horse to land, but it would not respond to his commands, and he wasn't sure what the aids for "please land gently on the ground now" were anyway. He clung on, trying to decide what direction they were going. South? No, southwest. His back ached, and his legs were numb. His hands were shaking. The moon was a silver disk. It must be well past midnight. Were they going somewhere, or would they fly forever until he grew too weak to stay astride? When he'd got on the horse, he'd thought he didn't care if he died, and yet now death lay beneath him. He instinctively clutched tight to its mane and forced himself to keep his balance. But wait, the ground was getting closer. A grassy mountainside flashed by, sheep scattering beneath them. They crested a shoulder of the mountain, and there was the sea, glittering in the moonlight. They swooped across a bay full of ships, steep cliffs to his left, a shimmer with pale waterfalls. They were heading for a city balanced on top of tall pinnacles of rock. It must be Paravenna, the capital, because that was famous for being an eyrie of a city of 1,000 high wind-whipped bridges and 100 dizzying crevasses. A royal city, home of the queen and government and sorcery. A jewel of a city perched over a deep harbour. Fenn had never seen it before, but it could be nowhere else. They'd come hundreds of miles, in what could only be a few hours. The horse gained height and flew inland over the sleeping city, over the black abysses that separated the buildings into a mosaic of life and of doom, over the jumbled roofs and narrow streets, over long zigzagging stairs and pleasure gardens and pavilions and tinkling fountains, everything deserted in the night. For a moment, Fenn was eye to golden eye with the statues of the 9 deities who'd gazed out to sea from the roof of a great temple. The horse wheeled, and they were flying back towards the sea, Over the palace, its famous green dragon-scale spires grey in the moonlight, its green pennants ghostly. Beyond the palace, a lone finger of rock rose out of the sea. It was joined to the city by the perfect graceful arc of a single, narrow stone bridge, and upon the finger of rock seethed a vast black mass, amorphous against the summer sky. Fen ducked his head instinctively, but they flew into it. It was cold and wet, and the dark intensified. A cloud. A cloud in the middle of a clear summer's night. The horse banked again, and Fen had a heart-stopping glimpse into a lighted window. A figure with long black hair sat slumped over a desk, face in hands, in an attitude of exhaustion or despair. So there must be a very tall tower inside the cloud. A lone tower, near the palace. A black tower fashioned from rough-hewn stone. That meant something. Something bad. But before Fen could work out what, the horse was descending into a small rain-washed courtyard at the base of the tower. A loggia ran around the edge of the courtyard, and under its shelter several cressets burned red. Not with red crystals, but with actual fire. Wide stone steps led up to a huge double door set into the tower. The tower loomed above like a threat, its upper parts lost in those strange clouds. Opposite the tower, at the other end of the courtyard, stood a gatehouse, a squat building with battlements and a formidable portcullis lowered to the ground. No way out. As the horse reached the paved courtyard, someone, somewhere, started to scream. Not especially loud, but so piercing, Fen felt his ears would bleed if it went on too long. He looked around wildly, but could see nobody, even while the hideous yelling went on and on. After the wide-open silence of the sky, the palace felt cramped and chaotic as a prison cell. A lot wetter, though. It was raining. Hard. How could it be raining here, and nowhere else? This was a terrible place to land. Fen clapped his heels to the horse's sides. Up, up, come on, fly. The horse moved sideways. That strange billowing that was so unlike any real horse's gait that it nearly unseated him. The screaming went on. Come on, get up! Up! Fly! Fly! Fly, blast you! But the horse swung around towards the gatehouse. A blond lad stood there in an open doorway, a sword naked in his hand. His mouth fell open as he took in Fen and the sacking horse. He wore some kind of livery in black and red, though his shirt was unlaced, his jacket unfastened and his feet bare. Only 16 or so, too young to be a proper retainer. Perhaps some sort of page, though he held the sword with confidence. Fen opened his mouth to try to explain his presence, and shut it again. It would be pointless without racket. Then the screaming stopped. The silence was deafening. Into it came the crack and shriek of a bolt being shot. A flash of alarm crossed the blond lad's face, and the horse swung around again to face the source of the noise, the huge double doors at the top of the tower steps. The doors flung open, as if by magic. The flames in the cressets flickered and doubled in size. Despite the rain and his lack of familiarity with court personalities, Fen had no trouble recognizing the figure, in a long black robe, who stood at the top of the steps, a staff thrust out before him. He wore a tall black hat, on which a red jewel winked in the torchlight. He had a neat black beard, long black hair, and eyes as fierce and as furious as those of a hawk. It was the man who stole rain clouds and tried to force queens into marriage. It was the angriest man Fenn had seen in a while. It was the master of the Black Tower, Morgrim, the court sorcerer. Chapter 2. The sorcerer gave his staff a vicious twirl and pointed it at Fenn's chest, clearly ready to destroy an army. Fenn gritted his teeth against whatever hideous hex was about to kill him. How much would it hurt? How unnatural would it be? He ought to run, but he could barely move. He hunched, eyes closing of their own accord, and clutched the horse's sacking mane, as if the coarse twine could help him keep a grip on life. At least he'd die astride a horse. But nothing happened. The rain pattered cool on his head and hands. He opened one eye, then the other, and risked a glance at Morgrim. A shadow of doubt passed over the sorcerer's narrow face. It was almost confusion, if a hunting hawk can ever be said to look confused. "Well," Morgrim said. His tone said, "And how dare you keep me waiting?" It was clear Fenn was expected to make the next move. Evening, sir, my lord." Fenn ducked his head. "I'm right sorry for the intrusion." "You're sorry?" There was such vicious scorn in the sorcerer's voice that Fenn flinched. Morgrim cocked his head to one side, raptor-like. He hadn't lowered his staff. "Who are you?" "Fenn Todd, your grace, sir." "Gods, what were you supposed to call a court sorcerer?"
Your Honour."
Fenn Todd. Morgrim sounded as if he were sizing it up to put in a spell. Fenn shivered. Should he have given a false name? Why hadn't he thought to give a false one? Now Morgrim would be able to find out that Fenn had a criminal record and all. Oh, gods, this was going to be bad. "And what is your purpose here?" Morgrim snapped.
"There ain't one, your worship. It was a mistake. The horse brought me. I didn't mean to trespass. I'll go, quick as you like."
Morgrim frowned, as if Fenn's answer hadn't made sense. "Who sent you?"
"No one," Fenn said. "Honest, I came by the horse, sort of accidental. Tried riding it, only it took off in the air and, well, then it came down here."
Fenn had never felt more stupid or incompetent in his life. The whole thing was a ludicrous, humiliating nightmare.
"But I don't want trouble. I'll be off, Sorry to disturb you, sir."
"You came to the Uncut Tower by accident. You expect me to believe that?" The name made Fenn shiver. He'd heard of it, of course, because court sorcerers had lived here for over 1,000 years. The name was synonymous with magic. The place was reputed to be haunted. It was a giant trap. He glanced about the courtyard again. There were several doors, but they were all closed fast. The stone walls were 5 yards high and slimy with wet that flickered red in the torchlight. And there was that young bloke with the sword to think of, let alone the angry sorcerer. If the horse wouldn't fly, there'd be no escape. Why in blazes had the creature brought him here?
By accident, God's truth," Fenn said grimly.
And what magic did you use? Morgram still hadn't moved from the top step. The tower door stood open to the dark behind him.
Magic?
Fen shook his head.
No. I know what it looks like, but I ain't a magician.
You're lying. Warple horses can't fly. Don't antagonize me, Mr. Todd. You'll regret it. Morgram's glare intensified. I repeat, what magic did you use?
A warple horse?
It was Fen's turn to frown.
Wait, is that a thing? What is that?
I'm asking the questions. There was an edge to the sorcerer's tone, like anger, and yet not quite. Fen found he'd raised his hand in a reassuring gesture.
All right, sir. I meant no disrespect.
What magic did you use? Morgram demanded.
None, honest. I know the horse has a rune on its chest, but that weren't me. That just appeared. I can't do magic.
Liar!
You think I'd come here if I could?
You were trespassing in my courtyard in the middle of the night. Are you now also being insolent? Morgram sounded as if he couldn't believe his ears, but he lowered his staff. Some of the tension went out of Fen. It seemed Morgram wasn't going to do anything unnatural to him, just yet.
No, sir. It was an honest question. If I could do magic, why would I come here? Wouldn't I be lying on silk sheets somewhere with a glass of wine and a valet peeling me a grape?
Morgram gave him one of those quelling looks that people who like to be in charge often gave. Fen had weathered plenty in his time, though never from the most powerful sorcerer in living memory. It made his blood run cold, but he kept his face plain. It didn't do to be too easily cowed. It could make these domineering types worse. No, Fen must strike the right balance between deference and dignity, and never mind that he felt too rattled to be up to the task. It wasn't helping that it was still raining, even though the moon was right there, clearly visible over the yard wall to the east. It was raining only on the tower. Fen shivered. That was right uncanny. It certainly looked as though Morgram had stolen all the rain clouds like people said. This whole situation was unimaginable. Perhaps Fen was dead after all. There was a change in the solid body of the horse beneath him. It was sinking, deflating like a pricked balloon. Its legs bowed and then slid outwards. Its body grew thin, and its head nodded towards the ground. Fen jumped off with a muttered curse, and it sank into a sad pool of sacking on the wet cobbles at his feet. Fen scratched his beard. Blame thing! There'd be no flying out of here on it now. Not that it had seemed inclined previously, but now he was definitely stuck. Perhaps that quelling look of Morgram's had been more than just a look. Perhaps it had been some sort of evil eye. Fen glanced up.
You do that, sir?
Morgram made a scoffing noise that said, Of course I did, but your question is beneath me. He was glaring at the horse with a sort of outraged curiosity. He looked like a bloke who did a lot of glaring. His eyebrows were two perfect curves, positively made for the job. Fen nudged the horse with the toe of his boot, and it gave a plaintive whinny. So it hadn't gone lifeless. It just wasn't standing up any more. In a way, Fen sympathized. His knees felt right shaky. But Morgram didn't seem about to strike him down with a bolt of lightning just yet. And if Fen was flung in a dungeon for a few nights, well, it wouldn't be pleasant, but it wouldn't be the first time. Who knew what would happen to the horse? But he himself would at least be fed and watered. Probably. Regular prisons had to feed you these days, though it was quite possible that Morgram was a law unto himself.
"Well, I know it's an ugly grey thing to have littering up your courtyard," Fenn said, wiping a raindrop off the end of his nose. "And I'm right sorry to have bothered you, and I hope you'll be a gentleman and forgive the nuisance. I'll be off now, eh? I won't trouble you again, I promise."
All in good time. Morgram came down the stairs in a ripple of black silk. He moved like a snake, and in spite of himself, Finn was impressed. The man's grace was mesmerizing. It was hard to look away, and not just because Morgram was so bloody terrifying. "I have questions for you, Fenn Todd." Fenn was hardly in a position to refuse.
"Aye, sir. Ask away."
Morgram began circling him and the horse, examining them from all directions, seemingly impervious to the rain. Fenn stood still, eyes front, determined not to show his discomfort, glancing at Morgram only when he thought the sorcerer wouldn't notice. But the horse's charcoal pupil rolled around like a marble in a bowl, following the sorcerer's every move. What would the horse do if Fenn was thrown in a dungeon? It might already be losing whatever magic had brought him here. But if not, it might wander away, or wait outside like a dog. Or perhaps the sorcerer would keep it, though it was impossible to imagine a man like Morgram wanting such a gormless creature. Fenn wasn't at all sure what he wanted for himself. Part of him wanted to keep the horse. After all, it could fly. Well, maybe it could fly again. But he'd be relieved to see the back of it too. He hardly wanted it bobbing about in front of him, making walking down the road a bloody obstacle course. He'd rather be dead than endure that humiliation for the rest of his life. Although it seemed unfair that the sorcerer might take the horse and give Fenn nothing in exchange, because even if it turned into a pile of old sacking, it would still be Fenn's pile of old sacking. Anyway, it would be best to be as civil as he knew how. But Morgram's next question was clearly not for him. "Jasper, where did you get that ridiculous sword?" Fenn glanced around to see the young blonde lad's eyes widen in alarm at being addressed. The tip of his sword drooped. His hair now hung limp around his face. They were all of them getting wet through. "The old chest in the gatehouse attic, sir," Jasper said. "I see. You realize, Jasper, that weapon is in fact an umbrella, cunningly fashioned by one of my predecessors to resemble a sword." Was that a note of relief in the sorcerer's voice? Surely not. What could Morgram have to fear from the sword of his own page boy? Also, the correct address for a court sorcerer was, apparently, "Sir." "I didn't know that, sir," Jasper said humbly. No, it was nearly a sigh. "There are many things you don't know, Jasper." "No, sir. I mean, yes, sir." "But you do know that weapons are forbidden beyond the gatehouse, do you not?" "Yes, sir. But the screaming? I thought we were under attack." "The intruder alarm is working, as you so astutely point out. But do you suppose, if we were under attack, that I would require the assistance of a boy wielding an umbrella?" Bit of a low blow. It looked near as damn to a sword. And you'd think Morgram would be glad to know his man would run to his defence. But there was well, Fenn would hardly call it an atmosphere, but there was something odd in the way Morgram looked at Jasper, that Fenn couldn't put his finger on. It wasn't exactly unpleasant. It was more that Morgram's expression of weary, schoolmasterly disdain didn't quite match his body language. Watching the sorcerer, Fen was put in mind of a very fine horse that had been stabled for too long. It was as if desperation to move, to act, to do something, was pulsing from every fibre of the sorcerer's being, and yet he was forever holding himself in check.
No, sir. Sorry, sir. Of course you wouldn't need any help, sir,"
Jasper was saying in a cowed voice. The lad shifted his bare feet. They were wet and looked as if they might be getting cold. Very good. Morgram now sounded almost bored. "And, Jasper?"
"Sir?"
"You may notice that there is a small button at the base of the hilt of the umbrella. Now, what do you suppose that does?" Jasper held the umbrella higher so he could peer at the button.
"It opens the umbrella, sir."
"It does, but—" Morgram raised a long finger. The nail seemed to be painted black. Or was it dried blood? "I strongly recommend you do not press it."
"Oh."
A pause, then Jasper added, timidly,
"Why's that, sir?"
"My predecessor had an unusual sense of humour." Morgram paused in his pacing, tilted his head as if an idea had occurred to him. He looked like a falcon noticing a coney. "Of course, I suppose you may share it. Perhaps I spoke too hastily. By all means, press the button if you wish." Jasper winced away from the umbrella, as if it had suddenly grown teeth and bared them at him. It was clear he wanted to drop it, but did not quite dare to. "I'd better not." "I think it best." Morgram resumed his pacing. Rain was now dripping from his face, and from the tip of his very pointy black beard. He wiped the wet away impatiently.
Very well, sir. Should I go then, sir?"
Jasper asked. "Have I given you leave to go?"
"No, sir."
"No? Then perhaps you can make that decision without asking silly questions." Morgram stopped again and turned to face Fen. "Mr. Todd." Fen started.
What?"
Morgram gave him a long look. "You are asleep on your feet, Mr. Todd." Fen blinked. That a man like Morgram would deign to notice that he was tired seemed unlikely, to say the least.
"Been a long day," Fen said uncertainly.
"Then I'll make this brief. Do you know what you've done by crashing in here like this?"
"Disturbed you, I know, and I'm right sorry, but I didn't mean—"
"Yes, but what you have also done is to rip a hole in a very expensive boundary spell."
"Oh, Struth. Now, I didn't mean—"
Fen began. "I have heard your story, which is all very well, but I would like you to stay here at the tower for a while, if it will not inconvenience you, that is." Fen peered up into the clouds. The rain was easing to a light drizzle, but it was still impossible to see the upper parts of the tower.
"Can't see nothing broken."
"Can you not? Then you will have to take my word for it. Have you an occupation, may I ask, apart from introducing Warple horses into other people's courtyards in the middle of the night?" There was a sarcastic note to the sorcerer's voice that made Fen bristle. Mustn't let it show.
"Can turn my hand to most things,"
he said evenly.
"Outdoors work, mind. Used to be a groom."
"Did you? And have you worked for any gentlemen, ladies, houses of repute?" Should Fen tell the truth? But he'd already given his real name, so best not. He stuck to the usual half-truth.
"Worked the posting in at Crielli Pass for a few years, until they finished the tunnel and there weren't no need for horses any more."
"And do you have letters of recommendation?" Fen stiffened, as that was still a sore point, but kept his voice level.
"No."
"No," Morgram echoed, as if he'd been expecting just that answer. "And your accent. Crielli's in the north, But you're from the south, are you not? Duchy of Parsa? Maybe a little farther east. Abbacy of Salmo? But before Fen could say Mandio, to his utter surprise, Morgram made him a small bow. But these are trifles. I apologize, Mr. Todd, for keeping you on your feet. Morgram turned his head. Jasper, prepare a room for Mr. Todd. The tapestry room in the gatehouse, perhaps, if the moths have not overrun it. If Fen had been surprised by the bow, and the apology, and the Mr. Todd, the offer of a room simply floored him. A room, as if he were a guest. Whatever was the sorcerer playing at? Or was guest polite code for prisoner? At Fen's feet, the horse's head jerked. It stretched its neck, gripped a cobble with its mouth, and pulled itself along. Then it gripped the next cobble, and the next, inching along with the frantic haste of a caterpillar that sees a bird. Fen stared at it, uncomprehending. Morgram was watching it too. The sorcerer was still frowning, but now there was something else in his face, something interested, something eager. Whatever it was, the sorcerer was in the grip of a powerful emotion. The horse was inching away from the gatehouse, away from the offered room, away from the tapestry room with the... Suddenly, Fen felt he understood.
The moths. Happen he don't fancy them moths, he said.
The sorcerer frowned some more, deepening the already deep groove between his eyebrows. Clearly, he was a bloke for whom disapproval was a near-permanent state. He wiped the rain from his face again, flicking the water from his fingers with a contemptuous gesture. I was not offering the room to the horse. Morgram bit the words out with exaggerated courtesy, as if he were a whisker away from losing his patience. Fen, however, was so wearied that he nearly lost his.
I know that, but it follows me. Look, it stays with me, got it? So a stable would suit, if you got any stables.
One of the sorcerer's eyebrows rose. He raked Fen with his gaze again, like he hadn't looked enough already. Perhaps he was finally taking in Fen's ragged trousers and filthy jacket and scraggy grey beard and hair. Whatever he saw, he didn't argue. Show Mr. Todd to the stables, please, Jasper. Let him sleep. I can see he needs it. Tomorrow, let him tidy himself up. A bath, new clothes. There are plenty of suitable garments in the linen cupboard in the gatehouse. You know where to look. Make sure he gets a good breakfast. He turned to Fen. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Mr. Todd. When the palace clock strikes 11, please come to the hall. He indicated the tower with a graceful sweep of his hand. Oh, and bring the horse, if you would. He turned his back on Fen's thanks, strode up the tower steps, and slammed the doors behind him. There was the squeal of a bolt sliding home, and the flames in the cressets died. It felt as if a tornado had decided to take itself off to bed. Fen breathed a sigh of relief. He was pretty sure Jasper was doing the same.
Gods, Fen said. He always like that.
Chapter 3. Jasper looked as if he thought it was a trick question.
Like what? 1 minute barking at you like a wolf, and the next all, I do apologise, and would you like a room? Confusing sort of bloke, ain't he?
Jasper said carefully, The master doesn't often entertain, and we weren't expecting visitors.
You don't say.
Fen glanced at the horse, which raised its head to goggle backwards at him.
Great help you were,
he muttered to it. Jasper was still keeping his distance, and not turning his back on Fen. The lad went crabwise toward a large double door under the loggia, to the right of the tower, and laid the sword down on the cobbles against the wall, as gently as he might put down a sleeping baby. He took a couple of steps away from the sword with evident relief. "Shall I show you the stables?" Jasper asked. "So, what am I?" Fenn's heart was beating overly fast, but Jasper seemed no threat. "Prisoner? Prospective member of staff?" He thought a bit and added, scoffing. "A guest? Really?" Jasper twitched. "I don't know, sir." Sir, eh? Jasper was playing it safe. He kept glancing up at the tower door, as if half expecting Morgram to come back and have another go at him. Fenn felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. He had a sweet, anxious face. Couldn't be much fun for him, stuck in here, seemingly alone with the most frightening man in the country. Then it occurred to Fenn that Jasper was very handsome, in a delicate, willowy sort of way, and that there had been something about the way Morgram had looked at him. Perhaps Jasper wasn't a retainer in training at all, but a very different kind of servant. Poor little bastard, if that were the case. Fenn liked a pretty lad himself, but only if the lad had a choice in the matter. Anyway, it was none of Fenn's business. But when he left, perhaps he might offer Jasper a lift away from this awful place, on the back of the horse. "Well then, these stables," Fenn said. Jasper took a crystal lantern off a hook and stroked it to brightness, then opened one of the double doors and stood there, holding it open. "This way, sir," Fenn said to the horse. "You coming? Because I ain't carrying you." The horse lurched up, with all the grace of a bladder being inflated. "Aye," Fenn said to it. "Should think so. Got us in a heap of trouble, you did." But, all the same, he patted its neck. It might be peculiar and irritating, and prone to collapse at inappropriate moments, but it had had a fright. And anyway, instead of the woods, they'd sleep in a stable tonight, and Fenn would get a meal tomorrow, likely, and maybe new clothes and a wash. Gods, maybe even a job. Though it was true the circumstances were dicey. He wasn't sure how he felt about having Morgram for a master, while he worked off this broken spell. He walked over to Jasper, very slowly. Would it be better not to sleep tonight, but to instead spend the time trying to get the horse to fly again so he could escape? But even supposing he could get the horse in the air, what if it wouldn't come down again? He wasn't keen to repeat that experience in a hurry, and he definitely didn't fancy being pursued by an angry sorcerer wanting to claim damages. And even if he did manage to land somewhere safe, then presumably he'd have the horse lumbering around in front of him again, getting in his way. No, it would be better to stay. For now, try to make the best of things. Gods, but he'd be glad to get his head down. Now all the excitement was over. His legs felt like bits of string, and the wet courtyard was whirling like a giddy-go-round. Jasper led him through the double doors and across another rain-washed yard, this time a stable yard, to a row of stalls. Fenn took in the setup with an experienced eye, and approved. There was a good slate roof, with a wide overhang for protection from the weather, and half doors, so the horses, had there been any, could have looked out. There was a pump and a trough for water, and good deep drains with sturdy iron gates built flush, so the horses couldn't trip. Jasper showed him into the first stall, and as Fenn stepped out of the drizzle, his tired heart leapt, because although it was empty, it was clear it was still used for horses. The floor was thick with fresh hay, and not a cobweb to be seen on the wooden walls. That good slate roof was keeping everything as dry and cosy as anyone could wish. A halter and lead rope hung on a peg. A new felted wool horse rug lay over the dividing wall to the next stall, and there was that smell. Hay and oats, and leather and fresh manure, and linseed oil and horses. The scent of a living stables.
"You got horses?" Fen breathed.
"Yes, sir, just the one." There was a bucket of water in one corner, and a full hay net hanging in another. Good. If the sacking horse was thirsty, it could drink. If it was hungry, it could eat. Tired as he was, Fen picked a handful of hay from the ground, twisted it, and gave the horse a rub. It wasn't like drying a real horse. The sacking was sodden, and remained so. But perhaps it didn't matter. It wasn't a real horse, after all. Jasper was looking at the hay-strewn floor in dismay. "Are you sure this is all right, sir? There are other rooms in the gatehouse. I can—"
"Where is it? The horse that lives here?"
"At grass, on the old mustering field."
"Where's that?"
Jasper pointed west. "Other side of the courtyard. Shall I make up a room in the gatehouse for you, sir?"
"No, this'll do. What kind of horse is it?"
Jasper was piling hay more thickly in one corner. "She's the master's saddle horse."
"He rides?"
Fen could better imagine the sorcerer sailing about on a puff of black smoke, glaring while folk scrambled out of his way.
"Him?"
"When he can. He's very busy."
"Fine horse, I bet,"
Jasper said in an awed tone. "She was a gift from Queen Aramella. Cost 300 gold talents, I heard." He finished with the hay. "I'll fetch you a blanket." A fine riding horse, given by the Queen. The selfsame young woman Morgram was supposed to be pressuring into marriage. Interesting. Maybe she liked him after all. Though it was difficult to believe. Although the sorcerer moved well and wasn't bad-looking. Quite handsome, actually, if you liked the type of bloke who might screech and rake you with his talons if you crossed him. Jasper hung the lantern on a hook and ran across the stable yard. Fen's eyes were closing, despite the situation. He couldn't wait for a blanket, and he didn't like to use the felted horse rug because it was so new and fine. He stepped out to the nearest drain, had a piss down it, then went back to his stall and removed wet jacket, neckcloth, boots and socks. It was safe enough. No one here was likely to pinch them. He sank onto the pile of hay. It had sharp ends, as hay did, but it was a sight better than the ground. The Warple horse nosed his hair, and he pushed it away gently. Its damp sacking felt softer than before. He could almost imagine it was the velvet nose of a real horse.
"All right, mate. No moths here, so rest easy. And no stepping on me, got it? Even if you ain't got hooves."
The horse blew warm sacking-scented breath into his ear. Its bulk was dark above him, and he now felt strangely reassured that it did not seem inclined to leave him. Distantly, a bolt screeched. It sounded like the bolt on the tower door. Fen tensed as quick light footsteps echoed through the night. Morgram changed his mind about wanting Fen to stay, coming back to fire off a few more questions. But the footsteps grew fainter, and no angry wizard eventuated. Jasper came back, not only with a black and brown checkered blanket, but also with a pink silk eiderdown, frothy as a dawn cloud. Fen thanked him, touched that Jasper would lend him such a quality bit of bedding. That was sweet, that was, and thoughtful. Jasper bowed and went away again, leaving Fen the lantern. Fen got comfortable, then tapped the crystal to turn the light off, and lay in the dark with his eyes closed. So tired he was nearly delirious. Outside the rain was still coming down, and every heavy drop was the sound of a stealthy footstep. Every swish, that of a heavy black robe. Chapter 4. Fen woke to the drumming of rain on the roof and the gurgle of water in drain pipes. So, he must have passed out eventually. What daylight reached the store was watery and dull, and he was colder than he'd been for months. It was still raining. Steady, constant rain was the only thing everyone had been wanting for months, but Fen could feel no relief or pleasure, because last night the only rain had been here, over the tower, and he was willing to bet the situation was the same this morning. It certainly seemed possible that Morgrim had stolen the clouds. Perhaps he was responsible for the drought. And the horse? Fen raised his head. The creature stood at his feet, chewing meditatively on a piece of pink silk eiderdown. Oh, gods! Fen lurched forward to confiscate it, but only a few shreds remained. Fen knelt in the hay, anxiously examining the animal for signs of distress. But on the contrary, the horse seemed in clover. Its charcoal eyes were half closed in contentment. Its neck was relaxed as it chewed. It stood hip-shot, resting one hind leg as real horses will. The hay net was still full. So was the bucket of water. Well, that was the eiderdown done for. Fen sighed. So much for Jasper's kind gesture. And if the horse was going to give itself a colic, there was no stopping it now. Although, who was to say that Warple horses didn't eat pink silk eiderdowns? Whatever a Warple horse was. In the light of day, it could have been a child's drawing come to life. A child who had seen a horse once, maybe, from a distance. The creature's tail hung like an empty sausage casing, and none of its legs matched in shape or width. It seemed neither mare nor stallion, as if that detail had been deemed unnecessary by whoever had made it. Fen had seldom met a horse that was such a mass of contradictions. It was cocky enough to get in his way on the ground, and it clearly had heart, because it had carried him hundreds of miles in a matter of hours. But it had collapsed when Morgrim had glared at it. In the field last night, it had been a lamb to ride, the kind of horse that read your mind, and yet it refused to land or fly out of the courtyard last night. It looked so flaming gormless, but it had known how to get Fen to ride it, and it had understood the word moths, and it had brought him here, as if it had known where it was going. It found the last bit of pink silk and pulled it into its mouth with that enormous tongue. "All right, you blame thing. Carry on. Hide the evidence." The horse's ears flicked toward him as he spoke, and it blew air out of its nostrils, friendly-like. Perhaps he ought to name it. Saki? Fringes? Ah, but it could fly. Birdie? Sparrow? Swoop? But nothing suited. And anyway, naming it felt like claiming it as his own. He wasn't necessarily going to keep it. No, it could carry on being the horse, for now. He put on his damp socks and boots, got to his feet and froze, groaning. His hips felt dislocated. His thighs ached in places he'd forgotten existed. He'd ridden for hours last night, after years of no riding at all. Ah, and a wild ride it had been, streaking over the dark countryside, up among the stars. It had been marvellous at first, but it would be better not to repeat it. If he did get back on the horse, which maybe he wouldn't, he'd be keeping things slow and calm. No cantering, no jumping, certainly no flying. The horse swallowed the last of the pink eiderdown and cocked its head, tongue flapping, eye rolling. Fen had a vision of it on the road again, barging in his way like it had last night.
"Happen we're best off here for a time, eh? I could teach you not to get in people's way as they walk along. Happen I could get to look after the horse that lives here and all."
He peered into the next stall along. It was empty but for some hay. But from the third stall rose the enamelled and filigreed chassis of a horseless carriage. Morgram's stables, like most in the land, had been partially converted into a garage. Fen stood on tiptoe and noticed the expensive pink crystal that powered the carriage. Only the wealthiest folk had pinks. Well, you couldn't stop progress. At least Morgram still had one horse. The other stalls, about 10 of them, seemed to be empty. Fen opened the door of his stall and stepped out into the stable yard. Like last night, the cloud was heavy overhead. Rain pattered on the cobbles and on the black slate roofs of the outbuildings opposite. But off to the left, only a couple of 100 yards away, the steep roofs of the palace glinted iridescent green in the bright sunshine. There was blue sky over the city's cupolas and spires and bridges too. As he'd suspected, the rains had not come anywhere but the tower. Fen's skin crawled all over again. That was sorcery, all right. The peculiar weather conditions made it difficult to judge the time, but no one was yelling, so it couldn't be that late. All the same, he'd better get on and remind someone that last night Morgram had mentioned breakfast. He turned to retrieve his jacket, and there, pushed up against the outside wall of the stable, was a small table that hadn't been there last night. It was protected from the rain by the wide overhang of the stable roof, and on it sat a pile of folded clothes, a pair of boots and a tray bearing a silver dome, a chocolate pot and a cup. New clothes. Breakfast. The cup was white porcelain with gold butterflies on the rim. Dome and pot looked real silver. Some kitchen maid would get in trouble bringing the good stuff out here. Better be extra careful, especially with that pink silk eiderdown now missing. Would the housekeeper, if there was one at the tower, make a fuss? She might well. Better eat fast before anyone noticed. He took the tray, sat in the open doorway of the stall, and lifted the dome to reveal 2 bread rolls, 2 cold fried eggs, and several slices of cold ham. Oh, glory! Also a pastry, luscious with custard and plums, and in the pot, cold chocolate. The horse was still dozing, showing a very unhorse-like lack of interest in the bread and pastry. Maybe silk eiderdowns were all it ate. Fen stowed one of the rolls and a slice of ham in his pocket, alongside the pie crust from yesterday, and bolted down the rest. He was draining the last of the chocolate when a distant clock struck 9. That was all right, then. He wasn't expected anywhere until 11. He put the tray back on the table and examined the clothes. On the top, under a peculiar-looking hat, was a piece of paper with a few lines of neat handwriting. "Good morning, sir. To get to the bathroom, go through green door at far end of stable yard. Cross covered walkway and enter tower. Turn left. Bathroom is 3rd on right. For hot water, press dragon's nose. Please remember to attend the master in the hall, ground floor of tower, at 11 o'clock as directed last night. Yours sincerely, Jasper Conrassian, Esquire." Fen's gaze lingered on the word dragon. Surely it wasn't a real one. Weren't the dragons all dead, hundreds of years since? He wasn't poking any dragon on the neb, not even for a hot bath. He glanced down to the far end of the yard. The door was a shade of green, so dark it was almost black. Still, it was clear enough which way he ought to go. He sorted through the clothes. The hat was black silk, a truncated cone with a very narrow brim, bound with a black and red striped gross-grain ribbon. He'd feel a right noddy in it, but perhaps it was part of the tower uniform. The boots were stout, black, not new, but carefully polished, and in far better nick than his own. There was a pair of black trousers, white linen, a black neckcloth, and a red waistcoat. There was also a black jacket with red frogging, and an emblem on the sleeve, showing a black tower against a red background. Though he hoped he'd made it plain he was no footman or indoors type. But grooms in really fancy houses did wear livery sometimes, so perhaps that was all this signified. Although, how Morgram expected him to fix this broken spell, Fen had no idea. He'd have to say he couldn't do it, and hope Morgram wouldn't take umbrage. Fen clapped the hat on his head, and bundled everything else under his arm. Then he closed the stall door and latched it. "Going for a wash," he said to the horse. It flicked an uninterested ear at him. The rain had eased to a fine drizzle, though now a mist was coming down. The tower, which loomed over the stable-yard wall behind him, was still half lost to view, but a light shone out weakly from the second floor. Was that the same window he'd peered into last night? Probably. So the long-haired figure who'd been slumped over his desk. Could that really have been Morgram? He looked like a man sunk in the depths of despair. Fen began to walk across the gloomy yard toward the green door. Must have been someone else last night. Because why would Morgram have the Morbids? The Sorcerer had immeasurable power, a whole tower to live in with stables. Not to mention a beautiful saddle horse and grazing close at hand, at least one servant, and plenty to eat. Maybe he was sad about Arabella not caving to his marriage demands immediately. Or, if he was as wicked as people said, maybe he suffered torments from a guilty conscience. Whatever, it felt to Fen that he'd glimpsed a private, personal moment he oughtn't to have seen. He was reaching for the brass handle of the green door when the back of his neck prickled. He was being watched. By Morgram. Glancing down from his tower, Fen whirled to find the Warple horse at his shoulder. It blinked and licked his face with its rough, dry tongue. He pushed it away. "This again, eh? Suppose you opt over the stall door." He led it back to the stall, put the clothes on the table, took the halter and lead rope off the peg and put the halter on the horse. He tied the lead rope to a bit of twine looped through an iron staple in the wall that had clearly been put there for the purpose. "Right, stay." He picked the clothes up again and trudged back to the green door through the mist that now filled the stable-yard. But no sooner than he put fingers to handle than he again sensed a dark bulk over his shoulder. He turned, without much surprise, to find the horse again, the chewed end of the lead rope swinging just above the ground. The horse cocked its head at him and jigged in a jaunty little circle. Fen thanked his stars the yard was deserted. But what to do? Tying it up again would clearly be pointless. There was a whole row of stalls, but they all had half doors, and there were no top doors to close, as there sometimes were. He passed through the mist to the outbuildings opposite. These had ordinary full-length doors, sturdy, dark wood bound with iron, like smaller versions of the great double doors of the tower. If this had been any other stable-yard, he might have risked poking about and trying to find a room he could shut the horse into. But who knew what horrors a sorcerer kept in his sheds? And anyway, best not get caught where he wasn't invited. When you were ragged, people thought you were angling to pinch stuff, whether you were or not. Like it or not, the horse was coming with him. He opened the green door, and was suddenly none too sorry for the horse's company, because the covered walkway led off to the left, over misty nothingness. It must curve around to a back door in the tower, but from this angle it was impossible to be sure because the stable blocked his view. The walkway was fashioned from black wood, sodden with rain. Carved faces leered from the posts that held up the roof. Grinning goats and smirking owls and hairy gloating fish things. Their eyes were inlaid with white stone that gave them all fixed stares. Fen looked over the edge, and his heart lurched in his chest. They were at least 200 yards up above the sea, and the whole walkway seemed supported by a single spindly strut that was bolted onto the wet rock below. "Death trap," he muttered to the horse. If only he were allowed through the tower's front door. But presumably that was for visitors and for Morgan himself, and not for the likes of Fen. And the note had definitely said, "Cross-covered walkway," and also, "Yours sincerely, Jasper Conrathian." Fen tried to imagine young Jasper as a double-crossing murderer out to do him mischief, and failed. That Morgan, though, he might not be above such an underhanded trick. With that cheerful thought, Fen started along the walkway. True to form, the horse tried to push past him. Fen took a tighter grip on the clothes, flung his free arm over the horse's neck, and clung onto the lead rope. "Carry on, mate, and if this thing collapses, hold me up, eh?" The walkway shivered and wobbled with every step. At one point, something vast and dark and spiky loomed out of the mist on the right, and Fen shied like a nervous pony and let out an oath, before realizing it was only the palace, its sunlit halls and buttresses and gargoyles suddenly visible through an eddy in the mist. The palace was only 100 yards away, but across a yawning abyss. Finally, he reached the back door to the tower. The door was iron, streaked with rust, but it opened easily enough. Fen went through it with a sigh of relief, and the horse pushed along with him into the tower passage. The door clanged shut. The passage was hacked out of living rock. Arrow slits let in a small amount of light and a large amount of mist. It felt very crowded with the horse looming beside him. He could try shutting it out on the walkway, but it'd block the way, and he wasn't sure who else might be along. He'd just have to take it to the bathroom and hope they met no one coming or going. At least he wasn't likely to run into Morgram in the bowels of the tower. This felt like servant territory. He shouldered past the horse and began counting doorways. "Don't hold with this," he muttered to it as they walked. "Ain't proper. Horses aren't house pets. You and me are going to have to sort out who's boss one day soon, and I can tell you now, lad, you ain't going to find out it's you." The horse blew warm breath into his hair and nearly dislodged his new hat. "Ah, well, but it's a one-off trip, got it?" The bathroom was cheerful as a morgue, but there was no dragon, and it was good and big, with space for a dozen horses. Fen hurried his sacking monstrosity inside before it could be noticed by a passing housemaid. Not that he'd seen any housemaids, and encouraged it to stand in a corner. In the middle of the room was a huge white porcelain tub with claw feet, a bar of yellow soap balanced on the edge. A speckled mirror hung on a wall that was lush with emerald moss. On a wooden chest beneath the mirror lay a pile of towels, a couple of flannel washcloths, a back brush, shaving gear, and a large pair of scissors. He approached the bathtub and saw that a pipe came down from the gloom of the lofty ceiling and finished with a brass dragon's head. He pressed its nose experimentally, and warm water came out of its mouth in a steaming gush. He pressed it again, and it stopped. That was all right, then. And in a minute, gods, he could hardly wait to be clean. He set the water running, put the new clothes on the chest, and stripped off his rags. Generally, he tried not to think about his personal state, because there was nothing he could do about it. But now he permitted himself a grimace of distaste. His clothes were stiff with dried sweat and dirt, and removing them released the odour of his body, sour, sweet, and foul, only bearable because in a moment he could wash it all away. But first, his hair. He took the scissors and hacked away at the long strands. It was mostly grey these days, with a bit of brown sprinkled through. He cut it as short as he could, all over. It had been itchy lately, and he wasn't sure if it was lice or just dirt. He trimmed his beard as short as he could, too. He'd shave after his bath. He turned the water off, climbed into the tub, and sank under. It was marvellously deep and blissfully warm. A pang of unease shot through him. Had he used more hot than he should? Better make it count. He lathered up and scrubbed every bit of himself, first with the back brush, and then again with a flannel, until he was red and stinging, though no amount of washing would remove the dirt ingrained in his hands and the heels of his feet. The bath-water went the same threatening grey-brown as the clouds that were massing outside. The mist had cleared, but it was going to come down heavy again any minute. More rain, and the rest of the country in drought. Could Morgram have stolen all the rain clouds to hold the country to ransom? His price the hand of Queen Aramella in marriage? But Aramella had given Morgram an expensive saddle-horse. That didn't fit with a ransom theory, unless the gift wasn't what it seemed. Maybe royalty made a habit of giving sod-off presents. Or maybe the horse was a right bastard, and the lady hoped it'd throw the sorcerer and kill him in the process. Or maybe she actually liked him. Morgram was alarming, that was true, and it was easy to imagine him wanting the crown. But he'd been sort of decent in the end, giving Fen a place to sleep and breakfast and all. That wasn't the act of a monster who deliberately made cows die and crops fail. Mind you, people never did have convenient horns and fangs so you could identify them easy. Life would be a lot simpler if they did. And who knew what would come next? Fen drained the filthy water and rubbed himself dry. All the washing notwithstanding, grey rolls of dead skin came off with the towel. He shaved and turned for the clothes feeling 20 pounds lighter, though it was only a bit of dirt and hair that was gone. He dressed, fixed his neckcloth in the mirror, and stared at himself in awe. He was a vagabond no longer. He was worn, with new lines in his face and his head a field of grey stubble. But he lifted his chin and squared his shoulders, and Mr. Fenric Todd looked back at him, ready to visit a saddler or bargain with a grain merchant. His guts were fair churning at the thought of his upcoming interview, but strangely, it was more anticipation than fear. It felt like he was about to try out a new horse, or maybe get a fuck from a handsome stranger at a fair. It was an echo of how he'd felt for a while last night, riding that silly-looking sacking horse up amongst the stars. Aye,
It was marvellous what a full belly and a wash and some new clothes could do, but it was dangerous to hope for a good job at the tower, because hope made a man careless, vulnerable to the next sucker punch. Morgram wasn't the avuncular type who arranged staff parties and knew the names of his servants' children. Young Jasper seemed scared, so Fen should be too. But life could always get worse. If Morgram wouldn't let Fen go, and the horse wouldn't fly out, he was stuck here, surely as a man in a prison cell. He leaned closer to the glass, noted the broken veins in the whites of his eyes. His hair was thinner on top than last time he'd had access to a looking-glass. His nose was still askew, and the ragged scar still marred his cheek from that full 30 years since. He was still himself, still an ex-criminal with no recommendation, still aging fast, still a whole lot of skills nobody wanted anymore. He couldn't change any of that. He glowered at himself until the light in his eyes died. Watch it, mate," he whispered to his reflection. "You ain't all that. And this is Morgram you're dealing with. Morgram. So, be bloody careful." Chapter 5. At the last stroke of the 11 o'clock bell, Fen presented himself at the main tower door. It felt mighty brassy to be rapping at the front door like a visitor, but he hadn't been able to find a servant's entrance, nor anyone to tell him how to find one. Jasper seemed to have vanished, and while Fen had investigated the bowels of the tower and found a cold and silent kitchen, a deserted scullery, a pump room, a box room, a bric-a-brac room, and a room full of bats, he hadn't found another single person. It was as if everyone had run away, or died, or been magicked off to gods knew where. He'd been gladder than ever of the Warple horse, which had dogged his every step and goggled at everything along with him. There was no answer, so he knocked on the tower door again. He was thinking of knocking a third time, when the bolt shot with the same ear-piercing squeal as the previous night. Fen's heart beat faster, even while a distant part of him wished for a drop of oil. The front door opened, and his pounding heart began to gallop, because it was no butler or footman, but Morgram himself, in his sweeping black robe. He was hatless today, and his hair fell past his shoulders like 2 lengths of black silk, interspersed here and there with threads of white. His beard was so neat, it could have been sculpted in jet. His dark eyes widened in surprise. "Morning." Fen hastily removed his new hat. "Sorry to disturb. Couldn't find no other way in." A faint flush, probably annoyance, appeared on Morgram's cheeks above his beard. He was staring up at Fen, as if he'd never seen him before. Fen added defensively, "Brung the horse, like you said, sir." "Mr. Todd." The sorcerer stepped back and opened the door wide. "I scarcely recognized you. You've bathed, I see, and tidied yourself. You look very different. I hope everything has been to your satisfaction. Please do come in. Yes, the horse too." The room the sorcerer called the hall was vast, dimly lit and circular, taking up what must be the entire diameter of the tower, which was at least 50 yards across. Murky tapestries hung at intervals on the dark stone walls, and a huge empty banqueting table split the room in two. To the right was a roaring fire, built inside a fireplace that could have accommodated a family of 4. At the far side of the room lurked a confused jumble of shadowy shapes that could be furniture, or iron maidens and thumbscrews and so on.
Fen suppressed a shiver. At least there was plenty of room for the horse. "Please." Morgram stalked over to the fire, robe belling out behind him, and Fen saw that the robe was, in fact, not all black. 2 long flashes of dark red rippled down the sides, giving the subtle impression of blood, as if Morgram were a torturer on his tea break. Fen followed, hat in hand, the horse at his shoulder, his stomach churning. The pink silk eiderdown kept popping into his mind, though he'd hardly trouble the master of the tower with such a domestic trifle. It was a guilty conscience, that's what it was, because he didn't ought to have let the horse eat it. Not that he'd been awake to stop it, but somehow he felt to blame. The palms of his hands were sweating. Morgram turned his back to the fire and wrapped his robe around himself, so that he resembled a giant bat, except a giant bat would have been less alarming. His eyes glittered as he looked Fen over. Fen averted his eyes so as not to stare back. The hearth was flanked by tall wooden screens that jutted out to embrace 2 easy chairs, the only trace of comfort in the room. But even this fireside nook was far from cosy, because the screens had been carved by the same hand that had fashioned the faces on the covered walkway. The screen on the left showed ghouls feeding in a graveyard, the one on the right dancing skeletons. A flash of movement behind the skeleton screen made Fen's heart skip a beat. Could young Jasper be lurking there? Or someone else? Or something else? Who knew what creatures a sorcerer might have at his beck and call? Fen swallowed with a dry mouth, and rested a hand on the horse's withers to give them both courage. It was trembling, and no wonder. The sorcerer had a way of looking as if he knew everything about you, and didn't think much of it. He might have greeted them politely enough, but next there'd be a bollocking about that broken spell, and when that was done, Fen would be told just how long and hard he'd have to work to pay the damn thing off. "I trust Jasper saw to your needs?" Morgram asked. "Can't complain," Fen said warily. "All right, the bollocking would begin now. Would you care for some refreshment? A glass of plum wine?" Fen blinked. Wine? At 11 o'clock in the morning? Was this a test to see if he was a drunkard? Had Morgram already made inquiries? "No, thank you. Something else? Elderflower cordial, very soothing in the damp. It'd be some kind of hex potion, more like. No, thank you." "No? Well, if you're sure." Morgram held an arm out, indicating the easy chair to the left of the fire. "Please take a seat, Mr. Todd." Fen gaped. It was rude, but he couldn't help it. First a drink, now a seat at the fireside like he and the sorcerer were old cronies. What kind of job interview was this? You sure?" Fen said. Morgram gestured at the chair again. "Please." Fen eyed the chair. It was embroidered in black and dark green leafy patterns that must have taken a deal of stitching. Its back was covered by an antimacassar, not the usual white, but black with dark green lace all around. Fen took a cautious step towards the chair, but as he did so, the horse stretched out its neck and gave the antimacassar a very interested sniff. Fen stopped, pulling it up short. It couldn't go eating things in here. The idea. And in any case, perhaps it was better to stand. If he sat, he'd likely find the chair was a hideous trap and he'd never stand up again. Because the court sorcerer could not want to sit down with Fen Todd. He took a step backwards, pulling the horse with him. "Fine on my feet, thank you, sir." Morgram bowed his head in a graceful, as-you-wish gesture, and turned his attention to the horse. The creature shifted uneasily under Fenn's hand and rippled its legs. It was beginning to steam in the heat from the fire. "Quite remarkable," murmured the sorcerer. "Never seen anything like it myself," Fenn agreed. "Perhaps you'd be so good as to tell me how you came by it." "Like I said last night, pure chance." Morgrim sat in the chair opposite and stretched his legs out, crossing them at the ankle to expose red boots, dyed the same shade as the flashes in his robes. He tilted his head, gazing up at Fenn and the horse. His pose was that of a man taking his ease, but the hem of his robe was quivering. Was he cold, excited, tense? Was he one of those tightly wound bastards who'd act calm and then up and brain Fenn with a poker? There was a poker too, a wicked long pointy one hanging on a stand near the sorcerer's right hand. Although likely a sorcerer would use nothing so friendly as a poker. And now Fenn looked. The sorcerer's staff was there as well, propped against his chair. Right handy. Fenn took another half-step backwards, trying to make it look as if he were jostling with the horse. If Morgrim tried anything, Fenn would leap backwards, gain that table and kick him in the face, then mount the horse, if it'd cooperate, and try to get to the door. No, better to run for the door and jump on the horse's back once they were through, and then hope to the gods the creature would fly again. "Perhaps you could tell me everything, Mr. Todd, from the beginning, everything that befell you the day you found the horse." "Well, I woke up and thought I'd better look for work, having none, you understand." "Yes, and where was this?" Fenn imagined saying, "Don't know, I was that fox the night before, I can't remember." And to his surprise, his cheeks grew hot with shame. Plenty of people had seen him drinking himself into oblivion when he could afford to, and he'd never cared about it before. But he'd never admitted it aloud, and especially not to a man like Morgrim. The sorcerer just didn't look like the kind of bloke who'd understand. He was too in control, too sharp, too dignified. He'd likely never had a few too many in his life. Fenn stopped hoping for a job tending the sorcerer's fine horse. It would be enough to get through this interview alive. "It was in the countryside outside Enno, in the north," Fenn said. It was close enough to the truth, and yet safely vague. But the sorcerer pounced on it at once. "You mean in the countryside to the north of Enno? Or do you remind me of my geography, Mr. Todd?" "North of Enno," Fenn said quickly. "Well, it might have been to the north. Anyway, I went to the nearest farm, and they'd a cesspit to dig, and the payment was a meal, and He didn't want to say it. It was all too easy to imagine Morgrim saying silkily, "You actually thought they'd give you a real horse in exchange for digging a hole? Goodness, Mr. Todd, they saw you coming, didn't they?" And Fenn didn't want to look like a fool. He didn't want to earn Morgrim's disdain. He didn't want it with a passion that surprised him. But he'd already lied once, and he had a nasty feeling that Morgrim could smell something not quite right. Morgrim's gaze was on him, calculating, considering, judging, and his silence was making Fenn sweat. It would be wiser to tell the truth about the next part of the story. "Truth is, they cheated me into taking this here horse, and I'm not proud of being anyone's dupe, and I don't like to confess it. But there it is. I was on my uppers. They said they'd give me a meal and an old horse for a day's work, and I shook on it." Fenn finished his tale, the horse coming to life and following him, the decision to try riding it, the wild flight and the surprise landing. "Fascinating," Morgram murmured. Did the farm have a name? There had been a sign, an odd name. But no, it was gone, and Fen was too nervous to remember it. No. You hesitated. No crime in thinking, is there, sir? What about these farmers? Did you get their names? Never asked. They were just farmers. Nothing out of the ordinary. You didn't hear what they called each other? Fen shook his head. Don't reckon they called each other anything. Can you describe them? The older fellow went into town. The younger one wore a leather jerkin and a fancy shirt. Handsome, self-regarding type. Didn't like him above half, frankly, but didn't see as I'd much option. You never met him before? No. Not come across him in Enno? No. He was a good-looking bloke. Reckon I'd have noticed him. Something seemed to flash in the sorcerer's eyes, but his voice was smooth as ever. Are you in the habit of noticing handsome men, Mr. Todd? Fen shrugged. Liking blokes hadn't been illegal for 30 years, but it was often better not to let on. A bead of sweat ran down the side of his face. Hopefully Morgram would think it was the heat of the fire. It was hot, after all, though he could feel the chill of that great cavernous room at his back. It was a distinguishing feature, that's all, Fen said. Morgram inclined his head as if conceding a point. And why do you suppose this handsome young man was so keen to get rid of a heap of sacking? Why not lay it to keep down weeds or some such? Well, reckon they'd been having a clear out, but this here horse wouldn't burn. Fen frowned. Though I don't know why. It was good and dry. But anyway, then I come along and they think, here's a chance to get rid of a bit of rubbish and have a laugh into the bargain. The sorcerer's eyes were reflecting the flames, dancing like liquid fire. Did he think it was funny too? Fen added defensively, I knew there'd be no horse. Not really. I'd have dug that pit for the food. The sorcerer examined his own black fingernails. Your story does not reflect badly upon you, Mr. Todd, though I find it interesting that you believe it does. The villain of the piece is this young man, who thought to make you the butt of his joke by cheating you, whereas all you did was hope for a good bargain. Hope is not a crime, is it? Fen glared at the floor. There was a roaring in his ears, and he was hot all over again. It felt as if the sorcerer had ferreted out some tender core of him. Because, yes, he'd hoped. And that was shameful somehow. Perhaps because it was so naive. Anyway, the sorcerer continued, you lay on the sacking to sleep, and until the moment it first moved, you never used magic at all, never in your life. Never. Wouldn't be wandering around digging cesspits if I had magic, would I? Perhaps not, though it seems a most practical and necessary occupation. Tell me, what exactly was going through your mind when you first felt the horse move? Nothing. I was falling asleep. You must have been thinking of something, Morgram insisted. Well, horses, probably. You weren't thinking of Paravenna, of this tower? No. You weren't thinking of me? No. Fen felt himself blushing, though gods knew why. If only he could loosen his new neckcloth, which was feeling tighter by the moment. Nor of Queen Aramella? Fen frowned. Why would I think of her? It's her coronation in a month. Perhaps you thought of that. It might be natural for a citizen of the country to consider such an event. Coronations were nothing but expensive fuss to Fen. He said, Oh, you think? The sorcerer's eyebrows rose, and Fen added, I did think of the Queen earlier that day, actually. Yes, sir. I thought about how they say you'll force her into marriage, or depose her and take the throne for yourself.
Gods.
Yes, Morgram prompted.
Aye, because I was that thirsty and she sent a water cart to Enno. I wished I was there, having a drink.
Do you support her coronation, Mr. Todd? This was getting worse by the minute. Fenn found himself examining the mirthless grin of one of the capering skeletons on the screen behind the Sorcerer, as if it might help him find the right answer. Aramella had an older brother, who a lot of people thought the king should have appointed as his heir, because Tullivo was older and a soldier and a man into the bargain. The monarch got the deciding vote if Parliament was ever split, and had other powers besides, so it was an important job. But from what Fenn had seen, Tullivo cared only for power and his own importance, whereas Aramella had done things to make life easier for ordinary folks, like distributing the contents of the royal grain stores in the second year of drought. From what Fenn had heard, Tullivo had opposed that measure. But what answer would please Morgram? Morgram was no pet magician, for all he was attached to the court. He might not have a vote in Parliament, but he was a force to be reckoned with. So would he support the lady or not? "You hesitate, Mr. Todd," the Sorcerer pointed out.
"Don't really have a view,"
Fenn lied. "No preference at all?"
"Ain't my place to have a preference, is it? The old king named her."
Fenn shrugged, as if to say, and that's the end of the matter. But the Sorcerer wouldn't leave it alone. "And what do you think of her?"
"Never met the lady."
"You don't think Lord Tullivo would make a better ruler? He's 30, a soldier, an experienced man. She's a girl of 20.
"Ain't my place to say."
"But you are not against her taking the throne?" Suddenly Fenn thought he understood the Sorcerer's line of questioning.
"If you reckon I came here to cock up the coronation in some way, you're balmy. I never met the lady, and it ain't none of my business who takes the throne."
That had hardly been tactful. Shouldn't have called the court sorcerer balmy. And yet, Morgram's polite but intent expression hadn't changed. "Oh well, in for a copper." Fenn added, "But I think she's done all right with her water carts and cheap grain, whereas that Tullivo fella's never done nothing as far as I can tell, except spend tax money on gold plate and fancy uniforms." Morgram smiled. It was a bit grim, but it looked genuine. It reached his eyes, which softened for a moment. For the first time, Fenn considered Morgram not as a sorcerer, but as a man. A tired, middle-aged man, on edge but pretending not to be, wearing what looked like robes of state in his own front room. He was haggard, like he didn't sleep or eat enough, or perhaps spent his nights in unmentionable debaucheries. But he was very attractive, with his lean, clever face, his high cheekbones and neat beard, his daunting frown lines, currently softened by the dim light. Maybe Aramella was 20 years his junior, but maybe she actually loved him. In fact, the longer Fenn spent in Morgram's company, the likelier that seemed. It wasn't hard to imagine women, or men of all ages, falling for this graceful, dangerous, courtly man. Then the smile faded, and Morgram the sorcerer was back. "Enough of affairs of state. Let's get back to you, Mr. Todd, falling asleep on the sacking. You say, perhaps, you thought of horses."
Maybe."
"You're fond of them?" Fond. How could Fenn explain that horses were everything? That he loved them so much he dared not think of them too often, for fear the lack of them might cause him to break.
"They were my life once," he said.
"Of course. You were a groom." The sorcerer's gaze left Fenn's face, and went to the horse again. The fire crackled. Rain rattled against the windows. There was silence from behind the screen. No movement either. There had probably never been anything there. Or maybe it had been a rat. Aye, there's a happy thought. A rat as tall as a man and standing on its hind legs. A man who loves horses, thinking of horses, the sorcerer mused, lying on an old sacking horse that nobody wanted. Fen waited, but the sorcerers seemed to have finished.
You think that's it? I wanted an horse, so this one came to life.
Fen frowned.
Sounds like bollocks. I mean, that just don't sound likely.
Morgrim contemplated him for a few moments, then said slowly, I suspect you have always had a spark of magic in you, Mr. Todd. Long buried, perhaps, but burning there deep down. You love horses. You came upon a Warple horse with its memory of ancient magic, and it was your horse. You had worked for it. Rather hard, I suspect. I think the spark in you woke the memory in the horse, and, suddenly, you're flying. Fen stared at him, a peculiar feeling in his chest. The sorcerer's words made no sense.
What do you mean it remembers magic? Begging your pardon, but what is a Warple horse anyway?
It's a piece of history. They were sewn together with magic by sorcerers in the olden days. Morgrim pointed a slender finger at the horse's chest. That rune is vor, or war, in one of the ancient magical languages. It means to pull. War and pull, I suppose, led us to Warple, and pull is what they did. They were used in great houses to turn spits and so on.
Ah, but why is it so...
Fen broke off. He wasn't sure why, but he didn't like to say it in front of the horse. You refer, perhaps, to its eccentric appearance?
Ah, that,
Fen said gratefully. Tradition. They're supposed to have a gay and festive air. In the old great halls, the sorcerer waved his hand to indicate the cavernous gloom. Like this one, the spits were in a public place. On a festival day, they brought out the Warple house and got the spit going. Seeing it got people in the mood. Fun, you know, like a man hitting people with a bladder on the end of a stick. Merry japes.
Fun.
Fen repeated the word dully. They were simpler times, Morgrim observed. This is 300-400 years ago. I suppose they simply fell out of favour. Certainly no one has used them for well over 100 years. Fen tried to imagine himself back on the estate 300 years ago, part of a big household, secure in his position, young and ready for a laugh. Would he have found the Warple horse funny? Festive? Maybe. Especially if it had been yoked to a spit and not following him everywhere. He laughed at lots of things once. But had the horse minded people laughing at it? It seemed oblivious to its surroundings half the time, but who could tell? He felt a rush of sympathy for the thing, and ran his hand up its neck.
It's 300 years old,
Fen said. At least, I should think.
But the sacking feels new. Don't smell. No rot.
Magic can have a preserving effect.
So, why would it be afraid of...
Fen mouthed the final word. Moths. I'm afraid I don't know. Perhaps it merely dislikes them. Perhaps they get inside of it and flutter about.
Ah, maybe,
Fen said, impressed that Morgrim could come up with such an insightful theory into an animal's behaviour. It showed a bit of understanding, that did. A bit of sensitivity.
And that preserving effect, that's why they couldn't burn it?
Yes. Luckily for you, Mr. Todd.
Lucky?
Fen tasted the word.
Ah, you think it's lucky?
I think this young man played a cruel trick on you. I think it backfired. Spectacularly. Yesterday you were on your uppers, as you so term it. Now, you're a magician. Chapter 6. Fenn's legs felt as if they'd turned to water. He managed to wobble forward and sink down into the chair opposite the sorcerer. The antimacassar would have to take its chances.
That ain't right, Fenn said. It's the horse what's magic. There's nothing magic about me.
No. Morgrim did his hawk-like head tilt. And yet I have never met another man who had a Warple horse follow him about. I have never seen a Warple horse behave like— The sorcerer's gaze flicked to the horse. It batted its eyelashes at him, and he frowned. Well, like something vaguely approximating a real horse, and I've certainly never seen a flying Warple horse. Never.
No, but that's the extent of the magic.
A flying horse isn't enough for you? Morgrim smiled again. Less grimly this time. The effect was startling. He seemed 10 years younger, and about 100 times more approachable. He looked, in fact, dead charming, like the kind of bloke anyone would be happy to have a pint with.
That's not what I meant, Fenn said. I mean, magicians can do anything, can't they? Conjure things and put magic crystals in velocipedes to make them go, and curse things, and I don't know what else. All I got is this horse. I don't mean to make light. It's a wonder, all right, but it don't make me a magician.
Have you tried to use magic in other ways?
Course not. Where would I begin?
You haven't tried. Well, you've scarcely had time.
I just think you've got it all wrong,
Fenn said, a note of desperation in his voice. There is a theory, Mr. Todd, that everyone has magic within them. Most people simply never meet with the conditions that allow them to tap into it. You have discovered the right conditions.
But the horse don't obey, Fenn burst out. It follows me everywhere, but that ain't necessarily what I want.
Having magic is one thing. Learning to control it is another. Fenn shook his head helplessly.
All right, then how did they get them to stay put in the old days? They weren't all the time pulling things, surely.
A very pertinent question, but I'm afraid I've no idea. Fenn wished he'd taken the sorcerer up on that wine. He ought to be happy. Magicians didn't want for much, but he just felt winded.
I'm a plain man, he said helplessly. I'm a groom. I never hoped for this.
Do you think it is naive to hope, Mr. Todd? Fenn was startled into staring. It felt as if Morgrim had cut close to something important.
Maybe.
Even to himself he sounded a curmudgeon. And yet, hope was naive. Life was hard, and then you died. And the best you could hope for was that death would be quick and not too painful when it came.
It's naive for the likes of me, he added slowly.
Because that was true. And yet now Morgrim had made him think about it. He realized he had never quite given up hope. Not completely. Or not for long. And it felt as if Morgrim had given him something back. Some part of himself, perhaps, that he'd not known was missing. Because if he always had a little bit of hope left, then he needn't be a hopeless, grumpy old bastard if he didn't want to be. He could be a man with dreams like anyone else. He could, maybe sometimes, be happy. He found he was staring at Morgrim with his mouth open. Gods, no wonder Morgrim was one of the nation's top men. He was so perceptive it was almost frightening. And here he was, conversing with Fenn as if they were equals. Naive or not, Morgram said, here you are. Your life has changed.
Has it?
Of course. The sorcerer raised a single eyebrow. Take it from me, Mr. Todd. Perhaps yesterday you were a plain man. Today, you have magic practically oozing from your fingertips. I can feel it from here. Morgram was giving him a look that in any other man he'd have translated as "meet me out the back in 2 minutes," which was ludicrous, for all it made his balls tighten and his heart beat faster. Then the sorcerer averted his eyes, face closing, and Fen felt doubly ridiculous. It was all this talk of magic and luck and hope and the like. It was making him giddy. He'd best watch out, or he'd really get himself into trouble. He ought to steer the conversation back to business.
All right, then. Thank you, sir, for explaining about Warple horses and magic and that. It's right interesting, and you've given me a deal to think on. But now, perhaps, we should get to practical matters, such as duties and the like.
Duties?
My duties.
Fen indicated the livery he wore.
Thought that's what this was all about. This broken boundary spell. I suppose I got to work that off. That's it.
Morgram didn't speak. He was clearly thinking, but it was impossible to tell what. A log shifted in the fire and sent a puff of smoke into the room. Outside, the rain had become harder and was splattering against the windows as if it were trying to get in. The Warple horse gave the arm of Fen's chair a furtive lick, like a child tasting a lump of nougat during class. He nudged it away with his elbow. No, the sorcerer stood up suddenly, like a man making up his mind to do something. No, I was mistaken about the broken spell. The clouds, you know. They obscure the magic sometimes. No, Mr. Todd, you're free to go. There was a sound from behind the skeleton screen, as if someone had started and knocked it with their elbow. Fen stood up too. You hear that? Just a rat. The place is overrun. Morgram made an impatient gesture. But do you understand? You're completely at liberty to go, but I hope you will not leave immediately. I'd be honoured if you'd stay for a time, as my guest. Fen fair gawped at him. It was like last night, and the offer of the room in the gatehouse. Only this time there could be no mistake. You are a magician, Morgram said. I am too. We are few and far between. Yes, there are hedge witches and crystal fixers and so on, but people like you are very rare. Assuming you can get the horse in the air again, you have the power of flight, which is almost unheard of. So, I offer you hospitality. You may have the use of my library, if you wish. You could, perhaps, discover how they made Warple horses stay where they are put. I have hundreds of old volumes that— Morgram stopped himself short. That is, forgive me, but can you—
I can read,
Fen said quietly. It struck him that Jasper, with his written note, had simply assumed Fen would be able to read it. Morgram had caught himself in the same assumption and checked. That seemed meaningful, though Fen wasn't sure why. The sorcerer bowed. Then my library is yours. You might learn what you're capable of, and what the horse is capable of.
Well, that's—
Fen felt all at sea. It was too much. He was suddenly horribly reminded of the young snot from yesterday, with his offer of a horse. That had been too good to be true. Surely this was the same. He stared at Morgram, trying to take the man's measure, to read his mind. Morgram wouldn't invite a load of courtiers over to laugh at the idiot with the ridiculous horse, would he? But Morgram's eyes were serious and steady. There was not a hint of laughter about him. "It's a decent offer," Fenn said. "So, you'll stay?" I don't rightly know." "Pardon me, but do you have anywhere else to go, Mr. Todd?" Fenn wasn't sure how he felt about admitting it, but to lie seemed pointless. "Can't say I do." "Then it's settled. You're my guest." Morgram went to a small bureau that crouched near one of the windows, rummaged in a drawer, and pulled out a square piece of white pasteboard the size of his hand. It was ornamented with black ribbons and red seals. He took pen and ink from the same drawer and glanced at Fenn. "Your given name, Fenn, is it short for something?" "Fenric," Fenn admitted, a bit reluctant. Giving his full name felt dangerously formal, like someone was about to get control over him, but he could hardly have refused to answer. Morgram nodded, wrote on the pasteboard and handed it to Fenn. "A pass to the tower," Morgram said, "so you can come and go as you please. Jasper will let you through my gatehouse without this, but there's another gatehouse on the city side of the Tower Bridge. It's manned by palace guards. They'll want to see that every time you enter or leave." Fenn glanced at the pass. Morgram had written, "Mr. Fenric Todd and horse, to leave and enter the Unkard Tower at will." He had very tidy handwriting. He'd signed it, too, with an elegant, illegible flourish. "Thank you." Fenn put it in his pocket, as if in a dream. He still couldn't believe this was happening. "We will, of course, find you a more comfortable room." Fenn shook his head. "Stables are fine." "I'm sure we can do better. Though I hope you won't object to wearing my colours while you're here. That is something of a tradition. But I can have other garments made for you, if you prefer. Whatever you like." "These are fine," Fenn said faintly. There could surely be no greater irrelevance than clothes in the face of all this. "The horse may enjoy the grass on the old mustering ground," Morgram said. "I have a horse, and the palace grazes several horses there as well. Perhaps they might be put in together." Was now the time to mention that the Warple horse likely didn't eat grass, but was partial to pink silk eiderdowns? Somehow, despite everything, Finn didn't dare, though he was relieved the conversation had turned to horses. "You've a fine saddle horse, I hear," he said. Morgram nodded. "We might ride out together, Mr. Todd. Why don't we go now? There are still many byways through the city that are suitable for horses. It would be my pleasure to show them to you. My horse, of course, cannot fly, but you might show me your mount's paces. I should love to see its action across the great crevasses." Fenn froze, reluctance turning his bones to concrete. He could practically see himself riding through the steep streets of Paravenna beside Morgram, the Sorcerer all dignity and danger on some thoroughbred beauty, and Fenn on the Warple horse like the jackanapes valet in a village fiesta play, and the fancy city folk gawping and sniggering. But it was more than that. He didn't want to fly again. He didn't want to risk the horse carrying him off to God's knew where. "I'm afraid. I'm ashamed. I don't want to." But he couldn't say that. He couldn't. Fenn Todd, afraid to ride a horse? Impossible. He could at least try to avoid a watching crowd. He could try to avoid flying. He could try to keep things private and on the ground. "I'd rather not ride out far just now," he said, as firmly as he dared. It had the advantage of being true.
New horse. Want to get a bit more used to it first. Do some schooling, like. This mustering ground, now. It's just across the courtyard, I hear."
Even as he spoke, he frowned. Last night he'd been too tired to question Jasper's remark. But surely the tower stood on a tall finger of rock, surrounded by sea. There wasn't room for grazing.
"Though I don't see how it could be,"
he added. "Ah, the mustering ground." Was that a subtle note of disappointment in the sorcerer's voice? "Well, it is very large, and just across the courtyard, as you say. But you may not want to ride there, Mr. Todd."
No.
It is enchanted." Arnis prickled the hair on the back of Fenn's neck.
"Oh?"
"Yes, it was created by one of my predecessors."
"The one with the nasty sense of humour?"
No. Morgrim waved his hand dismissively. "Different person entirely. No harm will befall you on the mustering ground. Rather the opposite. A spell of good fellowship is woven tight about it. An admiration for our companions, a desire to help them, that sort of thing. It was put in for good morale when our armies mustered there, and it hasn't faltered to this day. But some people find it unnerving. They feel it might alter their judgment." He gave Fenn a wintry smile. "Unless, Mr. Todd, you are not afraid of liking me." Fenn's heart nearly stopped. He went hot all over. Was Morgrim flirting? He couldn't be. Though he was making a joke at his own expense, as one of the most distrusted men in the country. He'd had enough of magic for one day, but he didn't want to ride through the town, that was certain. At least this mustering ground sounded private, and if Morgrim wasn't above a joke, neither was Fenn. True, Morgrim had a reputation, but people often made assumptions about Fenn too, because he was built like a barn door and looked tough as old boots. He looked Morgrim right in the eye.
"This good fellowship spell. Does it work on you too?"
Morgrim's lips twitched. "It does."
"All right, then. I'm game. If you ain't afraid of liking me."
Morgrim's eyes flashed, and Fenn couldn't help wondering if he'd been manipulated into something after all. "Then we'll ride on the mustering ground," Morgrim said. He glanced at the horse, and his tone became businesslike. "Now, may I lend you some tack, or do you prefer to ride without?"
"I wouldn't mind alone, assuming the horse will take it."
"Of course. The tack room is first on the right in the stable yard. You'll see Blaze's saddle and bridle just inside the door. Blaze is my horse. Her tack is quite new, black leather, but please make free with anything else. There are saddle blankets too. Please do take one. Jasper can assist. He should be on duty in the gatehouse at this hour. Knock for him any time." So whoever was behind the skeleton screen, assuming there was someone, it wasn't young Jasper.
"That's right kind. Thanks."
Morgrim extended his arm, indicating the front door. "Will you meet me in the courtyard in 10 minutes? I'll change for riding." Fenn glanced behind the screen as he passed it, and was sure there was a figure, motionless in the shadows. But the sorcerer had opened the door to the courtyard, and Fenn went through it, with only one backward glance. If Morgrim wanted to hide people behind screens, it was, after all, his house and his business. "I won't keep you long," Morgrim said, and shut the door firmly behind him. Chapter 7. Outside it was still raining. Fenn paused on the top step, his insides turning somersaults. He, Fenn Todd, a magician. Could that be true? And he was a guest of the Sorcerer, a guest, and they were going riding together, on some creepy enchanted meadow. He was about to see Morgrim's horse. His head felt light and strange, like it was bigger on the inside than the outside, and his body felt hot and gangly. Must calm down. Must think of practicalities. Tack. He set off toward the tack room, the horse at his elbow, the sacking fringes of its legs noiseless above the cobbles. But as he passed into the stable-yard, he caught a glimpse of movement under the door of the stall where he'd slept. He crept across the yard and peered over the half-door to find Jasper going through the pockets of Fenn's filthy old jacket. Fenn's hoof-pick from Mandio was balanced on Jasper's knee, alongside the bread roll and ham and the pie crusts from yesterday. Well, no. And here Fenn had thought last night that nobody here would want to steal from him. He cleared his throat. Jasper jumped like a startled rabbit, guilt written all over his face, and dropped everything in the hay. "I'll do," Fenn said. "Mr. Todd, sir, I was about to launder your clothes. I was checking the pockets in case there was anything you wouldn't wish to get wet." If the boy hadn't been the colour of goat's cheese, he'd have been more convincing. "Ah," Fenn said neutrally. "Right thoughtful, ain't you?" "Just doing my job, sir." Jasper bent to pick up what he dropped. Fenn took everything from him, every last scrap of pastry. He stowed it all safe in the pockets of his new jacket. Food in the left, pick in the right, along with the pasteboard pass Morgrim had given him. The weight was comforting. If this ride with the Sorcerer went sideways, and the horse flew off with him again, he'd eat tomorrow, and he had his most treasured possession. Jasper gathered Fenn's stinking rags, fumbled and had to pick them up again. Lad was as nervous as a cat in a kennels. Maybe he expected a slap or a blow. Fear could look a lot like guilt, and Fenn was, after all, a stranger, and a big man with a tough look about him, though he'd thought they'd got on well enough last night. Maybe Jasper was telling the truth. Maybe he was just doing the laundry. Or maybe it wasn't Fenn that Jasper was afraid of. The Sorcerer had been awfully sarcastic to the lad last night. That kind of treatment could wear on a lad, make him twitchy. And Morgrim might do worse to Jasper when there was no one around to see. Or, of course, Morgrim might have told Jasper to go through Fenn's pocket. That seemed the sort of underhand thing a court sorcerer might do. Perhaps bumping into Jasper had been a bit of luck in case Morgrim had other tricks in store. This magical mustering ground, for example. "Eh, you been on this mustering ground?" Fenn asked. Jasper snapped to attention, his arms full of old clothes, Fenn's worn boots hanging from one hand. "Yes, sir. I go twice a day to check Blaze. That's the master's horse." "Oh, good. Safe, is it?" "Yes, sir." "Right. Other people go?" "Oh, yes." Jasper seemed to be relaxing, realizing, perhaps, that Fenn wasn't going to give him any trouble. Jasper added, "Stockman see to the cattle and the sheep, and the groom from the palace sees to the palace horses." Fenn nodded. "And this good fellowship spell? It don't make people act dozy, or do anything they might regret?" "No, sir, it's not like that. It's not like being drunk or anything." "Right." Fenn pulled the piece of pasteboard from his pocket. "And this? It'll get me through the gatehouse into the town, and back into the tower again, if I want." "Yes, sir." That seemed plain. And that about the palace groom was valuable information. Now there was a person Fen would like to meet. Being the court sorcerer's guest wasn't the same as having a letter of recommendation, but perhaps it would get Fen a foot in the door at the palace stables. If he really was a guest and not a prisoner, he ought to try that pass out smartish. Although, perhaps not until he taught the horse not to chew through its lead rope. He didn't want it blundering around him in the town. "I'd better get on, sir," Jasper said. He ducked his head in a sketchy bow and scuttled off with Fen's dirty clothes, before Fen could say anything about getting Blaze ready for this ride on the mustering ground. Fen shook his head. Thief or victim, Jasper was only a lad. He wanted watching out for and taking in hand by someone responsible. Maybe this palace groom would agree to keep an eye on the boy. Fen walked back across the stable yard to the tack room, the horse trying to barge past him all the while. Really, instead of riding it, he ought to be teaching it to walk nicely at his shoulder. But that would have to wait. Inside, the tack room was redolent with leather and linseed oil, and he took a few deep breaths before picking out an old saddle and bridle that were roughly the right size. He chose a saddle blanket too, blood red, with a black tower embroidered at each corner. Very fancy, but Morgram had said he might use one. Then he turned, rather diffidently, to the Warple horse. If it had turned a spit, it might never have taken a bit before, nor been accustomed to a saddle. But, to his surprise, it let him tack up like it was an old hand. He led it back to the empty courtyard and halted under the lodger so they should not get wet. The horse stood nicely for once, not fidgeting. It seemed content to watch the rain along with him. But it was a gloomy place to wait. Right in front of him was a great stone trough, one of 4 which stood at the corners of the courtyard. Once they'd likely held ornamental trees and flowers. Now there were just a few black sticks, rotting into nothing in the rain. Unease clawed at Fen's belly. Was he really a guest of the royal sorcerer? Surely that wasn't the sort of thing that happened to blokes like Fen. It was too good to be true, too lucky. It must be some sort of trap. Even if Fen did have a flying Warple horse, even if he was now a magician, which he very much doubted. No, the sorcerer must have ulterior motives. Maybe Morgram wanted the Warple horse for himself. It could fly, after all, and no one had yet invented a flying velocipede. But the picture of Morgram upon the Warple horse simply would not form in Fen's imagination, because a man like Morgram couldn't want such a ridiculous creature. No, if the great sorcerer Morgram wanted to fly somewhere, he could do it himself with magic, easy as kiss your hand. He could turn himself into an eagle or simply pick up a broom. Or weren't there flying carpets in the old stories? Morgram probably had dozens. Fen sighed. The fact remained that Morgram seemed decent enough so far, if alarmingly sharp and a bit sarcastic with young Jasper. Everything else Fen knew about the sorcerer were rumours and supposition, stories bandied about in pubs and so on. Fen knew next to nothing of Morgram's true character. Somewhere in the gatehouse, a bell rang. Moments later, Jasper came running out of it, rolling down his sleeves and buttoning his jacket as he went. He slowed as he passed Fen, bowed, and stopped at the bottom of the tower steps. He stood to attention. About a minute later,
when Jasper's fair hair was plastered flat to his head with rain. The tower door opened, the torches flared in the cressets, and Morgram appeared at the top of the stairs. He dressed for riding in black robes, nearly identical to the ones he'd been wearing earlier. The only difference seemed to be that these ones were slit up the middle and fell to his calf rather than to the floor. He wore black trousers beneath his robe and a tight-fitting black leather cap with a peak at the forehead that imitated his hairline and made his resemblance to a bird of prey all the more marked. He was putting on black leather gloves. He nodded to Fen. "Mr. Todd, thank you for your patience." He closed the tower door and locked it with a large iron key. "Jasper, get Blaze ready, please." Jasper ran past Fen towards the tack room, but Morgram went in the opposite direction, to the large double doors on the western side of the courtyard. He flung them open to reveal a sunlit meadow glowing green and gold through the rain. Fen led the horse towards it, squinting into the brightness, full of wonder that a meadow should be there at all, but at the same time steeling himself against the effects of this spell. The mustering ground led off as far as the eye could see, all waving grasses, pink and yellow wildflowers, and the occasional spreading oak. The whole thing didn't ought to be there, and yet sheep and cattle and goats grazed contentedly. And it wasn't raining. Not a bit. Off to the right rose a small white marble pavilion. Perhaps this was where the generals had once stood to oversee the troops. Beyond the pavilion, several horses grazed in a fenced area. Most of them must belong to the palace. They looked like beauties, every one, and Fen longed to examine them. But despite all the assurances he'd heard, he couldn't feel at ease. He followed Morgram in the direction of the horses, crossing a rivulet of rain-water that snaked off from the courtyard into the grass. It was good grass, too. Fen felt nothing. That is, he felt the same, twitchy, suspicious, sure that this was all too good to be true, and amazed that there should be grazing of this calibre somehow accessible from the lofty tower courtyard. He hadn't noticed any huge fields last night when he'd flown in, but perhaps you couldn't see it unless you came in the right gate. They passed the pavilion. Behind it, rather spoiling the elegant effect, but more delightful to Fen's eye, stood a row of wooden stalls with a roof. This makeshift stable had a hard-packed earth floor and was just large enough for 4 horses to be tied up in the shade. At one end was a battered wooden table with a bale of hay shoved underneath, and a small assortment of brushes and other needments scattered about on top. A mounting block stood to the side. Morgram walked up to the fenced field and called, "Blaze, come!" A black horse was already trotting towards him, and Fen forgot about everything else, because stars! He'd never seen a finer horse. She was a real beauty, elegant as her master, jet black, 16'2", well-muscled, with a lithe neck, a kind eye, and a wide nostril. Her proportions were perfect. Her feet flirted with the ground as she moved, and her summer coat reflected the sunshine, so that she dazzled the eye, a rippling pattern of gold and black. Blaze. A royal gift indeed. She snorted in surprise, and flung up her head when she saw the Warple horse, but after a perfunctory sniff, she was more interested in nosing Morgram's hands, gentle as a dove. The sorcerer rubbed her poll and spoke to her in a low voice.
He brought a morsel of something from his pocket, and she ate it with appreciative nods of her head. Gods! But seeing Morgram so friendly with his horse, and the horse so friendly back, was doing things to Fenn's insides, and that was no good fellowship spell. Fenn reckoned he could tell a lot about a man from the way he was with a horse, and Morgram wasn't treating Blaze like a machine or a possession. He was treating her the way she ought to be treated. Kind, affectionate, respectful. Warmth welled up in Fenn's chest. Relief, perhaps, that Morgram was showing he had a softer side. Hope that everything was going to turn out all right. Jasper ran up with a rain-spattered saddle. A halter and bridle hung over his shoulder. He put the halter on Blaze and tied her up in the small stable, brushed her perfunctorily about the saddle and girth area, and began to tack her up. He did all right, too. Wasn't rough or too sudden in his movements. "Fine horse," Fenn remarked to the sorcerer. "Lovely. Not sure I've seen finer." "Thank you. She's beautiful, isn't she? She's from Teleria, a nation a long way to the northwest, far beyond Lucia. Have you heard of it? The horses have a famously sweet disposition. She's very gentle." Jasper was tightening the girth. Any minute now he'd be done. Fenn tore himself away from Blaze, checked his own girth, and led the Warple horse to the mounting block. Uncanny meadows and handsome sorcerers aside, it felt as if someone had shoved his stomach into a dairymaid's churn. Last night's ride had been exhilarating at the beginning, but it had also been bloody frightening. Fenn knew what to do if an ordinary horse bolted or disobeyed. This was not an ordinary horse. He was about to risk being carried off to God knew where. Again. But the sorcerer seemed to take it for granted that Fenn would get back on the horse. And he was right. Fenn could ride anything. He could. Fear was not an option, because horses could tell. He took a deep breath and mounted. Moments later, the sorcerer also swung into the saddle and nudged Blaze into a walk. From sheer habit, Fenn watched him as he'd watch anyone who got on a horse. Clearly, someone had taught Morgram the basics well. He knew how to ride. He sat well. But he needed to shorten his reins a fraction, and get his legs back an inch, and relax. He kept glancing about, fierce gaze darting from sky to grass to wildflower patch. Blaze was catching his tension. She danced a few paces, shied at a bee. Could it be more dangerous here than anyone was letting on? "Come, I'll show you to the edge," Morgram said. "The effect is dramatic, but I assure you it's perfectly safe." Fenn put the Warple horse into step beside the sorcerer. The scent of crushed grass and peppermint rose from Blaze's hooves. Grasshoppers chirped, and tiny lilac-grey butterflies flew up in clouds. The breeze had a salt freshness, yet the sea was invisible. It was as if they were riding across a vast plain. The sun was warm on Fenn's face, and the Warple horse's pace was smooth as oil. It looked up to the blue sky above, and Fenn sent a "don't bloody try anything" message down the reins. The horse flicked an ear back at him. "Perhaps a faster pace," suggested Morgram, and put Blaze into a trot. The sorcerer was a little off with the transition, giving an extra squeeze of the heels when he had no need of one, and then having to pull Blaze back to a more collected pace. And he still needed to get that leg back. And relax. Not that Fenn could talk. He still hadn't noticed any effects of this good fellowship enchantment, because he felt jittery as a flea on a 5-headed dog. He took a deep breath and sat down into the Warple horse's pace, telling it with every fibre of his being that he was in charge. All a horse needed was a calm and confident rider. Fen was that rider, always had been and always would be. Today there would be no wild gallivanting off into the air. Today they would be staying on the ground, nice and peaceful. Everything was going to be fine. He glanced over his shoulder to see the tall peaks of the palace roofs and the city buildings, all spires and balconies and windows glinting in the sun. Morgram's dark tower loomed in the foreground, surrounded by clouds, except for the battlements on top, which poked out like a row of blunt teeth. It was, very clearly, still raining over the tower. Fen checked the pasture again. Very lush, absolutely prime grazing. Was that magic, or was the rainwater somehow pumped out here for irrigation? Could this be what the clouds were for? Had Morgram put the entire country in drought just to water this uncanny pasture? Here and there the ground under the grass looked glittery, almost as if it were waterlogged. And yet there were no bog plants, and Blazer's hooves were finding a firm footing. "It's perfectly safe," Morgram said, again. It was right decent of the Sorcerer to be so reassuring. Fen didn't want Morgram thinking he was afraid. He'd better keep up his end of the conversation. "So, you've taken up riding, recent-like?" Fen asked. Morgram inclined his head. "A friend thought it would help take my mind from affairs of state. The exercise, you know." Was the friend the same person who'd given Morgram the horse? Queen Aramella? "Good idea. Nothing like a ride to get you out of yourself. Does it work?" "Sometimes." There was an unexpected note in the Sorcerer's voice. Sadness, maybe, or regret. Perhaps his troubles were many. Or maybe he was one of those men who took his duty very serious, and would rather be doing spells or paperwork than riding. There were blokes like that, though it was hard to credit. To cheer him up, Fen said, "She's a prime horse, all right. Moves like silk, eh?" "You're right, and she's very well behaved." "Can see that. Don't reckon you need to do more than think it, and she'd be doing it for you." The Sorcerer gave him a long look. "I expect you've taught a few people to ride in your time." Maybe." Morgram looked as if he was about to say something, but changed his mind. Instead, he said, "Shall we canter?" Earlier, Fen had thought not to canter, but now it seemed it couldn't hurt. He nudged the Warple horse forward, though he kept it nice and collected. Blaze kept pace with them effortlessly. The Sorcerer still wanted to relax. Probably someone had told him to sit straight, shoulders back, and now he was trying just a bit too hard. If Fen had been teaching him, he would have tried to make him laugh or got him talking about some pet topic. That got most people to loosen up. Although, maybe not this man. There was something pent up about him, as if he was terminally on edge. Did he ever relax? Maybe what Morgram really needed was a pint of ale and a good fuck. Fen closed his eyes in horror and slowed the Warple horse to a walk. Mustn't think like that. Oh, gods, especially mustn't think what it would be like to be the one doing the fucking. That was ridiculous. This was Morgram, the most dangerous man in the country, likely a scheming bastard who stole reign and wanted the throne. No, no, no. Morgrim glanced over his shoulder and reined Blaze in. He really wanted to get those reins about 2 inches shorter. Yes, think about that. Think about riding. Think about how maybe Morgrim was afraid to jag her mouth, and how that was a good fault in a rider. Do not think about what it would be like to kiss him, to see those sharp eyes close in surrender, to find out what happened to the man when he gave up that tight control. Do not think about whether he sometimes gave that control to someone else. "Feel free to fly," the sorcerer said. "Take him over the city. That would be quite a sight." "That's all right," Fen said. "We're fine like this." "I think most people would be desperate to see if the horse would fly again." Was that a note of scorn in the sorcerer's voice, as if he thought Fen was afraid? Well, and maybe Fen was, a little, but a calm walk, trot and canter was also the sensible thing to be doing. Anyway, he'd probably imagined the scorn. Morgrim didn't look scornful. Rather the opposite. He looked interested, curious. He looked fucking gorgeous. "Maybe they would," Fen said as evenly as he could. "But I've seen horses what were galloped all over from the beginning by riders what couldn't be bothered with slower stuff, and they were right flighty. I know I lost control of him last night, so today, if I say we walk, we walk. I'm the boss, see, and I'm proving it to him. Horses want that, really. They like someone to be in charge. Makes them feel safe." Colour appeared in the sorcerer's cheeks. Must be he was warming up from the cantering. God's balls, but he looked a fucking dream on that beautiful mare. His hair was tangled on his shoulders, and the breeze blew his robes against his torso. He was much slighter than Fen, taut with sinew and bone. Fen could lift him easy, could have him against a wall. Morgrim's thighs wrapped around his waist. Oh, God! The sorcerer glanced away. His voice sounded a little choked when it came. "You're a wise man, Mr. Todd." "Don't know about that. This way'll cause me less trouble in the future, that's all." Fen racked his brain for a neutral topic, and young Jasper's frightened face popped into his mind. That wasn't exactly neutral, but in some way it was a relief, because it proved Fen could still think critically about the sorcerer. Perhaps Fen could have a word, in a subtle way. Perhaps Morgrim had no idea he came across a bit brusque with the lad. Fen said, as if continuing the conversation, "Teaching a new horse is like teaching a lass or a lad. You know, like young Jasper. He doesn't want to be allowed to run wild, but he don't want to be frightened or bullied either. That way, he'll turn out steady." The sorcerer cast him a sharp glance, and Fen suddenly wondered at his own daring. If Morgrim did put 2 and 2 together, Fen had as good as told him off. But out here, on horseback, it was easy to feel brave. "Do you have children, Mr. Todd?" "What? No, but I've trained enough stable hands. Know what I'm talking about." "I see." Morgrim reined Blaze in. "We're near the edge. The illusion is patchier here, though the grass is still good. Remarkable, is it not?" Fen frowned at the grass. What illusion was the sorcerer talking about? The grass was no illusion. The stock was good and fat. Then he realized. Despite the Warple horse firm and steady beneath him, his stomach dropped and he broke out in a cold sweat. Because there was no ground. They were standing on grass that grew on nothing, and they were 200 yards above the sea. That was why the grass had looked sparkly in places. They'd been riding on grass that grew on nothing for the last 10 minutes. Blaze lifted a slender hoof from a patch of clover and put it down again on nothing. "Gods," Fen said, that... It gave him a sick feeling to look down and see the waves breaking so far below. He looked up again and focused on Blaze's bridle. It wanted a touch of oil. He'd tell Jasper, or, better yet, do it himself. Thinking about that made him feel better, though the churning in his guts was back. If he'd been on an ordinary horse, he'd likely have frozen in terror. "Don't worry the horses, does it?" Fen remarked, pleased he could keep his voice steady. "No, they seem not to mind." "And you're sure it's safe for them?" "Yes." Morgram half smiled. "And for their riders, too." He removed his feet from the stirrups and dismounted. Fen glanced at his red-booted feet, standing on a mix of grass and nothing, and determinedly looked up again. "You're very trusting." Morgram quirked an eyebrow. "I assure you I'm not, but I do trust the spell. The illusion of solid ground is fading in places, but the underlying magic is as strong as the day it was made." "What if, one day, it ain't as strong as you thought?" "Then I would lock the gates, and we would no longer be able to ride or graze animals on the mustering ground. But that won't happen today." Morgram swung back into the saddle. He did it easy, despite having no block. Graceful, even, though he always did move nice. Must be stronger than he looked. "Do you keep the magic going?" Fen asked. "No need. This is deep magic, very powerful, very rare. It lasts forever." "But how do you know?" Fen insisted. "Just now, say, how did you know it was safe to ride here?" Morgram gazed out at the distant blue of the sea and the horizon. "I can feel it." "What is there to feel?" "What do you feel, Mr. Todd?" "Well, Mr. Morgram, sir, I've been feeling that you got yourself held on a very tight rein, and I know a trick or two to help a bloke relax." Fen wiped an arm across his forehead. He must look flustered. He was flustered. "Nothing," Fen said. "Been concentrating on riding." "Is that all?" "Well, and watching you ride." "Oh, and what have you felt about that?" "Well, you can tell me," Morgram said. "Well, you got good soft hands, but you want to shorten your reins a bit to get the right contact, and get your leg back a fraction, and relax your shoulders. Begging your pardon." The sorcerer's eyes narrowed. "That's what you thought. But what did you feel about it?" "Don't know as I felt anything," Fen lied. "It was just observations." "Did you feel critical? Did you think I was doing badly?" "No, you ride well. You got a good seat. No one else would likely notice the other things. It's just the sort of thing I'd notice. Suppose I just wished I knew you well enough to say something." "Good." The sorcerer smiled, though it seemed a sad smile. "And would you like to know what I felt, Mr. Todd?" Aye." "I felt fascinated by you. Lucky to be riding out with you, and impressed by your wisdom and restraint, and your leadership qualities." "Oh, aye." Fen swallowed, in spite of himself. But all the same it was obvious what all this meant. "That's this good fellowship spell, then, ain't it?" Morgram nodded. "Yes."
The spell of good fellowship is woven tight into the very framework of this place. It and the pasture are one. We feel well disposed toward one another, so we can feel confident the ground will hold us up. You warned me. None of it is real, is it?
The sorcerer shrugged. Some of it may be real. You, perhaps, are not ill-disposed to me, and perhaps you are not a man to be frustrated by incompetence in the first place.
Incompetence? That ain't what I said at all. You just want to get your leg back a bit.
And shorten my reins. The sorcerer adjusted his leg and his reins, and looked even more like a kind of terrifying wet dream. Better? Good. Please do tell me if you think of other improvements I could make as we go. Shall we circle back? I usually follow the perimeter. It takes about a quarter of an hour. They turned to the left, and circled back towards the city and the tower. Now they were following the edge, which seemed to have no demarcation, but which was, in spite of that, apparently impossible to fall off. Morgram began to talk about the landmarks that could be seen from this edge. Ahead, to their right, were the white-tufted rapids of the river Sposa, currently much diminished, which tumbled to the sea beneath them. This river had once powered huge turbines that closed the harbour wall and pumped water up to the city. These days, of course, they used crystal power. He pointed to a tall, jagged finger of rock a mile off to the south, and told Fenn the story. It was called the Lonely One, and was said to be a giant turned to stone by heartache. Morgram's manner was courteous, never condescending. He punctured his stories with phrases such as, "You must visit," or "I think you'd find it a most diverting night," and other remarks that implied Fenn was a man of wide-ranging interests, with an appreciation of science and culture and magic and beauty. No one had spoken to Fenn in such a way for a long time, and he could almost feel himself being flattered and charmed. But he didn't trust himself to speak beyond what was necessary, for the most basic courtesy, because the place couldn't be trusted. At least half his feelings were nothing but tricks. Maybe Morgram was only being so nice, because the spell was working on him too. And, most disconcerting of all, Fenn kept wondering from time to time what Morgram would be like in bed, whether he'd be fierce or gentle, or a combination of the two, whether he preferred to please or be pleased, whether he liked plain fucking or if he had more refined tastes. And so, on balance, the whole situation was impossible. Fenn rode at Morgram's side in conflicted silence, both hating and loving the experience, at once wishing it were over, and that it would go on forever. And all the time, the Warple horse moved beneath him, its smooth pace its own kind of magic. At least it didn't seem inclined to fly off with him. They reached the gateway, which stood open to the rain-swept courtyard. The sorcerer dismounted by the pavilion and handed his reins to Jasper, who stood waiting. But Fenn made straight for the courtyard and dismounted under the loggia, expecting to feel his heart sink and his mind clear as he left the enchantment behind. But he experienced no such thing. He felt like a man standing in a damp courtyard. That was all. The sorcerer came through the gates, stripping off his glove. "That spell," Fenn said grimly. "Thought you said it stops when you leave." "It does. I don't feel any different. The effect is very subtle. Wherein lies its power, of course. In fact, in the past, court sorcerers used not to tell people about it. They found it very useful for certain kinds of negotiation, trade deals and so on. Fen frowned. That's dishonest. It is. Morgram examined his fingernails. But perhaps it was better that way. Some people argue I have set back the interests of our country by 100 years by telling visitors about the spell before they enter. What do you think, Mr. Todd? Is it acceptable to use magic on people without telling them, if it would benefit our country? Fen's mind was already whirling with too much information, too many shocks and surprises and choices. It felt as if he had no room to consider this question. "I don't know," he said. "No? Perhaps you think I'm disloyal to a swearer, to our people." Well, Fen wasn't used to thinking in grand terms like this. Trade deals could benefit a lot of people. But on the other hand, using magic on someone without telling them seemed a bit like getting a bloke drunk, so he'd do things he'd never agree to sober. That was dead wrong. But then, what was a little secret magic if it meant a whole lot of ordinary folk could get jobs and feed their children? Morgram was watching him, head tilted slightly, eyes bright and intent in the gloom under the loggia. And Fen knew there was something going on beyond the simple question. Morgram was sparring with him in some way, daring him to put his morals on display. Perhaps courtiers and politicians did this kind of thing all the time. It was bloody exhausting. Fen already felt like a wrestler at the end of a match, but all the same, he rallied. Because disappointing Morgram was somehow unthinkable. "Disloyal or not don't really matter anymore, do it?" Fen said. "No. Secret's out. You told. Pointless now to debate whether you should have or not." "You're a pragmatist, Mr. Todd." Morgram smiled, and something seemed to spark in his eyes. Fen felt that even if Morgram vanished in a puff of magic, there'd still be something left behind, some quicksilver energy, some essence of the man. It was a bit overwhelming, like so much about the sorcerer. But Morgram wasn't going to leave the topic alone. "But what if I had not yet told? What would you advise me to do?" "It's hard to say." "You're right." Morgram arched an eyebrow in expectation. "I wouldn't want to make ordinary folks' lives harder," Fen said slowly. He felt as if he was navigating his way through a thorn thicket. "So you think I did the wrong thing?" "Didn't say that. I wouldn't want to make folks' lives harder, but I don't know as you did in the end." Morgram raised an eyebrow. "No?" "No. Take me, for example. I'm right glad you told me about that there spell. You were up front. That's fair. So I'd want to be fair with you if we were making a bargain." But what about all the old treaties, all the old agreements that have to be renegotiated? We have now got a reputation for duplicity, because I was honest. Ironic, is it not? And I have brought the names of my predecessors into disrepute." Morgram's expression hadn't changed, but something about his dispassionate tone rang false, and Fen reckoned he understood only too well. Morgram had done the right thing, and been vilified for it. And though Morgram stood there, gloves in hand, examining now Fen, now the rain-swept courtyard with mild interest, Fen wondered if the vilification had hurt. "But I reckon the truth would have come out one day," Fen said. "Ain't it better people heard it from you than discovered it from someone else? That would have caused even more stink, surely." "Maybe." Morgram sounded sceptical. "You told me this spell works on everyone?" "It does."
Well, then, maybe our folk were more generous too when they made these deals. No, I reckon you did the right thing."
This time Morgrim's smile seemed a relenting one. Apparently Fenn had conducted himself acceptably. He realized he was gripping his reins as if he'd throttle them, and relaxed his hand. "I'm glad you think so," Morgrim said, "and thank you for the tips on riding. Anyway, tomorrow I'm sure you'll prefer to fly. A quick tour over the palace, perhaps. I look forward to seeing that. For now, I'm afraid I must leave you, but Jasper is at your disposal. Please choose a room in the gatehouse, and Jasper will see that it is appointed as you wish. You may like to see about some bespoke tack. There's a saddlery on the Akkus Road that still makes such things. Zabrise's, it's called. Why not ride there today? Select it yourself. Jasper will show you the way. Just tell them you're my guest and put it on my account." Fenn opened his mouth to say, "I can't do that," but the sorcerer held up a hand to stop him. "Jasper will give you some petty cash, too, for tipping or sedan chairs or whatever you will. Now, I must go, but I hope you will join me for dinner. At 7? Is that convenient? Feel free to bring the horse."
7? Thank you,"
Fenn managed, and Morgrim nodded, and was gone into the tower in a swirl of black, leaving Fenn staring at the tower doors in the rain, more confused than ever. A ride was one thing, so was a place to stay. But dinner. Chapter 8. Fenn calmed down by showing Jasper the right way to disassemble and oil a bridle, though he took care to do it in the tack room, where there were no unsettling enchantments. Jasper, when he wasn't frightened, seemed eager to learn, quick-witted and polite, and he showed no inclination to laugh at the Warple horse, which was definitely a mark in his favour. They sat on old wooden boxes and worked on top of another box set between them. The rain came down hard again and roared on the roof. Soothed by the familiar job and the scent of linseed oil and leather, Fenn began to relax. He remarked on the lad's accent and discovered Jasper was from Heragovia, way off east in Lucia. Fenn learned that Jasper was the only servant at the tower, his job being to man the gatehouse and be General Dogsbody to Morgrim, though meals and firewood were sent over from the palace, so Jasper at least did not have to cook, wash up, or chop wood. Fenn also learned that the Clouds had been at the tower for nearly 2 years, which was longer than Jasper. "But what are the Clouds for?" Fenn asked, rubbing oil onto the reins with a rag. "To water that pasture?" "I don't know, sir," Jasper said, rubbing at the cheek-strap. Fenn glanced at what the lad was doing. "You want to touch more oil?" Fenn advised. "And what's he like? Does he beat you much if you make mistakes?" Jasper tilted the oil bottle to his rag, set to again. "No, sir. He's never beaten me." "No? Well, that's good. But give over with the sirs, eh? I ain't your master. Fenn will do, or Mr. Todd. But, anyway, a beating's one thing, ain't it? There's other ways of making a man's life difficult. Does he get a bit grabby now and then, eh? Expect favours and that?" Jasper blushed, put down the cheek-strap, picked up the noseband and applied oil to that. "He's not like that." To Fenn's surprise, the lad sounded a bit choked up, almost regretful. Interesting. Could Jasper have a thing for his severe, unsmiling master? That was a big assumption, though, and Fenn dismissed it. It might as easily have been embarrassment making the lad's voice go funny. "No, but he's a right stickler, though, eh?
I had a boss once, always finding fault he was. I couldn't do nothing right. Like that, is he? He seemed right hard to please last night.
It's an honour to serve at the tower, Jasper said stiffly. Fenn grunted. He didn't much care for honours, though he could see a lad like Jasper might set great store by them. But it seemed more likely Jasper was giving an answer that wouldn't get him into trouble if it got back to Morgram.
Well, I hope he don't expect anything unreasonable of you, Fenn said.
No, sir.
Because there's other positions out there. I know times are hard, but you don't have to stay where you aren't happy. Bright lad like you could get another job easy. You take my meaning?
I couldn't leave. Alarm crossed Jasper's face. I'd never. This is my dream, working here.
Oh, aye? Have you done with that noseband? Good. Now we'll put it all back together.
Fenn began to reassemble the bridle, remembering as he did so that sorcerers usually had apprentices. Perhaps that was part of the attraction.
Does he teach you magic?
He talks about it sometimes. Jasper's face fell. But he says I have no gift for it. I can't even jig a crystal. Fenn regarded the lad's mournful face with a pang of sympathy. Maybe Morgram found him a disappointment. Maybe that was why he was so short with the boy.
Magic's unchancy stuff, ain't it? Fenn said. Happen you're best off without.
Maybe, Jasper said colourlessly.
Easy for me to say, eh? He says I'm a magician now. What do you reckon to that? Think it's true?
If he says it, it's true. He knows everything about magic. Morgram certainly didn't know everything about Warple horses, but Fenn simply said,
well, we'll see.
He finished with the bridle, held it up.
There. Good job, that. Now, listen. Want your help with something else. You got the afternoon free?
Yes, sir. I'm at your disposal. I can clear out the old tapestries from the room in the gatehouse and—
No, don't want none of that.
Fenn hung Blaze's bridle on its peg.
Stables are fine for now. What I want is a big shed or similar, with a roof and a door what closes. Want to see what happens if I put this horse somewhere it can't get out. Understand? Because if I tie it up or leave it in a stall, well, that just don't work.
Jasper suggested the old mews and led Fenn down the length of the stable yard to a solid wooden door at the far end. It opened onto a large square room with a stone floor and metal grills on the windows. It was empty, but for half a dozen stands and several huge cages that must have once held the birds of prey. Fenn told Jasper it was a prime notion and to take the rest of the afternoon off. The boy blinked, gave Fenn a rare smile, and ran off towards the gatehouse. Fenn led the horse inside and sat with it for a time, feeding it shreds of an old sack he'd found in one corner. He'd thought it might scorn musty sacking after the delights of pink silk eiderdowns, but it nosed his hands keenly and ate with appreciative nods of the head. He let it finish the sack, waited until it had dozed off, then went out into the yard, closed the door behind him for a heartbeat or two, then went back in. The horse still stood quiet, eyes half closed, head down. Fenn went out again, and this time stayed in the yard a little longer. He went back in. The horse glanced at him sleepily.
"I'll always come back, mate," Fenn said. "Got it? Want to go out alone sometimes, see? But I'll always come back."
He was startled by a loud rap on the door, and a man's voice saying, "Lunch!" Fenn went out to find a grim-faced soldier standing in the rain. He wore a black and green uniform, with a green dragon embroidered on the sleeve. That was the royal symbol. But his scabbard and holsters were empty, and he held a tray on which stood a jug and beaker and a silver dome, same as that morning. "Thanks," Fenn said, automatically taking the tray. But he stared as the man saluted and walked away. A palace guard? To bring him lunch? Why hadn't Jasper brought it, or a regular palace servant? Fenn shook his head in puzzlement. Perhaps it was just some strange custom at the tower. He took the tray inside. There was plenty of food. Bread, cheese, olives, nuts, and a spicy fish dish. And in the jug, a light ale. He put a handful of the nuts in his pocket and devoured the rest, sitting cross-legged on one of the old cages. He carried on with the horse, going out, closing the door, waiting a bit longer each time, going back in. The horse dozed through it all. Perhaps he was overdoing it. If a real horse had a vice, he'd spare no effort to train it out of its fear or habit or disrespect. But this horse wasn't real. Perhaps it followed him if it could, but felt no distress if it couldn't. All the same, he'd take it along with him to dinner tonight, even if it meant risking making a delivery of pink silk horse manure right by the court sorcerer's table. Because Morgram had said he might bring the horse, and somehow Fenn wanted it with him when he was facing the sorcerer. The creature felt like proof, perhaps, of Fenn's right to be here. Not but what Morgram seemed decent enough so far, but unease niggled in the back of Fenn's mind. Something was going on. Yes, Morgram had invited him to stay. Yes, Morgram had explained why. And all very flattering it was. Morgram being interested in the horse and speaking sweet and treating Fenn like a gentleman. But Fenn wasn't a gentleman, and if something seemed too good to be true, it was usually because it was. So why would a powerful, important man like Morgram really want a bloke like Fenn around? Well, if it wasn't to dig a hole or look after a horse, it could always be the other. And Morgram had looked at him plenty. That was for sure. Fenn was no oil painting, but there were blokes as preferred that, who liked his broken nose and work-roughened hands, his wide shoulders and plain manner. In lots of ways, it made sense. Morgram was giving him a place to stay, had offered him money and permission to put things on account. It sounded generous, but it was more like that these things were in lieu of wages. Morgram hadn't given him any duties, yet. Morgram had made a lot of polite talk about guests and convenience and so on. But if you were being paid, you were expected to provide a service. Servicing Morgram. Gods! The idea took his breath away. It would hardly be tiresome. Morgram was a fine-looking bloke. He had a lovely way of moving. That enchanted mustering ground might have given Fenn ideas out of turn, but they hadn't come from nowhere. The place had likely just allowed him to acknowledge them a bit faster than he normally would. But, on the other hand, Morgram Fair gave him the willies. Because Morgram wasn't just any powerful man. He was likely tangled up in all sorts of nefarious plots and mysterious magics. If a man like that took a fancy for Fenn, who knew how it might end? Moreover, the men who approached Fenn weren't generally after a romantic evening's lovemaking. No, they tended to want a ferocious fucking from a lout with dirty hands. Sometimes they wanted to be brought down a peg or two, ordered around, called names. Fenn was happy to play along. He enjoyed acting the brute. It was exhilarating having some gorgeous bloke at his mercy. Only afterwards, sometimes men started regretting it. They got embarrassed and then worried Fenn would crow about it in the pub or want money to stay quiet. He didn't, of course. He never talked about such things. But a worried man could be a dangerous one, and Morgram was bloody dangerous enough as it was. Fenn sighed. Maybe he was mistaken. Morgram had a subtly seductive manner, but he hadn't actually made any sort of approach. Maybe it would come later, at dinner, say. Or maybe Morgram had simply taken Fenn's measure and was manipulating him for his own purposes. Court sorcerers were famous for their devious schemes. It was what they were there for. Morgram had told him about the enchantment on the mustering ground, but who was to say there weren't hundreds of others all weaving their tendrils about this lonely tower? And Morgram himself in the middle of it all, like a spider that pretends to be a butterfly until the moment his fangs sink in. Or there was just a chance that the sorcerer wanted nothing, was, in fact, simply doing Fenn a favour, magician to magician, because of the horse. Fenn regarded the creature uncertainly. It really was the most gormless-looking barn pot imaginable. Indeed, it seemed a cruel twist of fate that Fenn's love of beautiful horses had helped to animate this beastie that was itself so lacking in dignity and grace. And yet the sorcerer hadn't seemed inclined to laugh at the horse. Rather the opposite. He'd seen power and potential in it. He'd been complimentary. Or had all that been empty flattery? Fenn shook his head, trying to clear it. The situation was beyond him, and that was a fact. But he had nowhere else to go. He'd have to take things as they came, as usual, and try not to hope too much for anything, either way. Jasper came to take the empty dishes. He also gave Fenn the petty cash Morgram had mentioned, only it wasn't so petty. It was 5 silvers. Or, rather, it was 3 silvers, 2 halvers, 4 brass scores, and 20 coppers. Fenn accepted it silently, hot with embarrassment, because it was either charity or it was part of his fee for fucking Morgram tonight. Probably he was wrong to take it, but he wanted to tip Jasper, and those rotten sacks he was feeding the horse wouldn't last long. He wouldn't be putting any expensive tack on Morgram's account, though. He felt beholden enough already. He gave Jasper one of the silvers back immediately, cutting off his protestations by leading the horse back to the stall. Then he lay down on the brown and black checkered blanket and closed his eyes, just for a moment. Fenn woke as the palace clock struck 7. 7! He was late for dinner. With Morgram. His heart gave a lurch of anticipation, or apprehension, or most likely a bit of both, because if Morgram was going to make an approach, it was very likely to come during dinner, or after. And if it did come, what would Fenn do? Go along with it? Make a polite excuse and run like hell? How would a man like Morgram take a rejection? And anyway, did Fenn want to refuse? He scrambled up, brushed himself off and splashed his face in the bucket of water that the horse still hadn't touched. Strangely, there was still no pink silk droppings in the hay either, but there was no time to ponder the horse's digestive peculiarities just now. Fenn clipped the lead rope to the horse's halter and jogged across the stable yard through the rain, the horse pulling and tugging and trying to get in front of him as usual. He opened the courtyard door just as Jasper let 2 palace guards in through the postern door of the gatehouse. Each guard carried a tray, loaded with silver domes. Fenn stopped, instinctively pushing the horse back out of sight with his elbow and half closing the door. He hovered in the shadows as the guards crossed the courtyard, knocked on the tower door, and vanished inside to deliver the trays. They wouldn't laugh at the horse aloud, probably. Not on duty, and not as a guest of Morgram's. But their stares and their bemusement would be almost as bad. Odd that all the meals here seemed to be delivered by soldiers. Perhaps the usual staff didn't dare serve at the tower. The guards came out, empty-handed, and left the way they'd come. Fen gave them a moment, then went and knocked on the tower door himself. Morgram opened it and ushered Fen in. The sorcerer wore one of his floor-length black robes again. Perhaps they weren't robes of state. Perhaps he liked them. They certainly lent him distinction, made him appear tall and lissom, and generally dead impressive. Fen looked around the room, and his stomach twisted with excitement, because it seemed they were having dinner alone. Very chummy. That definitely meant something. Or were they alone? Fen glanced over at the skeleton screen, but it was impossible to see behind it from this angle. "Please, do sit down." Morgram indicated the chair at the head of the long table. Fen took his seat, laying the horse's lead rope over his knee, so it couldn't stray, and he'd notice if it started chewing anything. Morgram began lighting candles, taking knives and forks from the tray and putting them in their places, followed by napkins and wine glasses and all the other things fancy folk needed to eat dinner. Fen eyed him sideways, trying not to stare. Morgram the sorcerer was setting the table. Of course he was, because there were no servants, and it seemed the guards hadn't done it. But nonetheless, if he'd done it with magic, putting the cutlery to dance and the glasses to fly, Fen would have been less astonished, because it didn't seem the sort of thing a man like Morgram would do. It was so ordinary, so domestic. Fen realized he'd been thinking of Morgram as a fairy tale character, a bright assemblage of traits and deeds, a symbol of power and mystery and desire, and probably of evil and treachery too. And he might still be all those things, but he was also a man, who sometimes set his table. Fen decided he liked it. He liked it a lot. He liked Morgram's slender hands, very clean and soft-looking, with neat-trimmed fingernails carefully painted black. Why Morgram would paint his fingernails, Fen couldn't guess. Perhaps there was some sort of magical reason, or maybe he just liked them like that. Anyway, it suited him. It made him look finished somehow. Every movement Morgram made was so gentle and precise. There was barely a sound as he put things down. He managed the flowing sleeve of his robe with ease, holding it back so it couldn't knock anything over. He seemed to be estimating distances and angles, the wine glasses just so in relation to the knives, the candelabra just there and not an inch to the left. He wore a serious expression, as if making everything right for Fen's convenience was the most important thing in the world. Such painstaking preparation and fierce attention to detail was, well, it was almost arousing. Morgram was transforming a plain act of service into an art. How might he perform other, more intimate services? It looked very fine when he'd finished, all the silverware shining and the plates gleaming in the candlelight. And no servants watching. No Jasper. No blank-eyed footman with his arse to the wall, soaking up everything to report back to the kitchen. Just Fen and the sorcerer. And the horse. Morgram sat to Fen's right, just across the corner of the table, and served. Fen had half expected to be overwhelmed by a whole lot of unfamiliar fancy food, But it was ordinary enough. Lentils and peas, carrots with almond flakes, courgettes fried with garlic, and a baked fish, bright with a red crust of spices. There was also wine, an innocent-looking white. Fen, who hadn't thought of his mother in years, had a sudden vision of her, lips pursed, eyes fierce, hands on her hips.
"Best behaviour, Fenric Todd, you hear? Don't you show me up."
She was right. It wouldn't do to gulp everything down as if he were alone. He must remember where he was. That meant eating slowly, using cutlery, not drinking too much. A surge of some emotion made him sit a little straighter. It wasn't quite self-preservation, not quite pride. Perhaps it was because of the way Morgram was treating him, and how nice everything was. Even if, later, Morgram wanted him to act the service beast, Fen could do his best now to prove that he was more than that. If he was going to be treated like a guest, he would act like one. That meant conversation, asking about his host, discussing the matters of the day, that sort of thing. Morgram was pouring himself a glass of wine, brows lowered in concentration, and it struck Fen that the sorcerer's fearsome frown lines might as easily have been etched on his face by the troubles that came with his position as with a severe and disapproving disposition. They began eating. The food was good, if not terribly hot. Fen swallowed a bite and cleared his throat. "You, get your work done today, then?" Morgram's eyebrows rose. "I did, thank you." "Go all right, did it? Must be right difficult, being court sorcerer." Morgram blinked. "It went all right, yes." He sounded bemused. Maybe folk didn't often ask him how his day had been. "Done it for a while now, eh?" Fen said. 30 years? Indeed. A long time, eh? Remember when you took it on? Only a lad, weren't you? 15 or so? Old Warren Malevolent took sick and you stepped in. Talk of the town it was, on Mandio. Yes, I was quite young. 13, in fact, when I came to the tower. And what were you doing back then, Mr. Todd? Working as a groom? That's right. Nothing like as interesting as your job. That was a white lie, of course, because nothing was more fascinating than horses. But it had sounded nice, and that was what mattered. Like it, then, do you? Do I like it? Ah, the job. Court sorcerer. Morgram looked, for a second, desperately sad, almost lost as if reminded of some terrible pain. But he recovered quickly. It's an honour to serve the country, he said smoothly. That wasn't the same as liking something. Same answer as Jasper had given too. Maybe they were both honoured, but neither one of them seemed very happy about it. But Fen nodded. Oh, aye, big honour, huge. Morgram was silent, and Fen wondered if that had been rude. He began to sweat. I mean, not that you aren't worthy of it. I mean, your name's a watchword, ain't it? Not just here, I mean, all over. Everyone's heard of you. Perhaps. Morgram's tone was courteous, but there was an edge to it. Boring, aren't I? Telling you things you already know. Ain't really used to... Let's talk about something else, eh? This morning you said you got a library. Morgram looked up from his food and said with a note of real enthusiasm in his voice, Yes, upstairs. You must come up after dinner. Thanks, I'd like that. Used to read a lot once, you know. Wanted to improve myself. Remember the Citizen's Guides? Citizen's Guide to the Wool Trade, Citizen's Guide to Modern Manners, Citizen's Guide to Crystal Jigging. Read 'em all, I did. Morgram gave him a wondering look. I haven't thought of those books in years." He smiled suddenly, a genuine smile that lit up his face. "I loved them. Remember the conversations, with the illustrations, the kindly teacher and the students?" Fen nodded, grinning, partly from the memory, and partly with the relief at having struck on a topic that had gone down well. "Ah, every 10 pages. I'd go through and read them first, and then start the old book from the beginning." "Did you? How bold! It never occurred to me at the time that one could do that. I read them in order. The conversation was a summary and an extension of everything in the preceding chapter. I know that, but I liked the students. The conversations were easy to follow. Marcus always missed something important, remember? And the teacher had to set him straight. And Aurelia always made a joke, and the teacher would quote a line of poetry. I learnt a lot of poetry that way." Fen felt relaxed enough to allow himself a swig of wine. He added, "Only, I could never understand why they all wore their hats inside." Morgram frowned, more in puzzlement than displeasure. "But they weren't inside. That was the whole point. They were continuing the conversation outside the classroom. You could see the windows in the background, and, if you looked closely, there was a suggestion they were under a tree." "Ah, I saw that. But they do have trees in fancy houses, in big pots. So I thought they were sitting under one, in a room, like." Fen felt a little foolish on behalf of his younger self, who'd put 2 and 2 together and got 6. But Morgram didn't laugh or scoff. In fact, he appeared to be considering the matter. "I never thought of that," Morgram said seriously. "But no, I think they were supposed to be outside. Hence the hats. Funny I never twigged, ain't it? All them facts I learned, but I still couldn't figure that out. Remember Aurelia's bonnet? That funny wicker thing as looked like a bird's nest? Set a fashion it did on Mandio. All the girls wanted one. It was the same here. How old-fashioned they seem now." "Ah, well, it's 30 years since." "Citizen's Guide to Our Political System," Morgram said. "Remember that one?" "Ah, I read it. You too, really?" "Madame Malevolent gave me a copy. It was the first thing she did. I knew her, you know. She was very ill, but she saw me as much as she could before the end. She told me to memorize that book." "And did you?" Morgram's eyes lost focus. He recited, "Our system of government is uniquely just because we have representation from all 3 tiers of society, the aristocracy, the clergy, and the people. Each tier has 10 votes in Parliament, with the monarch retaining the casting vote in the event of a tie. In this way, all important issues are decided fairly with representation from all. Our neighbours' monarchs rule by royal decree alone, which is neither fair nor equitable, and which means their decrees are unlawful and unshriven by our standards." "Ah, bit different now, eh?" Fen said. "Ain't 3 tiers no more. There's the fixers' votes now, and all the extra people's votes. A lot fairer now, ain't it? Though I thought it was fair enough back then. Funny how things change. We've done what we can." Fen noted the "we" and nodded, impressed. He realized with a small shock that he was enjoying himself. He caught Morgram's eye, and it felt as if something was passing between them. Not a come-on, but some kinship, an acknowledgement of shared experience. Fen tried to imagine Morgram as a boy of 13, living in this very tower. Fen would have been 16, with a cramped room above the stables on Mandio. How strange to think of 2 such different boys, with such different paths ahead of them in life, reading the same book, and feeling the same dawning understanding of the wider world. What would they have thought of each other back then, if they had met? At 16, Fen had mostly been interested in horses and sex. He'd probably have thought of Morgram as a child and barely noticed him. It was striking, somehow, to think of Morgram reading A Citizen's Guide. Fen had never considered how people like Morgram came by the knowledge with which to govern. If he'd thought about it at all, he'd imagined they were somehow born to the knowledge, or that they absorbed it without effort, the way a plant draws up rainwater. To think of Morgram as ignorant as Fen himself had once been, reading a book to learn more, it was an oddly humbling idea.
"Can't have been easy, taking all this on at 13, Fen said.
Morgram made a graceful, non-committal gesture, somewhere between a shrug and a smile and a bow. It looked courtly and well-rehearsed, and felt as if a door was being closed gently but firmly in Fen's face. Getting onto personal ground again, Fen changed the subject back.
"And you reckon there's a book or two about Warple horses in this library, eh?"
"I can't promise that, I'm afraid. I'm not sure anyone's written one, but the Tower Library holds the books of every sorcerer who's lived here, and their letters and ledgers and spell-books and decrees and other documents. There must be mention of Warple horses in all of that. The palace had several of them once. It was likely the court sorcerer of the day who made them. I feel sure you won't hunt in vain."
"I see."
Fen's heart sank, and he took a big mouthful of spiced fish by way of consolation. He could read quite well, but the idea of spending days at it seemed a wearisome task, when there were horses just across the courtyard.
"You can't magic the right book out for me, then?"
"Alas, no, but I can suggest likely places to start searching. I can help you look."
"That's right kind."
It came out a bit gruff. Truth was, he felt shy about the offer. It was one thing to ride with the sorcerer, or eat dinner with him, because surely Morgram would be doing those things anyway, whether Fen was here or not. But to have Morgram helping him with a job that didn't involve him—
"Tell you what," Fen said, raising his glass. "Let's have a toast. You've been right decent, giving me a place to stay and offering to help me and that. So I'd like to drink your health."
They touched glasses, and Morgram smiled and met Fen's gaze as he drank. And suddenly Fen was sweating, and his pulse was loud in his ears. He'd meant the toast as friendly, but now it felt as if he'd done something daringly intimate. The two of them sitting here alone, clinking glasses like lovers. Because there was something about the way Morgram looked at him, some tension, some undercurrent, some unspoken recognition. Fen knew it. He'd known it since this morning. Morgram might have designs on this Queen Aramella, but he likely fancied blokes as well, and he wasn't married yet. It was difficult to think straight. It was like this morning out riding, only now it couldn't be the magic of that enchanted meadow giving him ideas out of turn. Morgram might well have stolen the rain clouds and be planning any number of reprehensible deeds involving queens and thrones, but when Fen was with him, it was all too easy to forget those things, because in the flesh, Morgram seemed like a bloke and a half. He was good company, not stuck up, and not that frightening. In fact, there was something indefinably sad about the fellow that made Fen long to cheer him up. Look at the way Morgram was having dinner, not with any of the hundreds of fancy court folk just over the way, but with Fen, his guest, a nobody from the street. Also, Morgram set the table nice, and looked as if he'd fuck like a polecat. Fen had a bright vision of pushing Morgrim down over the table and having him right there, Morgrim's pretty hand scrabbling for purchase on the dark wood, arse red in the firelight, cock hard in Fen's grip, helpless against Fen's thrusts. Flustered, Fen put his glass down harder than he'd intended, and some slopped out onto his fingers and the tabletop. He wiped his hands on his trousers, and only then remembered the snowy napkin that was meant for the purpose. What an oaf he must look! Not what Morgrim would be used to. But it was too late now. And anyway, Fen was what he was. If he tried to ape court manners, then he'd really look a ninny. He took another forkful of food and chewed it, pretending to concentrate on the meal. Eventually, he risked a glance at Morgrim. The sorcerer was watching him steadily over the top of his wineglass. Morgrim got as far as, "Mr. Todd, when Fen caught a movement out of the corner of his eye. The horse. He'd completely forgotten about it. He'd let the lead rope slip off his knee. The horse had crept to the fireside chairs. An antimacassar was vanishing into its mouth. Fen shot to his feet. "Eh!" Morgrim leaped up too and whirled, knocking over his wineglass and reaching for his staff. Without thinking, Fen put a hand on the sorcerer's forearm, using the same gentle pressure he'd give to a frightened horse. "Sorry, ain't nothing. Just the horse getting in where it shouldn't." Morgrim's forearm was trembling, but he gave a single, tight nod and said, evenly enough, "Of course, I do apologize." "It's me should apologize, yelling at the dinner table and giving everyone conniptions. What would my mum say, eh?" He nodded towards the horse. "I'd best go and stop it." He strode to it, grabbed its halter and removed a forlorn piece of green lace from between its jaws. The rest was gone the way of the pink silk eiderdown and the old sacks. "Ah, you bugger," Fen murmured to it. He pushed the shred of lace into his pocket and pulled the horse back to the table. He sat and picked up his fork in his right hand. That wasn't manners, but he needed his left to keep the lead rope firmly clamped. Morgrim had put down his staff, mopped up the spilled wine with his napkin, and picked up his knife and fork. But his breathing had not quite returned to normal. Morgrim's reaction had seemed so extreme that Fen couldn't help scanning the room for danger. But while it was creepy as a midnight graveyard, what with the ghouls and the shadows and the cobwebs swaying like ghosts in the rafters above, there didn't seem to be anything amiss. But then Morgrim had seemed tense all day. Poor bloke was jumpy as a colt in botfly season. "I'm right sorry," Fen said again. "It's a terror for fabrics." "Does it eat them?" Morgrim managed. "Happen it does," Fen mumbled. He wasn't sure why he was ashamed of the fact. Perhaps because it was so odd, so unlike what a real horse would eat. "And it still follows you everywhere, clearly." Morgrim's voice was back to normal, silky, cultivated, pleasant. Well, working on that." "Have you tried flying again?" "Not yet." "But perhaps if you allow it to fly, it might tire and then be more inclined to stay put." "That ain't a bad idea. It's just, what if it takes off with me again? I didn't mean to come here, begging your pardon, though I'm right glad I did. But supposing I can get it to fly again, what if it flies off to Teleria or Herzegovia or somewhere else foreign, and drops me in a courtyard where I can't speak the language?" "I've no easy answer for you, I'm afraid." Morgrim's tone was sympathetic. "Magic is risky, especially new magic. One always risks something. One never quite knows what will happen, until it is done." Fen said faintly,
And here I always thought magicians just clicked their fingers or whatever.
Unfortunately not. There's huge potential for error.
But crystal fixers, they don't seem to make mistakes. I mean, they use magic, but you don't see velocipedes flying off with people or crystal-powered carriages turning into pumpkins or whatnot.
Morgrim tilted his head slightly. The hawk was back, his gaze sharp enough to cut. But his expression was... Could it be that he was impressed? Fen blinked. Your observation does you credit, Mr. Todd. In fact, you have struck right to the heart of the matter. Morgrim smiled, in what looked like genuine admiration. Fen pushed some food about on his plate, trying not to blush. Yes, Morgrim said. Because crystal fixers do use magic, yes. They capture it and make it serve their purpose. He made a fist, then opened it quickly as if to demonstrate its emptiness. But that's all. There's no other potential there. As you say, the velocipede will never fly. The carriage will never be anything other than a carriage. Their results are very useful, but they work by rote. They do the same things every time, for the same results. To me, what they do is scarcely magic at all. Their work will never transcend itself. But then, they don't want it to. You, Mr. Todd. The sorcerer gave a graceful inclination of his head towards Fen. Are dealing with wild magic. You're in control of it, in a way. But if you don't work in sympathy with it, it will fizzle and die in your hand. It has great power to help or to harm, but you won't be sure which until you've done it. And then you'll be a hero, or a villain, or a laughingstock. And I cannot tell you which will be your fate. Gods! Fen sounded stunned even to himself. Is it like that for you? He managed. Morgrim gave him a long look. It felt as if Morgrim was trying to think of a way to explain something that would take a lifetime to tell. Something joyful and inexpressibly sad. Something bafflingly complex and laughably simple. Something cruel that Morgrim wanted to tell him with compassion. In the end, all Morgrim said was, "Yes." Fen was silent. He looked down at his plate, which was nearly empty. Lucky, because his appetite had vanished. Wild magic? Hero, villain, or laughingstock? He didn't want to be any of those. No, not even a hero, although the other two were obviously worse. All he wanted was to be alone in a paddock somewhere, with some horses. Well, was that really all he wanted? He found himself glancing again at Morgrim, sitting cornerwise from him at the long, empty table. Maybe there was something else Fen wanted. For starters, he wouldn't mind having Morgrim gazing at him in admiration a couple more times. But while Morgrim was clearly no laughingstock, he could easily be a villain. This wild magic, Fen said slowly. The magician's intention don't matter. It matters. Morgrim seemed to slump slightly in his chair. But it isn't everything, no. The best-intentioned magic often comes to nothing. Fen thought he'd finished, but Morgrim lifted his hand, apparently indicating the shadowy rafters above their heads. Take the rain clouds, for example, Morgrim said. Here, I'm sure you've noticed. Fen froze. The clouds folks say you've stolen? Oh, I noticed. Of course, he managed. I conjured them. My intentions were good. but the spell hasn't succeeded yet. Oh, Fen felt as if he were teetering on a knife edge. Was he about to learn some awful truth about his host? Morgram made an irritable gesture. What good are they here? None at all, but I can't get them to spread. Hope blossomed in Fen's chest. And you want them to spread? To end the drought? To help folk? He asked, just to make sure. Of course, Morgram said impatiently. Fen felt as if he was letting out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Morgram hadn't stolen the clouds at all. He was trying to help. It was so obvious now Fen knew, and it was easy to see how it might have been misconstrued too. Because there was cause and effect here, just not the way around that some folk thought. Right, of course you are, Fen said. You seem relieved, Mr. Todd. Of course I am. It's terrible hard, this drought. Crops failing, animals dying. And you're not the bastard who caused it. You're not some rich fucker who don't care. Morgram drew himself up. Perhaps you have heard rumours. Well, Fen mumbled. Rumours? That I've stolen the rain clouds, Morgram said. That I am responsible for the drought. He breathed through his nose, like a man forcing himself to be calm. It is not true. Fen did his best to look shocked. Well, there's always them as like to think the worst of folk. Anyway, for myself, I'm right happy you're doing something about it. I haven't done anything useful yet. As I say, I can't get the clouds to spread. There it was again, that sad look in the man's eyes, as though someone he loved had died. Maybe someone had, because of the drought. Despite the efforts the Queen and government had made with grain and water, some poor buggers had lost everything and ended themselves. In fact, this was probably why Morgram had looked so miserable through the window last night. He couldn't break the drought. Fancy feeling responsible for that. Poor bloke. No wonder he was a bit haggard and jumpy. No, but you will, Fen said. Such faith. Morgram took a mouthful of wine. But you're Morgram, ain't you? Most powerful magician in the land. Yes. Morgram swallowed, put his wine-glass down. Mr. Todd, I must ask you something. Something important. Aye? Morgram's tone filled Fen with dread. Whatever it was sounded dead serious. I would like to talk about Mandio. I would like to clear the air. Oh, Struth. He knew. He knew about Fen's past, about prison and all that. Fen felt as if the strength were draining from his body. The deed of years ago, turning up like a phantom, to poison his life yet again. Morgram must have made inquiries. He must have checked the records and found out. Fen said heavily, staring off into the cavernous gloom that lay beyond the brightly lit table. Well, reckon you got the right to ask, me being your guest like. Thank you. Morgram bowed his head, as if he couldn't bear to look Fen in the eye. I want to know if you blame me, if you're angry. Fen frowned. What on earth did that mean? What could Morgram have possibly had to do with it? Morgram would have been here at the time, 100 miles away. Why would I blame you? Fen asked warily. You're from Mandio, are you not? Aye, but I don't see. It burned, with balefire, in the war.
"Oh, that." Relief flooded Fen, warmer than wine. "He's talking about the war. He don't know about me." "I wasn't living in Mandio then. I'd left. I was on the mainland at the time." "But do you not blame me? Many do, I know. They say I let it burn." Fen had heard that. It was one of the reasons some people hated Morgram. "Yeah, what I think. For starters, wasn't just you, was it? There was the army, and the navy, and the government, and the king, and all, making decisions. And anyway, I don't blame anyone but the bastards what attacked. Way I see it, wasn't much choice in what you did. Had to protect the mainland, didn't you? Couldn't let 'em get a toehold. So you pulled back to get the defences ready. You sacrificed Mandio, but you won us the war." "Many people think I should have done better." Morgram's voice was low. Well, there's a lot of pain in losing your home." Morgram nodded, once, as if bowing his head in shame. "I want you to know, I really did do my best. I couldn't stop the balefire on Mandio. It took time for me to learn how to counter it, and we gained that time by leaving them to burn it. It was a harsh tactic, but it wasn't because I didn't care, or didn't try hard enough." Morgram sounded so anguished. Fen said, "I know. It's all right, mate." The mate just slipped out. Fen winced internally, but Morgram gave him a watery smile. "You're a gracious man, Fen Todd. All the same, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you can never go home." Well, aye." Fen looked down at his plate again. He was so touched Morgram should think to apologize to him about Mandio that he felt a bit teary-eyed. But he wished he had the guts to tell Morgram the truth, that his home had been lost to him before the war, that Morgram owed him no apology. They finished dinner, and Fen's heart began to gallop again. Because would Morgram now suggest a tour of the tower? A very short tour, direct to the master's bedroom. But Morgram lit a crystal lantern and offered to take Fen to the library. They went through a gap hidden in the side of the fireplace. The stairs were dark, narrow and spiralling, but the Warple horse scuttled up behind Fen, nimble as a spider. The library was vast, the size of the hall below, with a mezzanine floor built in above to house even more books. It smelt of paper and leather, and beeswax and dust. There was an open space with a desk and chair near one window. That must be where Morgram had been sitting when Fen had flown in last night. The rest of the room was as crammed with bookshelves as a comb is with teeth. There was just room for a person to walk between the shelves without knocking anything over, and the idea of the Warple horse blundering around in there made Fen break out in a cold sweat. The bookshelves would go over like dominoes. And think of the cloth bindings! Morgram pointed to the rows where the books and documents were kept from the era when Warple horses were common. He offered to hold the horse's lead rope while Fen had a look. Fen took the lantern and inched down one of the rows, hemmed in by books and scrolls and toppling piles of paper. It was impossible to know where to start, and he wanted nothing more than to forget about this search, which now felt futile, and simply spend time with the horse itself. But it felt rude not to show willing, so he picked a squat, black leather-bound volume at random from the shelf. It had a sturdy heft, but wasn't too big or heavy. There was no title on the spine, and the front was similarly unadorned. He opened it to the first page and mouthed out, Being a treatise on the ineffable and subtle magics used in the continuation of the search for a theory of delineations or geometrics of puissance, and being also an exploration of the parameters of those unseen and malign influences that are, by some, termed hexes or overlookings. Gods, and that was just the title. The author was one Palavilla Gargoyle, but the pages turned easy, and it was likely no worse than anything else in here. He found a picture of a lot of circles, jumbled together like frog spawn. At the centre of each circle was the exact same rune the horse had on its chest. Vor, Morgram had called it, or war, the shape of an unstrung harp. Underneath the picture it said, Theory 3. An ideal arrangement. Spheres of influence do not affect one another. Clear as pitch. But that was war, all right. It meant to pull. It meant all those circles had something in the middle that was pulling something else. That seemed to the point. Fen stuck his finger in the page and went back to the Sorcerer. The horse had manoeuvred itself toward the bookshelves, pulling away from Morgram to be as close to Fen as it could. The lead rope was taut in the Sorcerer's hand. "Found something?" Morgram asked, giving him the lead rope. "Maybe. This here, about war, ain't it?" Fen opened the book to the picture. "Yes, that's war." Morgram held out his hand for the book and flicked through it. "Yes, well, I suppose you have to start somewhere. Gargoyle knew a thing or two. She may be a little late, chronologically speaking, but they were still using Warple horses in her time. She would certainly have seen one. And this does look interesting." Fen nearly choked at the word interesting, because bloody hard-going seemed more apt, but he said, "Oh, good. And you're sure it's all right? To borrow it, like?" "Everything here is at your disposal." Morgram handed it back with a small bow. Then he gave Fen one of those looks again, the kind that lasted just a bit longer than regular. "Thanks," Fen said gruffly. Was he expected to make the first move? Some blokes preferred it like that. It was part of the fun for them. Only what if he'd gotten the wrong idea? What if Morgram really was only doing all this out of kindness and fellow-feeling? The idea of making an unwanted move on any bloke was a bit embarrassing. The idea of making one on Morgram, the Sorcerer, was downright spine-chilling, for all they'd had a good time at dinner. Morgram led Fen back downstairs and said good night. He shook Fen's hand at the door, and Fen thought the Sorcerer held his hand a little longer than was usual. But then Morgram withdrew, and Fen was outside, in the rain. Back at the stables, Fen lay at the horse's feet and leafed through the book, not reading it, but remembering the way it had lain open in Morgram's hand, the way Morgram had turned the pages, his whole being somehow completed by the action. He looked right holding a book. Educated, cultured, clever. And now Fen knew the true story about the clouds. And it was the truth, he had no doubt. So Morgram wasn't a thief, nor using his power to hold anyone to ransom. He was trying to help. He hadn't so far, but it wasn't for want of trying. And that apology about Mandio, it had been so unexpected and so decent. Morgram still felt bad about it nearly 30 years on, when it hadn't even been his fault in the first place. That was, well, it was maybe a strange word to use about a sorcerer, but it was sweet.
It showed Morgram was a bloke who cared, who did his best, who was maybe too hard on himself, and blamed himself when he wasn't perfect. And Morgram had made no sexual approach, despite the money and all. So Fen had got that wrong. He went clammy all over at how close he'd come in the library to making a move on the man. God, it would have been mortifying. He could almost see the horror in Morgram's eyes. But there had been something there between them. Hadn't there? Or was that Fen just making things up, because Morgram was being kind? Fen closed his eyes. He'd known the man a day. It was ridiculous to speculate. But it was lucky he hadn't done anything daft. And should he have told Morgram the truth about himself? It would have been easy enough to say, "Here's why I wasn't on Mandio," and tell the whole sorry story. But he hadn't. Because he hadn't wanted to risk the frown coming down over Morgram's face, grim as that bloody portcullis. He hadn't wanted to risk being slung out on his ear. Because if Morgram was unforgiving about his own perceived shortcomings, how harshly might he judge the mistakes of others? And anyway, Morgram wasn't aiming to give Fen a job, so maybe he wouldn't make inquiries. Folk didn't check the criminal records of guests, did they? No, they didn't. Although maybe Fen should mention it tomorrow anyway. Just casually. "I went to prison once, you know." Like that. Fen turned off the lantern and lay in the dark. He'd known Morgram for a day. He'd had the Warple horse for just a little longer. It was tempting to think that his old life was over. But perhaps, even by tomorrow, Morgram would have tired of having him here. He closed his eyes. It was a good thing Morgram had made no approach to him. It was a relief, really. Fucking the court sorcerer indeed. What a bloody nightmare. Fen had enough complications in his life just now. The largest one, being built like a battleship and cobbled together out of sackcloth and magic. It was just as well he was here, stretched out alone in the hay, with a full stomach, looking forward to a peaceful night's sleep. It was just as well he wasn't up in the tower, in some gloomy chamber, being shown how to remove that long black robe. Aye, it was just as well. Chapter 9. A few days passed, and Morgram showed no signs of tiring of Fen's company. They rode together on the mustering ground, they dined together, they talked, about horses and books and magic, and the way the world had changed since they'd been boys. Morgram remembered a lot of the same things Fen remembered. Fen didn't have to explain how things used to be different. Morgram knew. He'd lived it himself. When they were apart, Fen found it difficult to believe he was really living at the tower, really doing all this. He thought every time they met that it would be the last time, that Morgram would ask him to leave. But then he'd see Morgram again, and it would be just the same. The only sour note was that Morgram still seemed nervous as a colt in a thunderstorm. He jumped if doors banged, twitched if anyone walked behind him, and his dark eyes were vigilant as a hunting cat's. Fen began to wonder if Morgram had a guilty conscience about spending so much time with him. Perhaps Morgram normally ate dinner with Aramella, although he never mentioned her. Or anyone else, come to that. And the longer they spent together, the more Fen was sure he wasn't imagining that Morgram fancied him. More than once he caught Morgram gazing at him, longing softening his fierce eyes. But Morgram made no approach. On the evening of the 5th day, they said good-night as usual at the tower door. Fen went back to the stables and lay on his blanket in the hay, quivering with frustration. It was ridiculous. Why couldn't Fen just say something? "What about it? You and me, eh? You fancy it? I fancy it." Something like that. Easy. Only it wasn't easy. In the past, it had always felt so simple to get what he wanted from men. Sex had just seemed to happen. He'd gone somewhere likely, bought a pint and watched. If someone had given him the eye and he'd liked the look of the bloke, he'd lifted his chin. Then he'd gone outside and waited, and let the man come to him. Or not. Simple. But this was different. It felt new. The problem was it mattered. And because it mattered, he was too bloody scared. Not of Morgram himself any longer, but of ruining things. So the direct approach was out. But perhaps something a bit more sophisticated. Something a bit more like Morgram must be used to. Because surely Fen wasn't the first man to want him. Morgram was gorgeous and important. He must have had hundreds of courtiers and so on wooing him over the years. So, what did fancy people like to do to show someone they liked them? Well, they paid compliments. They wore fancy clothes and wrote poetry and sang songs. Aye, moonlight serenades. Dead romantic. Fen closed his eyes in horror. He could whistle and maybe join in a drinking song, but the idea of serenading Morgram was so mortifying it made him want to die. Perhaps there were men who sang songs to the men they fancied and managed not to look right noddies. Fen was not one of them. The very idea. What about gifts? Little things that showed the other person you cared about them. Flowers and such like. Flowers were nice, after all. Most people liked them. Geraniums weren't bad. Red ones brightened up the stable yard just right. But geraniums would die here in the rain. And anyway, Morgram didn't seem a flowery sort of bloke. There was nothing pretty about his clothes or his great cave-like rooms. He was all drama and darkness and grandeur. The idea of giving Morgram flowers was about as appealing as the idea of singing to him. Anyway, flowers were bog standard. What would Morgram actually like? A skull? A picture of skeletons doing something horrible? A book? Only how could Fen choose a book for a man who already had so many? Fen sighed. What was he doing even thinking of things like serenades and flowers and gifts? He was going soft in his old age, that was what. Men like him didn't seduce people. They especially didn't even consider trying to seduce blokes like Morgram. No, Fen would be singing no soppy songs. He'd be buying no presents. Of course bloody not. The next day, however, he fixed a wonky shelf in the library. Morgram said, "Please don't trouble," but Fen rolled up his sleeves and did it anyway. Morgram hovered, watching and saying, "Really, you mustn't put yourself out." But in the end, when the job was nearly done and Fen was putting all the books back, Morgram said, "Thank you," and to Fen's surprise, blushed like a boy. After that, Fen took all Blaze's tack apart again, cleaned it with double his usual care, and put it back together. He also scrubbed lichen from the back of the marble pavilion in the mustering ground, and cleaned out the stable yard gutters, and rooted out the dead and rotting plants from the 4 stone troughs in the courtyard, dug over the soil, collected a sackful of ferns from a marshy place in the shadow of the pavilion, and planted them. They looked fresh and green, and they do well in the constant wet, and they were handsome, without being pretty. He also set out to give Jasper a hand and put him at his ease, helping the boy collect horse droppings from the mustering ground and showing him the best way to groom a horse from crupper to poll. The lad was all right around horses, a bit nervous, but respectful. Fen spent time with the Warple horse, riding it on the mustering ground, teaching it to be led and not shoo through its lead rope if it was tied up, feeding it his old clothes that Jasper had laundered, and some mouldering tapestries, once he'd beaten them to remove the moss. The horse still wouldn't eat grass or drink water, and it had no droppings either. The last quirk made Fen anxious for days, because checking a horse's manure was second nature. How could he tell it was healthy? And surely it couldn't go on eating tapestries forever, without nothing coming out the other end. But the days passed, and the horse showed no ill effects. It had as much energy and intent in food as ever. Fen began to accept that this was just another of its peculiarities. He did hope every morning he'd wake to find the creature just a little more like a real horse, a little less gormless and dodgy-looking, a little less made of sackcloth and a bit more glossy. But every morning he woke to find it the same, rough-coated, odd-shanked, goggle-eyed and draggle-tongued, as peculiar as the day it had come into his life. At first he called it mate, if he felt he had to call it something, but after much thought he named it squab, because it put him in mind of a young bird. It looked so unprepossessing, and it ate like a young bird too, wolfing down whatever rags he could scrounge it. And that single, blunt syllable seemed to suit it. It was inelegant, and yet there was something strong and pleasing about the plain sound of the word. But he didn't dare to fly again. He didn't want to risk being carried off to foreign parts when he was getting free bed and board at the tower. And that was the only reason, because the fact that Morgram lived at the tower had nothing to do with it whatsoever. Sometimes Fen puzzled over a few pages in the treatise on the geometrics of puissance. He spent time with Blaze and the other horses from the palace, polishing their coats until he could see his face in them, checking their hooves, combing their manes and tails, generally fussing over them. He met Mr. Angela, the groom from the palace who came over daily to check on and exercise the palace horses, sometimes with Jasper's help. Mr. Angela seemed to like the lad, but Fen noted that he always put him on the calmest, quietest horses. One day, Mr. Angela seemed inclined to linger, and they had a very satisfying conversation about the merits or otherwise of each animal. At the end, Mr. Angela suggested a drink one day soon at the Green Gate, one of the inns in the town. Fen agreed, more than pleased. He liked the man's calm way with the horses and pleasant manner toward Jasper, and he reckoned Mr. Angela liked him. He just hoped it wasn't the good fellowship spell making trouble again. And all the while, he completely failed to bring up the topic of prison, and the fact that he'd once been there, although he did swear every evening that he'd tell Morgram tomorrow. On the morning of the 10th day, Fen woke early. He wanted to go into town to pick up a couple of things. He couldn't have the horse eating all the soft furnishings, and the moth-eaten tapestries were nearly gone. And overnight, he'd thought of the perfect gift for Morgram. Something good and practical, and beautiful too. A black one, if he could get it, because Morgram liked black. He'd give it to the Sorcerer before they went riding. He checked he still had the pass Morgram had given him, put Squab in the mews with the last bit of old tapestry to eat, shut the door with special care, and went to the gatehouse. Jasper let him through the postern door to a simply furnished guard-room. There was a large but empty weapons rack, and a solid wooden table with a few plain chairs shoved underneath. Above a fireplace hung the only decoration, a tasselled hatchment, big as a sail. Upon it was an image of a black tower with a red background, the same as the emblem on Fenn's sleeve. Jasper let him out onto the stone bridge on the other side, and showed him the bell pull to tug to be let back in. Fenn turned his face to the city and the palace, and stepped out of the rain onto the sunlit tower bridge. The bridge had a graceful curve, low stone parapets, and not a hint of wobble as he crossed it. A flock of white seagulls flew beneath, their insistent cries drifting up over the distant roar of the surf and the waterfalls that tumbled from the city to the sea below. It made a change from the sound of the rain. He knocked at the gatehouse at the palace end, and the postern door opened. The guards were armed to the teeth, and their gazes raked him. They'd know him again, that was certain. But they saluted at the sight of the pass, and let him through into the town. Fenn was now in a cobbled square, in front of the palace's great green gate, which stood to his left. In the middle of the square, a fountain shaped like a dragon spouted water from its mouth. Around the square's edge were shops and grand tall buildings, at least 6 stories high, all with balconies and tall roofs with attic windows peeping out. There were a couple of inns. The Tower View, which stood on his right, at the vertiginous edge of the city rock, and the Green Gate that Mr. Angular had mentioned, which flew the royal flag on the other side of the square. There were lots of fine city folk milling about in fancy clothes, and Fenn felt weak-kneed with relief that he didn't have the Warple horse blundering about and making him look a fool in front of everyone. In his tower livery, freshly bathed and barbered, no one gave him a second look as he began to explore the city's narrow, crowded streets and high, wind-whipped bridges. He found what he wanted for Morgram, a black kitten, one of a litter playing on the pavement outside a butcher's shop. The kitten had bright yellow eyes, a strong pounce, and an air of startled self-sufficiency. The woman inside said its mother was a fine mouser, and confirmed that the kitten was old enough to leave home, and that he could bring it back if it wasn't wanted. Fenn put the kitten in his pocket, where it found some ham he'd saved from breakfast. It ate the ham, curled up, and went to sleep. Good. It would soon kill those rats in the tower. Plus, a black cat would look at home on the sorcerer's hearthrug, or on his knee, and it would be good company too if the tower was always this empty. There was something lonely about Morgram, rattling around in there by himself. Next, Fenn found a shop selling rags and second-hand clothes. He bought a sack full of the oldest stuff they had, and the shopkeeper agreed to fill another sack for him to collect in a few days' time. Fenn paid, and was shaking the shopkeeper's hand when there were shouts and screams in the street outside. The shop went dark, and the shopkeeper's pleasant round face turned a funny shade of grey. Fenn whirled. The Warple horse was shouldering in through the open door like an enthusiastic haystack. Fenn's stomach dropped through his guts. "Stunned! Stunned!" He used his sternest voice. How the blazes had it got through that closed mews door? The horse jigged sideways, eyes rolling, tongue flapping, and knocked over a display of gentlemen's lacy nightshirts. It snorted, goggled at the mess, and jigged back the other way, flitting its hoofless legs, whisking its tail and snaking its neck. Its ears were pricked towards Fen, and it was plain it was delighted to have found him.
"Blame thing," Fen said. "Out of here! Shoo! Go on, shoo!"
Over his shoulder, he said to the shopkeeper,
"Thanks, mate. Sorry about the mess. Back in a couple of days."
He fumbled another 2 coppers out of his pocket and onto the counter. Then he grabbed the sack of clothes, took Squab's forelock in his other hand, and led it out onto the street, where, of course, there was an audience of several hundred townsfolk, all staring at him and his ridiculous beastie, and all aghast or delighted or already bursting into laughter. A couple of children were squealing with joy, and one little lad was weeping in terror. Fen nearly retreated, horse and all, into the shop. But he couldn't. The horse would ruin the place. It would eat the stock. He glanced huntedly up and down the street for a way out, but more and more faces stared back at him. He looked skyward, but there were faces there too, peering from windows and balconies. And it wasn't just the faces. There was a roar of voices.
Mister, where'd you get that, mister?
Magic, look at that rune.
That fella's in the Tower livery. Reckon it's some trick of Morgram's, eh?
Happen old Mortality's having an off day, then. Just look at it. Ha!
Is someone inside? Who's inside the horse, ma'am? Is it magic? Can I give it my apple?
Damned unchancy-looking beast, eh? These magicians shouldn't be allowed.
Why does its tongue poke out so? Careful, Nan, it might lick you to death.
Fen's face was burning. He had to get away, to the privacy of the tower. He took a step, and another. The crowd made way for him, but the horse seemed to have forgotten all its careful training. It jostled into his path. It wore no halter, so he wrestled it aside with his arm and took a handful of its mane, trying to keep it walking next to him. But what with the crowds and the narrowness of the street, the horse was pushed back in front of him. It half-reared, slid out backwards from under his arm, turned, and waggled its quarters against his chest.
"It wants a dance, mister!"
There was a roar of laughter. Fen sidestepped, lunged forward, and tried to catch the horse by the forelock. It bowed, skittered sideways, and bumped him broadsides. People were lifting children up on their shoulders to see. 3 girls at the front of the crowd had linked arms and were kicking their legs out, calling,
"Dance, horse, dance!"
Squab goggled at them, then began nodding his head in time to their rhythm. Tears of laughter streamed down the girls' faces. People were clapping in time. This was awful. Awful. Fen looked a right dolt with a badly behaved horse that disrespected him and got away with it. He was burning with shame. He wanted to explain, to say, "I only just got it," or even to lie and claim, "Is it really mine?" But he couldn't tell that to the whole street. He took another step and was jostled back again. He'd be here forever in the middle of this circus. It had taken an hour to get 100 yards. He glared at his feet to get a moment's respite from all the eyes, and noticed a step up to a shop just to his right. That was the answer. He'd use it to mount, ride out of here. Squab was always better behaved under saddle. He gained the step. Squab pirouetted, waggled its tail in his face again, and then pushed up against him. Fen launched himself off the step across its broad back, got a leg over. Not graceful, but he was up. From here were even more faces.
"Get back, please!"
Fen called.
"Get back!"
He set his heels to Squab's sides. They landed harder than he'd meant, but with all these people gawping, He felt as if his body wasn't quite his own. Squab surged forwards. People shrieked, without much alarm, and fell back. Squab leaped straight at the crowd. It swooped up like a swallow at the last minute, and they were flying, careening past balconies, a sea of upturned faces watching them go. The crowd gasped and raised a ragged cheer, and Fenn's shame fell away along with the ground. Aye, it might be ugly and ridiculous and badly behaved, but it can fly. How about that, eh? Squab gained height. They shot out into the square in front of the palace, and flew over the dragon fountain, the jet wetting Fenn's leg. And there was the Unket Tower, taller than anything in the vicinity, its blunt tip poking out of its grey veil of clouds. Nothing in between but clear sky. Fenn put Squab towards it. From below came more hoots, whoops, and catcalls. He risked a glimpse down, and saw the palace guards at the gatehouse, rifles at their shoulders. He waved, hoping they'd recognize him. Perhaps they did, because no shot came. Squab swooped over the city wall, and Fenn's stomach lurched as they soared over the cliff. The drop was immense, all sheer grey rock, and the surf at the bottom just a smudge of white. They passed over the tower bridge in a flash, wheeling in the air, their speed making his eyes stream. He blinked hard to clear them. Somehow, amazingly, he was still clutching the sack of old clothes and rags, and the warm, slight weight of the kitten still nestled at his side. Please let it not wake up and think to go exploring just now. Anyway, they were away. The laughter of the crowd was left behind. Fenn let out a deep breath and sat a bit straighter. The horse, so incalcitrant on the ground, moved smoothly, almost serenely. The drop beneath was alarming, but Fenn knew, with all the instincts of an experienced horseman, that he wouldn't fall. He did want to get back to the tower, though. He tried to concentrate on that, and not what he'd do if Squab chose to fly off to the other side of the world. They plunged into the cloud, thick as whipped cream, so dense Fenn could barely see Squab's ears plucked to the sky above. Wisps of cloud rushed past his face, damp and formless. There came the faint ring of steel on steel. It was faint and regular, and seemed to be coming from higher up. Maybe on the tower roof? Could Jasper be practicing his fencing? But that couldn't be, because Jasper's sword was an umbrella, and Morgram had said weapons were forbidden beyond the gatehouse. What if a real fight was going on? Fenn cocked his head, trying to listen to the rush of air in his ears. Whatever was happening, he should go and see. Squab burst through the top of the clouds into the bright sunlight. Beneath lay the crenellated top of the tower, and through the battlements 2 figures fought, blades flashing in the sun. One was Morgram. He wore no robe or shirt, only baggy trousers, stuffed into his red boots as if surprised while dressing. His hair was tied back in an untidy club, and he had a long scratch across his clavicle where the tip of his attacker's blade had caught him. His assailant, who had his back to Fenn, wore a black leather vest, green guardsman's breeches, and black boots. Fenn couldn't see his face, but had an impression of youth and strength and agility. By comparison, Morgram looked sweaty and hard-pressed. It was a fight, and the Sorcerer was losing. Why wasn't he fighting back with magic? Fenn put Squab at the battlements. It cleared them and landed neatly on the flat paved roof right between the circling assailants. They saw him coming at the last moment. Morgram leaped backwards, cat-like, but his attacker launched himself at Fen, grabbing his shirt front and pressing the edge of his sword against the side of Fen's neck. Fen dropped the bag of old clothes, fighting to stay astride, but now they were face to face. He saw that Morgram's assailant was a woman, young, dark, face gleaming with sweat. She blinked, took in the horse. Her grip loosened, and she lowered her sword. Morgram said, acidly, "If you'll allow me, I'll introduce you. Mella, this is Mr. Fen Todd, my guest. Mr. Todd, this is Lady Aramella Castelloni, the Queen." Fen nearly lost his seat.
"Aramella? Gods! Beg pardon, your ladyship, ma'am?"
She gave a short laugh.
"Sacking horse, flying. Bit obvious, really. Sorry, Mr. Todd. Morgram's told me about you. Should have guessed it was you. You startled me."
No, should have recognised you, your majesty."
Because now he knew. This was indeed the woman he'd seen pictures of in the news sheets. He recognised her strong, regular features, her wide mouth and the tip of her chin. He'd expected some grand lady with a crown, wrapped up in silk and fine ways, not panting and sweaty and mopping her brow on her arm and grinning at him, and certainly not talking the way she did, so plain and ordinary. So this was the young woman who'd given Morgram the beautiful blaze. This was the young woman people said Morgram was angling to marry. She was indicating the Warple horse with her sword.
"Marvellous, isn't it? Did you fly up from the courtyard? Didn't hear you coming. Not a whisper."
Unlike the townsfolk, she wasn't laughing. Fen slid off Squab's back onto the wide expanse of paving stones, because it didn't seem right to look down at such a grand person. From the ground, all he could see was black battlements and blue sky, and the sodding monarch of the realm, of course. Off to one side, a trapdoor was flung open to reveal a set of stone stairs leading down into the gloom of the tower.
"Flew up from the town," he said. "Heard swords, saw the blood, thought I'd see. Silly, really. Didn't know what I thought was going on. Didn't mean to get in your way."
She waved her hand.
"Not at all. Very understandable. Commendable, even. But no, we were just sparring for exercise. He needs to get faster, eh, Morgram?"
"A lucky strike," Morgram said absently. He was staring at Fen's crotch. Wait, no, he wasn't. He was looking more off to the side. Pity. He said, "Mr. Todd, you have a kitten in your pocket." Fen glanced down. The kitten had thrust its head out under the flap and was gazing about, dishevelled but undaunted. This wasn't how Fen had imagined offering it to Morgram. He'd thought to make more of a presentation out of it, to make it clear he'd thought about it, to make it, well, not romantic, because he wasn't that sort of bloke, but sort of special. But now, with the Queen herself as an audience... Anyway, the main thing was that Morgram should be offered the kitten. Fen pulled it from his pocket and handed it to Morgram, who took it awkwardly, one-handed, resting the hilt of his sword against the kitten's side so it couldn't fall.
"That's for you, if you want it," Fen said.
Morgram looked as baffled as the kitten, which crouched on his hand like a confused explosion of soot, but he remembered his manners and said,
"Thank you. Can take it back if you don't," Fen added.
Morgram moved the kitten closer to his chest, as if by instinct. "No, I want it," Aramella said under her breath.
"A kitten? Genius."
Fen shot her a look, wondering if she was making fun. but she looked genuinely impressed. To his great surprise, she tipped him a wink.
"For the rats," Fen said.
Of course, the real reason was that he thought Morgram might like a cat. But rats were practical, and practicalities were a damn sight safer than feelings. Then he wondered if it had been coarse to mention vermin in front of such a personage.
Begging your pardon, Your Majesty," he added.
Yes, of course, but no need for titles. Honestly, Aramella will do.
Fen nodded. He'd never be able to call her that in 100 years. He'd have to call her nothing and hope she didn't notice. She offered her hand to Squab to smell. It gave her a cursory sniff and licked her leather wrist guard.
"Behave,"
Fen hissed at it.
"May I ask how you get it to fly?"
she asked. "No expert, only done it twice. But it seems like I put him at an obstacle. He takes it, see, but he don't come down. And there we are."
Fascinating.
Aramella took a step back. She still wasn't laughing or making fun. She sheathed her sword and cocked her head, hands on hips.
17-2.
Ah?
Hawks. Bit high.
She was giving the articles in question a look Fen knew well. Critical, interested, forgiving, absorbed. She knew horses, and it was a good point. But with this horse, he felt, it was a bit of an illusion.
"But no hooves. Account for that," he said cautiously.
Fair.
Were they really going to do what he thought they were going to do? Surely not. And yet somehow he hoped they were. She took a step to the side, and it seemed they were going to do it, because, she added,
Tail. Bit ratty.
They were definitely doing it. They were having a proper conversation about the points of the horse. Even though it was made of sacking and maybe not really alive, she was taking it seriously. Fen's heart was fit to burst, because it was what any sensible person would do, and they were doing it. And he liked her for bringing up the tale. He could trust a person who'd do that, because it was honest, impartial, no flummery, no lies to stop the vanity. With that one comment, she'd made it clear. There could be truth between them, if he would accept it.
"Ah, like an empty sleeve,"
he agreed. She glanced at him, eyes candid, smiling a little at the analogy, then turned her attention back to the horse.
Good head. Nice carriage.
Good depth in the girth, too.
How do you like that hogging?
Wouldn't have done it myself.
Does it grow?
Doesn't seem to. Slacking, after all.
Oh.
She made a little tisk sound.
That tongue.
It was a sore point. No decent horse had a tongue that hung down like a bit of limp red seaweed. But it couldn't be denied, and it was brave of her to bring it up. It was refreshing, really, to have it out in the open.
"Ain't judging regular, though, are we?"
he pointed out.
Fair. Maybe it's a fine example for the breed. Maybe it's we who need to adjust our opinions, Mr. Todd?
Gods, but she was diplomatic, tactful, insightful, kind.
He said.
How old? Can you tell?
300 years, apparently. Maybe 4.
Ha!
She shot him a grin.
Said it weren't regular.
Those withers. Good broad chest.
Morgram cleared his throat.
If I may.
Fen turned, dazed with happiness, and found he couldn't look away. Because he'd forgotten Morgram was half naked. And sweaty. and dishevelled and a bit vexed-looking, like someone had been making him wait for longer than he wanted, and he was getting flustered by it. He was still holding the kitten, which was now wriggling to get down. He had the slight, flat, boyish torso of a man who has never had to chop wood or dig cesspits for a living. But he didn't have the soft body of a scholar either. He was lithe, his muscles well-defined. A line of dark hair led down his flat stomach from his navel, vanishing beneath the waistband of his trousers, tempting Fenn's gaze lower. Fenn looked firmly up, so as not to be rude, but that was no better, because with Morgram's hair tied back, and his high-collared robe off, there was the graceful line of his neck. There was the tender place just above the shoulder that would be so good to kiss, and then, perhaps to bite. He realized belatedly that Morgram was staring back at him, and that Aramella was watching them, looking from him to Morgram, comprehension dawning on her face. But what was she comprehending? Something to do with magic? Or maybe, now she'd seen the horse and spoken to Fenn, she was understanding why Morgram had invited him to stay. Or, oh gods, she couldn't tell, could she, that Fenn fancied Morgram, that Fenn dared to have hopes, and her maybe expecting to marry Morgram herself. Morgram seemed to realize the thrashing kitten was trying to tell him something. He crouched and let it down onto the ground. It stalked a few paces, stiff-legged, and stopped to wash at him in a disowning manner. "Where's that sack of rags?" Fenn said, and got very busy looking for it and picking it up. When Aramella had just been a name, it had been easy to forget about her. But here she was, clearly a young woman of intelligence and discernment. It was impossible to believe Morgram might be pressuring her into marriage. Morgram wasn't that sort of man. But surely rumours of marriage wouldn't have come from nowhere. The two of them might well have an understanding. Fenn felt a fool all over again. He'd been sniffing around after a man who was already spoken for. "Goodness, is that the time?" Aramella said, apropos of no bell Fenn had heard. "I ought to go." Morgram frowned. "I thought you were staying to go through that new fixer's bill." "As we were sparring, I was thinking best not to respond too fast. Give everyone an extra day or two to cool off," Aramella said. Morgram raised a puzzled eyebrow, but all he said was, "As you wish." "Yes, I'll leave you to it. Mr. Todd, lovely to meet you. Perhaps we might ride together one day. There are some good tracks in the hills to the north. Or, Morgram tells me he's shown you the mustering ground." Fenn was still wary of that enchanted place. But the alternative, because surely to get to these northern hills, he'd have to ride through the crowded streets on the Warble horse. Well, he wasn't ready to face that. He'd known people would laugh at him and his preposterous horse, and they had. But he liked Aramella, and he wanted to see her ride. And, if he met her again, maybe he could sound her out, in a casual way, about her intentions towards Morgram, whether she intended to marry him, things like that. "The mustering ground, aye," he said. "Good. Next week I'll send word." She took a step back and paused. "Do me a favour. Make sure he looks after that cut, will you?" "I can doctor a cut," Morgram put in. "Yes, but you won't. I know you. You'll forget and it'll fester. Check on him, will you, Mr. Todd? He doesn't take proper care of himself." "I'll see to it," Fenn promised. "I do not need an attendant." Morgram's voice was sharper. "Good.
because Mr. Todd is clearly not that. But at least you've started eating again since he arrived, eh? Eh, Morgram? Yes, that's the case, so you needn't scowl at me. Anyway, I'll see myself out. Oh, and I'll send some raw meat over for the cat. Gentlemen?"
She nodded, gave Fen another grin, and was gone down the stairs into the tower. She left behind a stillness, almost a coldness, as if the sun had gone in.
"So, that's the Queen," Fen said, still trying to take it all in,
including what Aramella as Queen could mean in the wider sense, and how he might broach the subject of Morgram marrying her without being too obvious.
He added, "She seems all right. Reckon she'll do her best for the country."
"Because she can talk about horses, that makes her a fit ruler." Morgram was scoffing, rather. He turned and walked towards a small heap of black cloth that lay against the battlements. Must be his robe. Fen followed.
"That ain't what I said. And anyway, it ain't because she can talk about horses. It's how she did it."
"Please elaborate." Morgram rested his sword against the battlements and reached for his robe. Now they were at the edge. Fen could see the clouds from above. They looked solid enough to walk across, until, of course, they ended in that dizzying drop.
"Well, she's honest, kind, practical, tactful, good attention to detail,"
Fen said. Morgram was putting his robe on, fastening it at the throat. "You can tell all that from one conversation?" Fen shrugged.
"She could work in any stable of mine."
Morgram smiled, suddenly, like a man trying not to and failing. "High praise."
"Ah, it is. I'm very particular."
"She's charismatic, which is lucky for her. But you don't know anything about her politics."
"That's true, I suppose. Though I drank the water she had sent north, and ate the bread."
Morgram glanced absently at the kitten, which had followed him and was now stalking a dead leaf. "She was right to do that. She has a good grip on internal affairs, and a good heart." Fen thought he'd finished, but Morgram added in a bit of a rush, "But she's too trusting, idealistic. She needs to learn that sometimes one must make sacrifices, awful sacrifices. Like Mandio. She needs to learn to play the long game." Fen nodded, feeling a glow of pride that Morgram should speak to him so plainly, and about the Queen, too.
"She's young. She'll learn, surely."
"Yes. But will it be the hard way?"
"Ain't that the only way?"
Morgram shot him a look. "You know very well that some ways are harder than others."
"Ah, that's true. But she's got advisers. You and so on."
"Me, yes." Since they were being so honest about things, perhaps Fen could just come out and ask if Morgram had any intentions to marry Aramella. Fen bunched the mouth of the sack up, as if he was worried things might fall out. It gave him an excuse to look away from Morgram's sharp eyes.
"In fact, they say—"
But the words dried up in Fen's mouth. He was making himself too obvious. He'd look a right pillock. "What do they say?" Morgram asked.
"Well, that you might... you know."
Oh, gods! He should never have started this. But the problem was now he couldn't think of anything else to say but marry her. Morgram raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I might."
"Ain't none of my business, anyway. Forget I asked."
"You didn't ask."
"Good, because I didn't ought."
Morgram made an exasperated sound. "I wish you would just say it." Fen opened his mouth, and the words "marry her" came out a bit too loud. He went hot all over. Had he really said it? Oh, gods, yes, he had. Oh, that, Morgram said. Fenn waited, barely breathing, fiddling with the rough neck of the sack. He had a sense that Morgram was weighing whether to answer. But in the end, Morgram only did the shrug-bow-smile thing he did when he wasn't going to be drawn, and said, "I should bathe and put ointment on this scratch, or I'll never hear the end of it." So, that meant none of your business, right enough. Despite feeling a bit like he'd been put in his place, Fenn seized upon the change of topic almost gratefully. "She's right, though. Cut like that seems nothing, but you want to look after it." Morgram indicated the horse. "So, you decided to try flying again?" "Weren't planned." "Oh," Fenn sighed. "I left that horse in your old mews with the door shut. And it was shut too, I checked. Went into town. 20 minutes later, I'm nearly done with my errands when there it is, large as life, sailing in the shop like a galleon. So I pushed it out, but a crowd gathered, and since it's more reliable under saddle, not that I had a saddle, so to speak, I got on." He mopped his brow at the memory of all the faces. "And swipe me if it don't take off. Anyway, we flew back here, so that was all right." "I suppose a great many people saw you." "Many? Oh, no, only half the blamed town and his sister." Morgram smiled. "Well, there's a tale that'll spread like wildfire. Aren't they too jaded, these city folk? Don't they see flying tea kettles and the like popping out of this tower every day?" The kitten had bored of the leaf. It battered at the hem of Morgram's robe, rolled over in surprise at having made contact, and darted away. Morgram's lips twitched. "There are the clouds, of course," Morgram said, "although everyone's used to those by now." "What I don't understand is how the horse got out," Fenn said. "I made sure that door was shut. I hope I don't find it off its hinges." "Perhaps it was magic." Morgram looked away. Was it Fenn's imagination, or did the sorcerer look a tiny bit embarrassed? Could he have opened the door? Had he perhaps wanted to try riding the horse, only it had flown off to Fenn before he could mount it? "Now, where's that kitten?" Morgram added, in the tone of a man changing the subject again. He looked around and spotted it pouncing on the dead leaf. He scooped the kitten up, leaf and all, and it settled against him with dignified presumption, as if it had been born to grace the arm of the court sorcerer. "Black, see?" Fenn said before he could stop himself. "Matches your robe." "You chose a black one deliberately." But now it came to it. Fenn couldn't admit it, because he shouldn't have noticed what colour the sorcerer wore or how it suited him, and he shouldn't have presumed to choose him a gift. "Ought to see to that cut. That's what you ought to do," Fenn said. "I will." Morgram picked his sword up. "Are you flying down from here, or taking the stairs?" Fenn pondered. He'd avoided flying for days, because he'd worried Squab might take off with him again. But they'd made it back here all right, and suddenly it hardly seemed to matter if it did carry him away. He was making himself ridiculous, mooning over Morgram. "Reckon I'll fly." He peered over the edge. It did feel strange to stand here talking in the sun, and know that it would be pouring with rain at the foot of the tower. "Why not, eh? Got to start getting used to it one day." "Quite right. And then we'll ride as usual. Meet me on the mustering ground."
"Ah, grand," Fenn said slowly.
How had his life got so complicated? How could it be that he did and didn't want so many things at the same time? I look forward to it. Morgram paused at the trapdoor. Mr. Todd, thank you for coming to see what was going on, and for the kitten. His voice softened. He sounded almost shy. She's beautiful. There's something so delightful about black cats, don't you think? I've always liked them best. He gave Fen a hesitant smile. It barely reached his mouth, almost as if he wasn't sure it was allowed. Fen could hardly look at him. It was good that Morgram liked the kitten, but really Fen shouldn't have presumed to give him anything at all. "Go on with you," Fen said, and turned away. He mounted Squab by launching himself from the battlements, flew down and checked the mews door, which was standing open. It had a round knob that seemed impossible for anyone without thumbs, unless Squab had somehow done it with its mouth, or used magic, as Morgram had suggested. Fen went inside and checked all the grilled windows. They were secure too. He went back to the door and shook his head in puzzlement at it, but only for a moment. After everything that had happened over the last few days, a horse opening a door seemed a small thing. He closed the door and went to meet Morgram on the mustering ground, half happier than he'd ever been in his life, half wondering what the fuck he was getting himself into, because surely his heart didn't ought to ache so sweet when Morgram smiled at him. Chapter 10. A few more days passed. Fen noticed a change in the topics of conversation at dinner. Morgram began bringing up more hypothetical situations, about statecraft mostly, and asking Fen's opinion. At first Fen felt flattered, then horribly out of his league, because they were problems that seemed impossible to solve. Real quandaries, like that the Lucian king let his navy act as pirates as a prerequisite of the job, and people were scared of fighting back, because not only might the pirates cut them down, but once or twice the king had called it an act of war, and hit back doubly hard at all ships from that nation. Obviously this was bad, and the government was considering halting trade with the Lucians until it stopped. Only problem was, the Lucians were the best suppliers of raw crystal, and if that trade stopped, the local fixing trade went belly up, and there were hundreds of thousands of people who depended on that trade for their daily bread. So what was the best course of action? Fen made suggestions, but was right glad he didn't have to come up with the real answers. But it did give him pleasure to see the kitten, now named Fang, curled up on the sorcerer's knee of an evening, and to see the way Morgram's eyes softened when he looked at her. Sometimes she made him smile. Maybe Fen had fudged the giving of the gift, but he wasn't the type of bloke to make pretty speeches anyway. It didn't matter. Morgram had needed a cat. Now he had one, and it clearly made him happy. That was the main thing. The day dawned when Aramella came for the promised ride. Morgram and Fen met her on the mustering ground, and she and Fen spent a few happy minutes talking about her horse, Woodbine, a bright chestnut gelding. They set off across the impossibly green grass. She talked a bit about statecraft as well, which Fen supposed was only natural. But she also discussed the best way to treat cracked hooves, the vital importance of daily pasture checks as a preventative against string halt, the necessity or otherwise of shoeing, and other interesting topics. And then, as they circled the mustering ground for the second time, She said,
"I've another formal suitor, Morgram, Gautier of Just."
Morgram inclined his head. Makes sense.
"Angling to stay after the coronation."
Will you invite him?
"Maybe."
She glanced at Fen, smiled, and turned back to Morgram.
"Remember when I used to tell everyone I was going to marry you?"
Fen froze. If they'd been walking, he'd have forgotten how. Luckily, they were riding, and the Warple horse kept moving underneath him. Distantly, he heard Morgram say, "Of course." Aramella turned back to Fen.
"When I was younger, Mr. Todd, I found the attentions of all these princes rather more troubling. My brother's friends in particular did not make themselves pleasant, and I hadn't yet learned how to get rid of them. Morgram used to glare at them from the shadows and then swoop out and take my arm. He's got a terrifying glare. Worked like a charm, eh, Morgram?"
"I only did it once or twice. You'd have managed."
"I dare say I would, but I was glad I didn't have to. And it was a lot more than once or twice."
She turned to Fen again.
"I was 14 when it started, and I'd been told I mustn't be rude. I started telling people I'd marry Morgram. I even swore him to secrecy. Imagine."
"You never intended? Neither of you?" Fen found he'd said it aloud.
"No."
She grinned and punched Morgram lightly on the arm.
"By the 9, Morgram, imagine us getting married. What a disaster. Although, you do have your moments. Remember when I was 8 and ran away from home?"
She turned back to Fen.
"I ran to the tower and announced that I was living there from now on. I can't remember why, but Morgram showed me how to make toast and gave me his bed for the night. I still think of it every time I eat toast."
"The part I remember is that you burned all yours and ate all mine," Morgram said.
"What tosh! It was the other way around. You were unaccountably absent-minded that evening."
"My robe smelt of burnt toast for days afterwards. The Vizier of Couge wrinkled his nose at me in the magician's council chamber."
"Ha! You never told me that."
Fen listened to them with half an ear. For starters, it was telling that of all the people in the palace that a child could run to, the 8-year-old Aramella had run to Morgram. But it was the other implications that were leaving him breathless. Because if Aramella and Morgram were friends, if that's all they'd ever been, if all those rumours about marriage were just that, then... but what about the other rumour? The one where Morgram wanted to depose her and take the throne for himself. Fen hadn't been able to take that rumour seriously for days. They were so clearly friends. Morgram so obviously wasn't that kind of bloke. They'd laugh about it. Fen cleared his throat. "So, all just a rumour?" Aramella smiled at him.
"That's right."
"There's another rumour going about," Fen said. "Bet you heard it."
"Yes, probably. Which one?"
"That Morgram wants to depose you." Aramella laughed, as he'd expected. But then she said,
"Oh, that one's true."
Wait, what?" "It is not true," Morgram said.
"Yes, it is,"
Aramella said.
"Morgram doesn't approve of hereditary titles. He thinks I should be abolished."
"That's better," Morgram agreed. "Abolished, not deposed. Deposed implies someone else might take the throne. We don't want that." Aramella grinned at him.
"Of course not."
But, you're friends," Fen said. Morgram looked over at him. "It's not personal. In fact, Aramella will make a very good monarch. But that's just lucky. What if she were a different kind of person? One like Tullivo? No one should have that kind of power because of who their parents are."
I don't know about that, Fen said, shocked. He glanced at Aramella, who was still smiling.
Morgram's a radical, Mr. Todd, she said. I've told him the people aren't ready to do without the monarchy. They like the flags and the processions and the idea of a royal family. They like that I've not sought power, but that I wield it out of duty. In any case, all our neighbours have royalty. They want it too.
We can have flags and processions without a monarchy, Morgram said. They carried on arguing, though in a good-humoured way. Fen didn't say much, because he wasn't sure what he thought. On one hand, the monarchy was tradition. Fen's mam had loved the king, and would have been horrified at the idea of getting rid of Aramella. On the other hand, Morgram had a point. Letting the monarch pick their successor from their family didn't mean you got the person who'd be up to the job, and you couldn't get rid of them easy by voting them out. But mainly he was quiet, because he felt as if he'd swallowed a swarm of the lilac-green butterflies that were fluttering around the horse's feet. Because Morgram didn't want to marry Aramella, and she didn't want to marry him. And Morgram didn't want the throne either, not even a little bit. He wasn't a scheming rogue at all. And that meant Fen's mind was made up. That evening, Fen left Squab in the mews with a pile of rags, and went along to dinner carrying a beeswax candle stub he'd found at the back of the tack room. Morgram opened the door with the usual shriek of the bolt, ushered him in, and invited him to sit down. "Thanks." Fen held up the candle stub. "I'll just rub a bit of wax on that bolt first. Makes a right racket, don't it?" Morgram looked at the stub, the way a falcon looks at a snake. "You're always doing jobs about the place. You're my guest. You mustn't trouble." "No trouble. Sets my mind at ease, knowing things are done." "As you wish." Fen rubbed wax on the bolt and slid it a few times to make sure it was done proper. Morgram watched him, arms crossed, a strange look in his eye. It was impossible to tell if he was annoyed and trying not to show it, or pleased and trying not to show that. All the same, the job was done, and the bolt was a sight better than before. They ate and discussed a theory Morgram had heard that crystals were responsible for the scarcity of more traditional magicians. The theory was that a jigged crystal sucked raw magic from its vicinity, including out of people. This side effect meant that fewer and fewer people were developing magic of their own. Fen had mixed feelings about crystal magic. In his darkest hours, he'd felt crystals had done him out of a job, because if there were no crystals, there'd be no horseless carriages or crystal-powered velocipedes, and then everyone would still need horses, and grooms would be in as much demand as ever. But, on the other hand, crystals were so convenient, often cheaper and safer than the old-fashioned alternatives. Out-of-control fires, for example, were practically a thing of the past. So to hear that jigged crystals might be having this unwanted effect was alarming, because crystals were everywhere. Every home had dozens. Fen had a crystal lamp himself in the stables. And even if the populace knew the dangers, would they really give up all that convenience, all that safety, even if they did get more magicians into the bargain? "Would you turn things back, if you could?" Morgram asked. "To a time when everyone used horses and nobody had thought of crystals?" "Gods, no. Just because I love horses don't mean I want to turn things back. If anything, reckon we need more change. Keep making things fairer. Then, one day, anyone who really wants an horse could have one, or a share in one, or whatever it was they wanted, like lots of books, or the time to read them, or a cat, or whatever. Imagine that, eh?
After dinner they were still discussing it. Fen watched Morgrim in the candlelight, and admired the black sweep of his hair, and the way his dark eyes lit up as they argued. And he could tell Morgrim was watching him back, and Fen knew. There was something about the way Morgrim looked at him. There was longing in Morgrim's eyes, as if he were drinking Fen in along with his wine. And he was extra nervous tonight. He was drinking more than he usually did. He'd barely touched his food. And look at Aramella today, making sure Fen knew there was nothing between her and Morgrim. There'd been something in how she'd said it. She'd been giving Fen a hint. Fen's hands were shaking. But there was no law that said a groom couldn't have a go at the court sorcerer. Morgrim treated him as an equal, never acted as an approach would be out of the question. Fen was going to say something. He was. The conversation came to an end. The silence stretched out. Fen opened his mouth to say something along the lines of, "I could stay here tonight, maybe, if you wanted." But Morgrim got there first. "Fen, may I call you that? Yes, listen. There's something I need to say." Oh, God. Here it came. Every fibre of Fen's being was ready for it. He could hardly breathe. I've found you a place. On an estate to the east. They keep horses. You could work with them if you wanted, but more importantly, there's a magician nearby. She hasn't much power, but I know her, and she's a fine person. A scholar. She's agreed that you could live with her. She'd make a good teacher. Much better than me. It felt as if Morgrim had slapped him. "You're sending me away?" "Hardly that. I'm trying to find you a home. Somewhere to learn about your magic. Somewhere you'll be happy." Fen stared at him, all the hope and desire draining out of him like spilled wine. He wanted to protest, to say, "But I could live here, I could learn here, I could be happy here, with you." But he was too stunned, and then, as it began to sink in, too abashed. He'd spent weeks trying to discover if Morgrim was the kind of man it'd be safe to get involved with, while all this time Morgrim had been trying to find a suitable place to send him. And Fen ought to say something grateful, because, in the usual way of things, he'd have thought this new place sounded grand. An estate, horses, a friendly magician who was willing to teach him. No, it felt like a mortal blow. Because all this time Morgrim had been humouring him, acting the gentleman because that was what he was, and all the time looking for a place where Fen might better fit in. Fen lurched to his feet. If he looked Morgrim in the eye, he'd likely die of embarrassment or burst into tears, or maybe both. I see. Well, all right." He took a deep breath and managed to say, "Good night, then," to his empty plate. He turned on legs as shaky as a newborn foal's and walked to the door. He could hardly look at the door either, because rubbing wax on that bloody bolt had been his idea of flirting. Yes, it had, because of course that was why he'd done that. It was why he'd done all those things, from fixing shelves to planting ferns to buying kittens. No point pretending otherwise. He'd wanted to give Morgram the idea that he'd be happy to look after things a bit, if that would be welcome. But if you looked after things in a bloke's house, that was a bit like looking after him, wasn't it? But chores meant nothing to a man like Morgram. Anyone might wax a bolt or plant ferns or clean out a gutter. It was what servants did. Burning with humiliation, Fen opened the door and trudged back to the mews through the rain. Squab pricked its ears and knitted as he came in. Dully, he rubbed it on the withers and fed it a sock from his pocket, because it had stayed where he had put it, good as gold. Another time he'd have felt pleased with it. Just now, he felt nothing, because Morgram had as good as dismissed him, and just when Fen had let himself really start hoping. Perhaps he should fly off. Right now, fly away from all this. And then where would he go if he stormed off into the night? Some dismal lodging-house or a pile of leaves in the woods? No. He'd sleep tonight in his stall as usual. He'd wake up tomorrow and eat the breakfast that was given him, and find out more about this place in the east. And then he'd go there, sensible-like, and remember to thank Morgram properly for arranging it before he went. And if he felt dead inside, well, it wouldn't be the first time. And anyway, it hardly mattered. Folks only took pain seriously when they were young and naive, and thought their feelings mattered. But a man could muck out a stable as well with a broken heart as with a whole one. Aye, and that was a fact. He led the horse to the stall and lay down, but his head was full of Morgram. Morgram laying the table just so. Morgram outriding, hair tangled on his shoulders, accepting Fen's instructions to get their mans down a bit or get that leg back with a nod of thanks. Morgram accidentally letting bits of fish and chicken drop from his plate for the kitten, fooling nobody. Morgram smiling at him across a candlelit table. The hours passed, damp, gritty, and miserable. Morgram would be asleep by now. He wouldn't be lying awake, fretting over Fen, like Helly would. But what if he was? What if there was still a light on in the tower? What if Morgram looked down through the rain and saw Fen in the courtyard, and what if somehow something worked out? But it wouldn't. It would be daft to go and look for a light in the tower. Aye, well, Fen was daft. He pulled a couple of old shirts from the rag bag and gave them to the horse to keep it occupied. Outside, the cloud had lifted a little, and the rain had eased to a light drizzle. In the courtyard, the flames flickered in the cressets, but the tower rose dark above him. Not a glimmer of light came from any of the windows in the lower parts of the tower. Higher up, the cloud grew thick again. It was just possible that Morgram was awake somewhere up there. But Fen's heart sank deeper, because Morgram wasn't sitting up and pining over him. No, the man had gone to bed, likely without a second thought. But what was that? Something moving up near the library window. Fen's heart leaped and contracted in a sick twist. It was Jasper. He had climbed out of the window, pushed it close behind him. He was climbing down the outside of the tower. Fen could see him plain as day in the torchlight. Jasper's feet were bare. He was using his toes to grip the rough, wet stone. Fen drew breath to yell, realized the lad had no rope, and if he got a fright he could slip and fall 15 yards to the courtyard below. Fen gritted his teeth instead. He watched, heart in his mouth, until Jasper made it safely to the ground. Then Fen crept out of the shadow of the lodger and said in Jasper's ear, "Evening." Jasper's knees buckled. He knelt in a puddle. "Oh, God, Mr. Todd, it's not what it looks like. I promise. I haven't taken anything, I swear." He displayed his empty hands and patted his pockets to show he had nothing in them. "Please don't tell the master, please."
On your feet, lad.
"I can't be sent away. Oh, please." Jasper was nearly weeping. "Please don't tell him. I'll do anything. I'll give you anything."
You and me, in the gatehouse. A talk.
Fen jerked his thumb and set off, Jasper following. In the light of the empty guardroom, Jasper was quivery and pale as a lump of junket. There were tears on his cheeks. "Please don't tell him I was in there," Jasper begged again.
What were you doing?
"Reading, that's all, I swear."
Could have killed yourself. Windows 15 yards up.
Fen felt like shaking the lad.
What were you thinking?
"He won't let me in there. Doesn't trust me. He says—" Jasper eyed Fen sideways, a sly look that didn't suit him. "He says I'm the wrong kind of person to learn magic." Fen couldn't imagine Morgrim saying such a thing, but he didn't want to call the boy a liar to his face.
What does that mean?
"I don't know, but I want to learn. I have to. Don't you see? I want to be like him." Jasper paused and added, "And you."
But sneaking in ain't the answer, surely. Why won't he teach you? Did something happen?
"He doesn't like me. But I have to learn magic. It's all I've ever wanted, don't you see? I'd do anything to learn. Anything." Fen looked at the boy's fierce, tear-stained face and sighed, leaning back on the solid wood table where the guards who'd once staffed this gatehouse had likely sat. He wasn't up to coping with anyone else's problems tonight, and while Jasper's desperation seemed genuine, all the same, Fen felt there was something Jasper wasn't telling him. Perhaps this was all related to the strange atmosphere at the tower, that feeling Fen couldn't shake, that something wasn't quite right.
"You can't go climbing up there again," Fen said. "Ain't safe. I'll be checking that window catch tomorrow and nailing the old thing shut if I have to. Now, you want me to keep quiet? You promise me you won't try that again."
"But I—"
"No, you promise. And I'll have a word with him about you learning magic. All right? Can't say fairer than that."
"But you mustn't. You mustn't ask him to let me in there. He'll think I've asked you. He'll be angry. He's already forbidden me. If he thinks I'm pestering you, he'll send me away. And I can't be sent."
All right.
Fen scratched the back of his neck in frustration. Gods, they were a pair, Morgrim and Jasper, both of them twitchy as mares in a midge cloud, neither of them telling him the full story about anything. He'd be well off without them. "Mr. Todd, has he shown you any magic?" Jasper added softly. He came closer, pushed one of the chairs out of the way so he could lean against the table, next to Fen. Fen looked at him in puzzlement. The place was crawling with magic. The clouds, the mustering ground, that screaming the night he'd flown in.
I promise I'll never climb to the library again, if you tell me what you've seen," Jasper added. "I'll swear on anything, but I have to know. How does he do it? Is it magic words, runes, crystals, or potions, or what?"
"Well, Fen paused, frowning.
"Don't know. Reckon it just happens."
"But how? How does it happen? What magic has he done that you've seen?"
"There's the clouds. He's experimenting, trying to break the drought."
"Did you see him conjure them?" Jasper asked, keen as mustard.
Fen blinked.
"No, but they're there, aren't they?"
"They've been there for 2 years."
"Not the same ones, surely."
Jasper shrugged. "What else have you seen? He must have done some magic."
"That screaming the night I arrived."
"That wasn't him. I found out about that. It's old magic, like the mustering ground and the way the flames shoot up in the cressets when the tower door opens. I want to know what he actually does to make new magic."
Fen eyed the boy thoughtfully, because it was a good question. Morgrim had talked a lot about magic in general terms, how it was different from crystal fixing, how the results could be unexpected, and so on. But Fen had no idea of the practicalities, no idea how Morgrim actually did anything. And now Jasper had brought it up. It did strike him as odd. But Fen was also not going to be sidetracked. He stood up straight.
"Right. This is all very interesting, but conversation's over. Want your promise. No climbing up or down from there again. Or do I go right now and tell him what I seen?"
"No, no."
Jasper reached for him, let his hand fall.
"I promise, I do promise. But you promise me too. You'll find out and tell me what he does."
Impossible, because Fen was being sent away. But he couldn't bear to discuss that just now with Jasper. The lad would find out soon enough. Fen shook his head.
"Ain't promising that."
"Go on. It's fair, isn't it? A promise for a promise."
"No deal. Go on now. Go to bed."
Fen turned away, toward the postern door.
"Wait!"
Jasper caught at his arm.
"Mr. Todd, if you can find out and tell me, then I'll do anything, whatever you like."
Jasper looked up through his lashes.
"Anything?"
Fen frowned and shook off Jasper's hand.
"Word of advice, lad. You don't want to do that. Making cow eyes and offering to do whatever I want might give some people the wrong idea, see?"
"But I would do anything to learn about magic."
"All right, you're desperate, and I ain't judging. I know there'd be some folk as would be happy to do you a favour, if it was turn and turn about, but I ain't one of 'em. Got it?"
"I know what to do."
Jasper looked down at his bare, wet feet, and added in a whisper,
"If you don't like me, I can get you a girl."
Fen could scarce believe his ears. This was a whole new side to Jasper. Fen had been thinking of the lad all this time as practically a child. Sweet, a bit naive, unsure of himself, nervous. As what lad wouldn't be with a difficult master like Morgrim? Clearly that was not the full picture. Fen had underestimated Jasper's worldliness, and the lengths he was willing to go to.
"Pretend I didn't hear that. But I won't tell Morgrim about any of this, and I'll see what I can do for you about learning magic. But you've got to trust that I can do that in a way that won't make him angry."
"All right."
The tips of Jasper's ears were scarlet.
"Good. Don't sell yourself short, lad. You don't know what it's like to be desperate? Jasper said to the floor.
Fen almost laughed.
You think? You think I never sold myself for a meal or a drink?
But what I'm saying is that you don't have to do that with me. I'm on your side, see? Now, good night. And with that, Fen trudged back through the rain to his stall, shaking his head in bemusement. He'd watched Morgrim and Jasper together enough to be certain there was nothing sexual between them. If anything, Morgrim seemed extra vigilant when Jasper was about. Not in the languid way of a man ogling a catamite, but in the way of a man who prefers to know the whereabouts of a wasp. Was this why? Had Jasper made some approach out of desperation? Had Morgrim been offended or disgusted by it? But if that were the case, why not simply send Jasper away? Of course the lad might have begged not to be sent away. Morgrim might have agreed, but remained uneasy with the situation. It was just... the whole thing was topsy-turvy. 16-year-old page boys didn't make powerful court sorcerers uncomfortable. It was far more likely to be the other way around. And it was true that Jasper seemed afraid of Morgrim, afraid especially of being sent away. Fen shook his head. There was more going on here than met the eye. And while he might be halfway head over heels for Morgrim, he wasn't stupid. And if Morgrim wasn't doing right by Jasper, then Fen ought to say something about it before he left. Why should Jasper not learn magic if he was so keen? Why not let him at least read some books on it? And Jasper had got him thinking. How did Morgrim make magic? Was it reciting spells, or calling up familiars, or what? And why had Fen not thought to ask before? He'd been too busy making cow eyes at Morgrim himself, that's why. Perhaps he'd ask for a demonstration of magic too, before he went. He lay down on the blanket at Squab's feet, but sleep now felt even more impossible. He was jangling with nerves as well as sunk in misery. He stroked the crystal to turn on the lantern and picked up the treatise. So far, Gargoyle thought magic could affect other magic in unintended ways. Magic could attract or repel, and both were dangerous. For this reason, she thought working magicians should be solitary, for fear of the powerful magic of one pulling and altering the weaker magic of another. Fen wasn't sure why any of this was relevant to Warple horses, but Jasper's desperation to just be allowed in the library had shamed him. He ought to get through the treatise quick, before he went. He wouldn't sleep tonight anyway. Might as well try to learn something. But after a few pages, he realized his eyes were skating, unseeing, over the words. He'd heard something outside. He cocked his head. No, just the rain. Since he'd cleared the gutters, there was now a hole that let larger drops through. Pat, pat, pat. Sometimes it sounded like footsteps. He turned another page, but could not rid himself of the idea that someone was outside. Perhaps Jasper had come to double-check Fen wouldn't tell. He should get up and look, just in case. But most likely it would be no one. He put down the book, got up, unhooked the lantern and went outside. There, in the drizzle, stood Morgrim. His hair and beard had caught the droplets and glittered with 1,000 tiny points of light. His black robe seemed to melt into the darkness, so his face appeared to hover in the air. His fists were clenched at his sides. His pose was that of a man who'd been about to run, but changed his mind, because being caught was slightly less awful than being caught running away.
"I saw your light,"
Morgrim said. Too fast. Nervous.
"Aye. Reading."
Fen spoke slowly, but his whole body tensed, excitement clutching at his belly and his balls. Was this what he thought it was? But the bitter disappointment and humiliation of earlier still burned. If Morgrim wanted him, let Morgrim make the first move, unequivocally. Morgrim closed his eyes for a moment. Fen stepped closer.
"You all right?"
Morgrim opened his eyes. He didn't move, and he didn't look away. And Fen knew, because there were only two reasons a bloke looked at you like that: fight or fuck. And it was clear Morgrim wasn't thinking of hitting him, despite the clenched fists. And everything in Fen shouted yes, because it was going to happen. It fucking well was. And maybe it was going to be the kind of bittersweet parting gift that would make everything worse. Or maybe, just maybe, it would change everything, and afterwards, Morgrim would ask him to stay. Either way, Fen was a-tremble with anticipation and desire. Morgrim's breathing was uneven, and he was taut as a bowstring. He looked guilty, like a man who wanted something he thinks he shouldn't, almost a little afraid. Fen let his weight fall onto his back leg. A relaxed pose, non-threatening. Morgrim might be the most powerful sorcerer in the land, but he was still a man. Even blokes who waded into fistfights or leaped on the most vicious horse might be twitchy in the bedroom. If Morgrim was of that type, it wouldn't do to rush things.
"Fen, tonight, at dinner, I don't want you to think—"
Morgrim made an impatient gesture, clearly directed at himself.
"It's not that I want to send you away." "No? Well, that's grand, because I don't want to go."
Couldn't say clearer than that. The dark and the wet pressed close around the small pool of lantern light. Morgrim carried on staring. Fen felt himself stare back. Two blokes, staring at each other in the rain. Would they be at it all night? It went on so long that Fen began to smile. Morgrim must have seen it, because he made a sound that was half sigh, half laugh, and closed his eyes just a second. "This is a terrible idea, isn't it?" Morgrim said. Fen gave a surprised grunt of laughter. "Aren't you the charmer? I think it's a grand idea. I just—" Suddenly, Fen thought maybe he understood. "Never done it with a bloke before?" "What? No, it's not that." "Ain't judging. Wouldn't care." "Then what?" "You're new to magic. You don't understand what it can do to people. You're new to this whole situation. You think I'm the innocent here? Well, that's rich. But we aren't talking about magic, are we?" Fen shook his head. "No, we're talking about me giving you a right good seeing to. Just there in the stables, if you like." Fen jabbed a thumb in the relevant direction. Morgrim sighed. It was almost a moan. "You like the sound of that?" Fen said.
Nice and hard. A bit rough.
Why? Morgrim's voice came out funny. He cleared his throat.
Why would you think that? Ain't that what you want?
Well, it... Morgrim actually squirmed, averting his eyes.
Gods. Yes, I suppose so.
He looked so shy about admitting it that something in Fen melted, while something else got to its feet and growled with anticipation. Fen said gently,
Come on. You think you're the first man to want that from me?
Morgrim blinked.
Oh, no, of course not. No, because I got a look about me, don't I? Bit tough, bit common. You might not want to be seen in the pub with me, but you want me, all right. I don't drink in public houses.
Morgrim took a step backwards, which was not the direction Fen wanted him going.
But yes, you're very... Yes. I know. Been told. Ain't handsome, but I look like I could fuck you all the way to next week, don't I?
You...
Gods, yes.
Morgrim's voice was faint.
Aye, and I could.
Something in Morgrim's face made Fen add,
You can tell me what you want, you know. Can't shock me. Ain't above doling out a few slaps if you like that. Bit of spanking, eh?
Morgrim's mouth dropped open. His eyes grew wide. Fen cocked his head. Perhaps he'd misread the whole situation. Again.
Have I shocked you? I'm only offering. I'm not shocked, but I've never done.
Morgrim swallowed.
That? No. Thought about it, any?
Morgrim's breath caught, and Fen knew he'd hit the nail on the head, because Morgrim looked grateful and pleading and wondering and horrified all rolled into one.
Fen said. Maybe.
Fen took a step forward. Morgrim's breath was hot on his cheek. Fen took a strand of Morgrim's damp hair between thumb and forefinger. It was that long he'd be able to wrap it around his hand, drag Morgrim's head back with it. He put his other hand on Morgrim's shoulder, feeling him shiver at the touch.
You want it bad, don't you? Fen said. I do too. Ain't no shame in it, you know. You wanting it rough? Plenty do. Makes me want you more.
He leaned down and said in Morgrim's ear,
I like being in charge.
Morgrim shut his eyes.
Gods!
His voice shook.
You don't have to worry about after. Won't tell anyone. I never thought you would. Just saying, Fen murmured.
He slid his fingertips down the outside of Morgrim's arm. His robe was silky, warm, damp from all the drizzle. Could it be that Morgrim was naked underneath, except for his knee-high red boots? God's fucking balls, maybe.
Fen?
Morgrim said in his ear.
Aye.
Gods, look, if it was just sex.
But it's not.
Fen was trembling with lust. Stopping was the last thing he wanted to do. He was aching to grab Morgrim by the hips and drag him close, to have him right there on the cobbles in the rain. He wanted Morgrim at his mercy, not in spite of who he was, but because of it. Morgrim the Sorcerer, all power and danger. To have him naked and writhing and begging to be taken would be the most glorious submission imaginable.
There are things I haven't told you, Morgrim said.
Fen brushed a fingertip across Morgrim's bare knuckles. Fenn's hand was twice the size of Morgram's. He engulfed Morgram's fist in his own. "You don't say. I've got things myself. I've done time. In prison. Been meaning to tell you. Don't matter. We're talking about you and me having it away in the stables, not some state treaty. Yes, but it's not as simple as it sounds, because there's magic involved." Fenn gave a small, internal sigh. Clearly there were to be no shortcuts. Morgram had scruples, and that was infuriating just now. But wasn't it also admirable? "All right," Fenn said, stepping back. "Magic. You tell me then. But at least come in out of the wet." Fenn turned and opened the door to the second stall. If things went the way he wanted, and they likely would, or why would Morgram have come? It would be better to get down to business without a great sacking lump breathing down their necks. He took Morgram's wrist to pull him into the stall. "You're all a tremble." "I don't usually do things like this." Inside, Fenn put the lantern in the corner, nestling it into the straw so it threw a soft, dim light. He was afire with a passion so fierce and so tender, it almost took his breath away. Because while Morgan was so educated and worldly, clearly he was not experienced in everything. And Fenn was desperate to make it easy for him, to make it plain that he could have what he wanted and need feel no shame. Morgan stood in the straw, with his arms crossed, wet hair limp on his shoulders, biting his bottom lip in a way Fenn had never seen before. The temptation to kiss him was immense. "Come on, then. Out with it," Fenn said. "What's magic got to do with this? All this. You and me. You understand it's not a coincidence, don't you?" Fenn frowned. "What?" "The horse. It brought you here. And? Do you think that was chance?" Morgram rubbed his forehead as if it ached. "Gods, I can scarcely tear myself away from you. Ever since you arrived, I just want to be with you all the time." Fenn's jaw dropped. "Me and all," he said wonderingly. "But what if that's not luck? You were brought by magic, so what if we're pawns of some spell, like the good fellowship spell on the mustering ground?" Fenn felt as if he'd been doused in cold water. He glanced over to the store where the Warple horse was dozing, only its withers and rump visible. He considered it, its habits, its presence, its personality. He almost burst into laughter. "You ain't suggesting old Squab is some sort of puppet master?" Fenn could feel his lips twitching. "Or gives off an aphrodisiac?" He started to smile, coughed instead to hide it because Morgram still looked white and tense and serious as a bloke paying his taxes. Fenn added, "All right. It's a fair point. I was brought. You did right to mention it. But that horse ain't dangerous. Silly, I grant. Stubborn, sometimes. But it ain't mean. Trust me, I know horses. Yes, but what I'm saying is it's involved, obviously. And I don't know how, and neither do you." Fenn nodded. Morgram's reservations seemed slight, but it made sense that Morgram would want to air them, because that was the kind of man he was. Honest, principled, wanting people to have the facts before they made decisions. "That's true," Fenn said. "But this magic, whatever made the horse bring me here, it ain't necessarily malicious." "Not necessarily." "So, it could be good."
Yes, Morgram admitted. Right, good. You finished?
Fen waited until Morgram nodded.
Good. You said your piece. Now I'll say mine. And it's this. I never wanted a man the way I want you. And it ain't just the physical, though I want you like you wouldn't believe. But also, I like you. You're the type of bloke I could
fall in love with. Fen swallowed. They'd never even fucked, and he was thinking that? There was no way he could say that.
Can be with. Riding, talking, watching you set the table. We get on, don't we? Like we known each other for years. It might seem strange from the outside. I ain't much, and you're Morgram himself. But from the inside it feels just right. And that ain't fake or me being used. So maybe there is magic here. I'm grateful you told me. Reckon you did the right thing. But it ain't evil, and that's good enough for me. I'm game to see how it goes, if you are.
Morgram had listened with his face averted. Now he looked up, expression unguarded, eyes wide, like a boy who's just been kissed for the first time.
You like me?
Morgram's voice hitched halfway through.
Ain't it obvious?
Morgram uncrossed his arms and crossed them again.
I shouldn't. Anyway, even though you've said yes, I shouldn't.
Interesting change of wording. Not we, but I. Fen took a shaky breath. He was pretty sure he understood what it meant. Morgram was the clever, nervy type who thought he ought to be perfect. Blokes like that got tangled up in their own thoughts. They turned things round and round in their heads until up was down and day was night, and the one thing they wanted was the very thing they ought not to have. Fen also thought he understood the look in Morgram's eyes. Reckless, guilty, shocked at his own daring. Fen had seen it before, in men who were giving in to temptation. Fen grinned and watched Morgram's eyes grow wide.
No, you shouldn't, Fen agreed. It would be wrong,
Morgram said weakly. He was staring at Fen's grin as if he couldn't look away.
Oh, aye, it would be very bad indeed. Yes, but then, maybe you are a bit bad, eh? A bit wicked?
Yes, I am.
You're my guest, and I want...
Aye? Fen closed the distance between them with a step.
What do you want?
Morgram closed his eyes.
You to fuck me. Hard. Like you said, right here.
Fen didn't touch him, just stood there looking down at him, letting Morgram sense his bulk and his strength.
Oh, aye, that's bad. You oughtn't to want that.
Morgram's eyes fluttered open.
I know. Going to let me do it anyway, aren't you?
Yes, Morgram breathed.
Thank fuck,
Fen murmured, and kissed him. Morgram opened his mouth and angled his head. His beard rasped against Fen's chin, but his lips were soft and yielding, and he moaned into Fen's mouth a breathy, desperate sound. He grabbed at Fen's shoulders and held on. Fen took a couple of strides forward, making him stagger backwards. As Morgram lost his balance, Fen grabbed his arse, lifted him, and pinned him to the wall. Morgram wrapped his legs around Fen's hips. Fen spared a hand to grope for Morgram's cock, but that bloody robe was hampering his access. He tore at the material, managed to get a hand under, ascertained that Morgram was, unfortunately, not naked underneath, but was wearing trousers. Damn! And although Morgram's robe clearly fastened down the front, there was not a button or a tie to be seen. Fen kissed him again, harder, making him gasp and writhe, then pushed at Morgram's knee to signal, "Get down." Morgram obliged, shakily. "Get this off." Fen plucked at the robe where it lay against Morgram's chest. "Have to show me. Never undressed a sorcerer before." Morgram put a hand to his throat, slipped a finger under the join, and undid a hidden button. Then he went in from the other side and undid another, then swapped across again, zigzag fashion. His tailor must have done it deliberate, so the robe could never gape to show a flash of the flesh beneath. "Always wear this, don't you?" Fen said, more or less at random. He didn't want Morgram thinking too much, in case he changed his mind. "Yes." Morgram undid another button. "I like it. Suits you. But don't you never want to put on a plain shirt and trousers? Then I wouldn't be Morgram the Sorcerer, would I? That's how you see it." Fen undid a button himself. It was tricky. His fingers were bigger and clumsier than Morgram's. "And what about when you're naked? Who are you then?" Morgram looked up at him, biting his lip again, eyes shining, breath coming fast. "Gorgeous." "You the same person?" Fen asked. "Or maybe it changes you." "Maybe." There was a note of relief in Morgram's voice. Fen said, deliberately, "You want my permission to be someone else for a bit? You got it, see?" Morgram swallowed, then nodded, a barely perceptible movement. "Good," Fen said, and undid another of Morgram's hidden buttons. Now Morgram was halfway undressed, the robe gaping to expose a long sliver of his chest, from the base of his throat to his navel. "That'll do," Fen said. "Pull it over your head. Now." With his robe off, Morgram was dressed the way he'd been on the tower roof, baggy black trousers tucked into red knee boots. Only now, Fen was allowed to touch. He stroked Morgram's belly, his ribs and his chest. Morgram's eyes closed. He sighed, the shaky sigh of a man giving himself up to pleasure. Fen took one dark nipple between thumb and forefinger and pinched. Not too hard, so he could gauge the reaction. Morgram gasped. Fen pinched a bit harder, until Morgram squirmed. "Too much? No, do it again." Fen obliged. Morgram pushed himself closer as he did it, reaching for the fly of Fen's trousers and tugging at the buttons. Fen reached down himself and undid Morgram's trousers. They were fastened simply, thank the gods, with 2 buttons at the waistband. This undone, the trousers were loose enough to fall to Morgram's knees, where his boots trapped them. Now he wore only black drawers, very thin silk, loose, quite short. His cock was tenting them forwards, and there was a wet stain where he was leaking. Fen stroked him through the silk, cupping his balls, squeezing a bit harder than was probably comfortable. Morgram's breath hitched. He started back, likely involuntary. "Too much?" Fen said into his ear. "No, harder. Be rough, like you said." Morgram was trembling, his hands shaking as he finished undoing Fen's trousers. Fen was quivering with desire himself. He reckoned he'd lost about 5 seconds if Morgram touched his cock in any serious kind of way. And likely Morgram was the same. Any moment now they were going to reach the point of no return. Morgram kissed him again, a soft, trembling, open-mouthed offering. Fen let him do it, trying to hold back, to remain a bit stern. It was difficult, because having Morgram so gentle and desperate was making his entire body sing with that frosty excitement that was practically the same as flying. Morgram pulled away. "Almond oil, in my pock." Fen didn't let him finish. He grabbed Morgram's shoulder and spun him round to face the wall, pushing the middle of Morgram's back to make him brace himself against it, and kicking his feet apart. Fen reached around and undid Morgram's drawers, letting them slide down. They wouldn't go far with his legs apart, and stopped just beneath his arse. A very fine arse it was, too, being hairy and muscular, each cheek a perfect handful. Fen stroked it. He had a private theory that the arses of men who rode were more satisfactory than the arses of any other men. Morgram proved the theory. Fen gave it a slap, and Morgram jerked away, gasping. Good. Fen yanked the drawers down some more to the sound of tearing silk. Now they were pulled taut, cutting into Morgram's thighs. "Right," he growled in Morgram's ear. "Move, and you're in trouble. Got it?" Morgram moaned in answer, the side of his face pressed against the wall. His eyes were shut, his brow anguished, his teeth clenched. Fen picked up the discarded robe and dug around in the pockets until he found a little round vial of oil. It pleased him to think of Morgram getting it ready, bringing it with him. Morgram wanted a ploughing, that was clear. Well, he'd get what he wanted. It just likely wouldn't last very long. That was all right, though. Sometimes the faster it was, the sweeter. Fen cupped his fingers, poured out a generous amount of oil, then grabbed Morgram's hip to hold him still, while gently working a finger up into the silky heat of his arse. Morgram wriggled and made a mewling noise. Fen's hands were like horn, toughened by years of manual work. Morgram might want it rough, but there was a time and a place for everything. "All right," Fen said in his ear. "You want another? Stop asking and do it. Bossy. Funny, considering who's boss at the minute." Fen thrust another finger up, quite hard. Morgram made a noise suspiciously like a squeak. Very unsorcerous. Then Morgram relaxed into it. He might be nervous, but he'd certainly done this sort of thing before. Fen began moving his fingers very gently. Slower, slower, making Morgram shiver and whimper and twitch. Fen smiled to himself. Sometimes there was nothing worse for a bloke than a soft touch. And, but Morgram was beautiful like this, gagging for it, cock-red and seeping clear fluid onto the hay, arse exposed and plundered, as powerful, and yet at the same time perfectly under Fen's control, as a well-trained stallion who knew better than to try it on. A shiver of something that was surely magic ran through Fen, different to anything he'd experienced with another man. It brought with it a sense of wonder and of hope, as if he were up among the stars and Morgram was there with him. Christ, but Fen had to have him. Now. He removed his fingers, got more oil and anointed his own cock. Morgram knew what was coming and said, "Oh, God," through gritted teeth. Fen positioned himself, the tip of his cock just pressing against Morgram's arsehole. He held the pose for a moment, to imprint it in his mind forever. Morgram's beautiful back slightly arched for him, his long hair hanging down further than it usually did because his head was thrown back. The steady light of the lantern, the smell of hay and sweat and oil, and perhaps just a hint of shit, the sound of the rain and the imperative of his body and of magic coursing through his veins. He thrust. Morgram cried out and began pleading, a whispered babble of words and moans. Fen thrust again and nearly lost it. Oh, come on! Twice? He could do better than twice. He thought of the Warple horse in the stall next door, its gormless expression, its infuriating way of walking in front of him. The crisis receded a fraction. He took a firmer grip on Morgram's hip with one hand, and thrust again really hard. With his other hand, he grabbed a handful of Morgram's hair and tugged. Morgram gave a cry of surprise and pain, hands scrabbling for purchase on the wall. Fen thrust again, working up a fast rhythm, good and hard. Only then did he reach around and take Morgram's cock in his oily hand. Morgram came almost immediately, with a strangled cry, arse-squeezing Fen tight. Fen worked his cock, dragging more cries from him. Then Fen let go, grabbed Morgram's hips with both hands, and pumped him as hard as he could. And it was bliss. Everything concentrated on that perfect pleasure. And he was coming, pounding into Morgram with a violent, shuddering power, a moment of perfection, where nothing else mattered and there was nothing to fear or hope for because he had everything he'd ever wanted. And then the moment was passing, and he was standing in the stables with his softening cock in the court sorcerer's arse, and, oh gods, he hoped everything was going to be all right. He pulled out, carefully, and stepped back. Morgram slumped, eyes closed, face slack, as if he'd passed out and the wall was the only thing keeping him up. His back shone with sweat, and his arse and thighs gleamed with oil. "All right," Fen said. Morgram shifted unsteadily, pulled up his drawers, turned around and sank to the ground with a groan. He sat there in the hay, back to the wall, trousers still around his knees. He hadn't done his drawers up, and his shrunken cock nestled between his legs, his plentiful pubic hair all caught into clumps and curls by the oil. He looked different, his fine features blurred, his cheeks red, his hair tangled. The lines that lent his face such character seemed to have vanished. Fen crouched next to him. He'd never used Morgram's name to his face before. He didn't know if Morgram was a given name or a family name, or even some formal court-bestowed title thing. He wasn't sure what it was appropriate to call a court sorcerer when you've just fucked him sideways, but he knew no other name to use. Perhaps he should have asked beforehand. "Morgram?" Morgram opened his eyes. They looked drugged, too black, unfocused, dreamy. "God's fucking balls! You all right? It was good? No, it was fucking incandescent, that's what it was. Gods, you've done that before?" Fen grinned. "You swore. Twice. And I have. And you haven't all. Plenty, I should say. Haven't. Never. Not like that. Gods. Magic. Like stars. Like flying."
Fen was part delighted, part disbelieving. It had been damn good, but surely Morgram was exaggerating just a bit. "Give over," Fen said. Like riding a storm. A storm of stars." Morgram groaned again. "Gods, you're fucking wonderful." "You sound half-cut," Fen said, beginning to feel truly alarmed. "You always like this after?" "Not with most people. Sorry. It's magic. You gave me some. It'll wear off soon. Just let me enjoy it, yes?" "Aye." Fen sat next to him, feeling strangely alone. He hadn't meant to give Morgram any magic. It must have just happened. It had been good, though. Bloody good. And Morgram wasn't being dismissive or cold. Nor did he seem embarrassed. So that was grand, wasn't it? Because feeling put out because the bloke you've just fucked seemed to have enjoyed it too much was plain daft. "Fen? Aye. You're a lovely man." "Oh, aye. Is that you talking, or is that the magic?" "It's me." Morgram reached for Fen's hand. Fen let him take it, let him entwine their fingers. Now that was nice. It was affectionate. It was so good. Morgram sounded more like himself again, more in control, less gushy. Suddenly Fen was grinning. "It was. And we did it. And nothing bad happened, did it?" "True. Although with magic the results aren't always immediate. But you're right." Aye. Fen had meant to leave it at that, but somehow found himself adding, "So, you still want to send me away?" Morgram settled more comfortably against Fen's shoulder. "I never wanted to." Fen waited for the but it didn't come. He glanced down, but Morgram had his head on Fen's shoulder, eyes closed, hair partially shielding his face. Well, if there was any more talk of sending Fen away, he'd deal with it when it happened. The reasons Morgram had given for sending him to the estate out east. There'd be horses. This other magician would make a better teacher. Seemed thin. Fen couldn't help thinking there might have been another reason. Something along the lines of, "You're a temptation and I don't think I ought to have you." He hoped that particular reason was well and truly vanished. If Morgram mentioned it again, perhaps Fen would suggest spanking again. That might shut him up. All the same, Fen felt as though there was a conversation to be had, because if he was staying, he ought to come clean. About himself. About his past. Because telling was the right thing to do. It was what a decent man would do. The problem was, he really didn't want to. He didn't want to spoil all this with a sordid tale of prison and disgrace. Only he had to, didn't he? And risk seeing the frown come down on Morgram's face, forbidding as that portcullis. Risk Morgram being angry and saying, "You should have told me this before," and "This changes everything." "Listen," Fen said slowly. He felt reluctant as a horse that doesn't want to drink, eyeing a bucket of water. "Got something to tell you. Something I reckon you ought to know." "Oh?" Morgram sounded instantly sobered, apprehensive even. He glanced up, wariness back in his face, alongside that hawk-like vigilance that made him appear so terrifying. He took his hand out of Fen's,
lifted himself for a moment, and hitched his trousers up, like he was putting away vulnerability. "Go on, then."